diseases such as hypertension, high cholesterol, stroke, and some cancers. I don't know if you're aware that this month, November, is actually we're celebrating World Diabetes Day, right? And that was celebrated on the 14th of November. So every year they celebrate that. And the theme this year was diabetes and well-being. Also, benefits of good nutrition will be it helps to boost your energy level, right? So foods provide you with calories or what we call like energy. If you don't eat, you feel kind of lethargic, you know, so you need the energy to keep up your energy levels. It also helps improve your feelings of well-being and happiness. When you eat, you feel happy, you wouldn't be depressed or cranky, right? It also helps to maintain your mental function and enhances your memory. And also it improves your overall health for persons who are suffering from any type of nutrition-related diseases. By that I mean things like diabetes, hypertension, cholesterol. So somebody who has poorly controlled diabetes and the reading was high, once they start to eat healthy, they have better blood sugar readings. Same thing with the pressure, they have better readings, and with the cholesterol. So where do we get nutrient-dense foods? We get the nutrient-dense foods from the 6 Caribbean food groups. So we have things like staples, fats and oils, vegetables, fruits, food from animals, and legumes. And with staples, we find things like your provision. It might be anything like rice, pasta, any kind of flour-based product like bread or biscuit would fall there. With the fats and oils, the foods here will be high in fat. Those will be more like your different types of oils, your butter, avocado. Bacon will fall there, although it come from the animal because it's high in fat. Coconut milk will fall there as well. With legumes is just the big word for saying the different types of peas, beans, and nuts. Then we have food from animals. Any food that come from the animal like meat, chicken, fish, egg, milk, any kind of milk-based products like yogurt. With the fruits, we have local fruits and we have imported fruits. So with fruits, you will see different types, whether grow in your backyard or whatever. And then with the vegetables, you will get things like your non-starchy vegetables as well as your starchy vegetables. Starchy vegetables will be things like your carrot, your pumpkin, and your beetroot. And if you notice, fruits and vegetables, they come in different colors. They have the colors of the rainbow, right? And the reason being is because they contain a substance called phytochemical, right? That gives them their color. Right. So with the food groups, they provide us with the essential nutrients. By that, I mean the foods that, you get these nutrients from the foods that you eat, right? The body cannot make it. So with staples, they will provide you with the main nutrients called carbohydrates. And carbohydrates help provide your body with energy so you can perform. Fats and oils will also provide you with fat, and that's something that will give you energy. And also the fat will help to absorb those fat-soluble vitamins like vitamin A, D, E, and K. And then we have food from animals will provide you with the main nutrient called protein. Legumes will provide you with protein as well. Fruits and vegetables, they will provide you with vitamins, minerals, and water. So how to achieve a balanced diet? Right? You need to eat a variety of nutrient-rich foods from the 6 Caribbean food groups in the right portions. And these different types of whole or fresh foods provides us with energy and nutrients to help the body function properly, prevent non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension, and improve our health and overall well-being. Portion control, right? I think this is most persons' problem, the portions, right? So to help with the portion control, you could use 2 methods. You can use the handy guide method or probably the plate, the healthy plate planner. Right, so with the food groups, we have the recommended daily intake, right? And there's a difference between serving and portion. Serving is the actual measure of a food or drink, while the portion is the amount you put on your plate. So from the staples food group, the recommended daily intake is like 6 to 11 servings, where 6 is the minimum serving and 11 is the maximum. With fats and oils, you have 1 to 3 servings and you have to use it sparingly, right? Reason being is because these foods are very high in fat and they provide a lot of calories, so use them in small amounts, right? So fruits will have about 2 to 4 servings, vegetables 3 to 5 servings, food from animals 2 to 3 servings, legumes and nuts 2 to 3 servings. So those are the recommended daily intake in terms of the servings for the day. So with the staples now, how you're going to check the portion or the serving, you can use your fist as a guide, right? So a fist could represent like 1 cup of rice, cereal, or it might be like popcorn. And everybody's hand size is different, so you know how it could vary, right? So example of 1 serving of staples, like bread, 1 slice of bread. You know the shop bread? Right, so 1 slice could be like a serving. When it comes to like provision, normally, you know the small matchbox? So 2 small matchboxes put together will give you a slice in terms of provision. With the salad bake, smaller one, you got that in half, that is a serving. Then with popcorn, we saw the amount there. And then the other one is cereal, about 3/4 cup. That's the serving, eh? And you use servings to plan your portions, so it varies. With the fats and oils food group, you can use the thumb, right? So the tip of the thumb will represent a teaspoon, while the whole thumb here represent a tablespoon in something like peanut butter, mayonnaise, or salad dressing. So example of a serving, like avocado in season right now, right? And you done? You done? Yeah, that's a real slice there. I know. We know the avocado have good type of fat, right? We don't want you to eat the whole avocado, and don't say you're trying to eat it because you don't want it to spoil, so you're eating everything. Everything is in portion. Remember, fats, they are very high in calories. So you can use that as a guide. Your 2 fingers like this represent a slice in avocado. And remember, from the fats and oils food group, you're entitled to 1 to 3 servings for the day. So that's that 1 tablespoon in peanut butter is a serving. So with fruits now, you could use the hand again. If you put the hand like this, it could represent a serving in terms of a fruit, or if you put it in a fist form, it represents a cup in fresh fruits. So example, watermelon, right? I know people have a tendency to eat watermelon like a big boat, but you can't really do that, right? So again, your hand again. So your hand, everybody's hand size is different from here to here, and the thickness of your hand will represent like a slicing watermelon, or even something like pawpaw. With the banana, you know, you have different types, right? So you know the silk fig, right? The small one represents a serving, but if it's a large one, you cut it in half, it represents a serving. And an apple, like a gala apple, will represent a serving, right? And bear in mind, with fruits, you're entitled to 2 to 4 servings for the day. Vegetables, right? So if you put the 2 hands together, that represents like a portion in terms of the vegetables, leafy vegetables, or you could use a fist to represent a cup in salad. You see the carrot there, the portion there? That might be probably a pot spoon or so, and then you have the broccoli. Food from animals, right? Your hand again. So this part of your hands represent 3 ounces in meat, or probably fish or chicken. So it might be a slice in fish, might be a drumstick portion, or half of a chicken breast. Or it might be 3 or 4 pieces in the beef or the pork, providing the pork is lean because of the excess fat. So here you see an example of a serving. So the cheese we're selling in the shop, a slice will represent a serving, and then you have the tuna, the portions right there. Legumes and nuts, right? So nuts is something people get carried away with, right? So you're still at a control the portions. So if a cup pan like this, represent like a 1/4 cup in nuts, or it's like this, half a cup. And it's the same portion for peas or beans as a serving. Right, so you see with nuts too, if it's that kind of ground nuts, about 10 of the ground nuts, like 20 nuts, there is a serving, and there is the portion with the peas, which is like a pot spoon, a serving. So we're going to compare meal portion, right? So you have a typical plate and a healthy plate. Most people might be eating like the typical plate. That's true, right? True, ain't it? When you go to the hotel and you have that buffet style breakfast, is something like that let's be eating. Yeah, and Christmas time, let's be eating like that too. Right. But if you notice with the typical plate, right, the carbohydrates that's in the form of the pancake, it is in a high amount, large amount, right? You have egg that belongs to the protein, and the egg is scrambled, so you know get some oil in there. Bacon, we say it's high in fat, and then we have something like minced meat, and you have a little strawberry, right? So the plate not balanced. But if you look at the healthy plate, it is well balanced. You've seen that a quarter of the plate is carbohydrates, that's the tortilla, and the other quarter is probably minced meat, and half of the other plate is your vegetables, right? So that's how we want you to really eat to get balance, right? Because you can't take in too much carbohydrates, right? Because excess carbohydrates could cause the blood sugar levels to elevate, right? And if somebody's already a diabetic, you know, it will lead to the blood sugar getting out of control. You can't eat too much fatty foods too, because it might cause even you to gain unwanted weight, and also it could affect like your blood sugar and also things like your pressure. So everything has to be balanced. Go ahead. So for you to understand better, so if you have a 9-inch plate in diameter and you divide it into different sections, half of the plate will be filled with the vegetables. You have steam ones and the fresh ones. And the thing about the vegetables, they contain something called fiber, right? Or you might know it by roughage, right? And that's the part of the plant that you can't really digest. So it's like something like the leafy parts or the stems or the pulp or the flesh. And fiber helps to prevent constipation. So if you're having problem to go off, fiber will help in terms of good bowel movement. Also fiber, it helps to control blood sugar levels, right? So you have a slow release of sugars in the blood, right? And also fiber foods, they're high in minerals like potassium that will help to control your blood pressure, right? Also rich in iron, help to build up your blood, and it also helps to lower your cholesterol. So you have a lot of benefits with the fiber, and also it helps to control your appetite, so that way you wouldn't overeat. So the other part of the plate now, a quarter will be like your protein. But if you're choosing protein, you want to choose proteins that are lean, things that have less fat. So you can aim for more things like chicken or fish or even turkey, right? If you're using the pork, you trim up the excess fat, but you try to do healthy methods of preparation. So baking, steaming, grilling will be the better option than the frying and the stewing. Cut back a bit on the stewing. The other part of the plate will be a quarter being your starch. So even if you're choosing starch or carbohydrates, you want things with more fiber. So instead of using the plain white rice, you could use something like probably the whole grain or the brown rice, which would have more fiber. Or if you're using white rice, a little peas, beans or vegetables to increase the fiber content. Or you could use provision, which would have plenty fiber. Same thing with the flour, with the bread. Use more whole grain bread than the white bread. And the same with the biscuit. So using things that have more fiber, right? So examples of healthy balanced meals. So you're seeing, you know, you must start today with breakfast. All you know that, right? You don't want to avoid skipping a breakfast. When you skip breakfast, it upsets your metabolism, right? And you find that you'll be craving for sugary or fatty foods. So everybody take it in, you find that you'll be gaining unwanted weight and you feel very hungry. So you have a tendency to take in a lot of calories for the day. So make sure you have your breakfast, you have your lunch and your dinner. And normally in between you have healthy snacks, right? So this is just an example of how to plan the meals. So healthy snack choices, right? Remember, a snack is a small meal, right? It helps to keep up your calorie intake. So snack choices might be something like fresh fruits, it might be a fruit salad, or it might be dry fruits. Smoothie could work. You can make a fruit smoothie, you got a little green state, your kale or whatever, lettuce, right? And also plain popcorn, not the sugar-coated popcorn, right? Because one limit on the added sugars, and not even the buttery popcorn as well, limiting on the fat. You want to use like low fat or the plain Greek yogurt. If you want, you can add probably a fruit to the plain yogurt to make it a nice snack. Nuts, right? You have different types of nuts. So you can eat your nuts, but everything is moderation. pumpkin seeds, very good, especially for men, right? And then we have trail mix. That's where you might use probably oats mixed with that dry fruits, or some might mix it with nuts, or even with popcorn, right? And then you have granola, right? Not the bar, but the loose ones, the granola, right? The bun in the bar have sugars. You coat it with some sugars, so we limit on the added sugars. The whole grain crackers, you could use that. They probably could put it with something like cream cheese or some kind of good protein sauce as a snack. With the, you could use vegetable sticks, probably celery or carrot sticks with hummus. Hummus is a kind of something like with made from chickpeas and garlic and lemon juice, right? So those are examples of healthy snack choices, right? Or if you can make healthy recipes at home, you can make nice banana muffin, muffins. That could be a good choice, banana oats muffins. You could be creative, but use more things that will be good in the fiber and protein. So the rainbow foods, right? Remember I spoke about the colors of the rainbow. So rainbow have red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and even violet. Those colors, they contain, the foods here contain phytochemicals, right? And phytochemicals help to get rid of free radicals that cause cancer. So you want to make your plate colorful, right? So what are some of the health benefits of eating red foods? Well, I can't see. Go closer. So red foods, they will help to reduce the risk of stroke and macular degeneration. That's with the eyes. It will help in terms of reducing inflammation. It could promote heart health. It helps to protect against prostate cancer, right? So that's something why they tell men eat a lot of the red fruits and vegetables. So the example of those might be things like watermelon, might be sweet pepper, tomatoes, strawberry, you know, just to name a few. And they have the micronutrients here as lycopene on the side. The orange and yellow fruits and vegetables, they will help to boost your antioxidant intake, promote anti-inflammation. They keep your eyes and your skin healthy. Also, they provide electrolytes and anti-inflammatory compounds to reduce post-exercise sore muscles. And they have the micronutrients there where there might be things like the beta-carotene or potassium, vitamin C, vitamin A. Example might be things like your carrots, it might be a pumpkin, sweet peppers, banana, just to name a few. With the green ones, they will help to upregulate detox enzymes in the liver. They will also slow macular degeneration, improve your eye health. They will reduce your risk for certain cancers like colon, bladder, and breast cancers. And they contain micronutrients such as magnesium, lutein, vitamin K, folate, just name a few. So we find it in things like, it could just go back to the green, please. Right, so you might find things like broccoli and cabbage, cucumbers, the avocado too. So you have a lot of benefits. Right, the other, you could move on, please. So the blue purple one, they will help to increase your antioxidant consumption, promote anti-inflammation in the heart and blood vessels, support your immune system, improve skin health, and help prevent wrinkles, right? So it help with aging. So things like your melagene, your purple cabbage, purple onions, your grapes, those would be good sources for the blue and purple foods with the antioxidants. The white or the colorless ones, they reduce your risk of cardiovascular disease and different types of cancers, support healthy bones, and reduce risk of osteoporosis. Osteoporosis is when the bones start to thin, right? You know, as people get older, especially when they reach menopause or andropause age, you know, your bones will get thin, right? And then we have to support your immune system, reduce free radical damage, is lower your blood cholesterol levels. It may provide antifungal and antibacterial benefits. So we find it in things like your onion and your garlic, you know, and even the potato, cabbage too. And it would have things like vitamin C, allium, and even flavonoids. So there is a connection between food and our bodies, right? So if you're eating unhealthy foods, you tend to have poor health, and if you're eating healthy foods, you tend to have a good health, right? So the nutritional requirement for males should have a high intake of calories from the macronutrients. Those will be things like carbohydrates, proteins, and fats for the maintenance of the muscle mass, as well to maintain the energy level to perform different levels of physical and mental activities. Some of the most common nutrient deficiencies in men will be things like protein. If men don't have enough protein, they will have lean muscle mass, so their skin will look kind of flabby and loose, right? Fiber, you need a lot of fiber to prevent constipation. If you don't have enough, it could increase the risk for colon problems, right? Potassium is something you need to help with your heart health. So it helps to control the pressure too. Zinc, very important too. Zinc helps to maintain your prostate health and also your reproductive health. So it helps with your sperm production. Lycopene, that is something we find in the red fruits and vegetables. It also helps to decrease your risk for prostate cancers. Magnesium is a mineral you need to maintain your nerve function and your brain function. Vitamin D, that is something you get it from sunlight naturally, and some foods might be fortified, and that will help to absorb calcium, so that way it will strengthen your bones and your teeth, right? While with females, the requirement, they should have a high intake of vitamins and minerals such as iron, folic acid, calcium, and vitamin D, due to the hormonal changes associated with menstruation and childbearing, as well as pre or post menopause. Some of the common nutrient deficiencies in women will be things like iron. If you don't have enough iron, it can increase the risk for anemia, right? So you have a low blood count if you don't have enough iron. Folic acid, known as vitamin B9, you need to make your red blood cells. And also vitamin 12, you could only get it from food from animals. If you don't eat any animal food, you will have to take vitamin B12 supplement. So that helps with red blood cell production. Calcium, you need to help strengthen your bones and your teeth. It also helps with your nerve function. And vitamin D, as mentioned in men, you need it to strengthen your bones and teeth. So what are healthy food choices? These will be things like your whole grains, fruits, vegetables, legumes, lean proteins, low-fat milk and dairy products, as well as water. Well, I think water vital to life. Right? So water helps to transport a lot of nutrients in your body, keep the body hydrated. So it's very important to have a lot of water, about 6 to 8 ounces glass of water per day. So healthy eating habits include starting your day with breakfast. So within 1 or 2 hours of waking, you're supposed to have your breakfast. You can't wait too long to eat. Within 1 to 2 hours. You have regular meals with healthy snack choices in between. So that means you're having your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner. You might have a mid-morning or mid-afternoon snack. Practice good meal spacing, 3 to 4 hours apart. If it takes too long to eat, by the time you're ready to eat, you might eat a whole pot or something, a whole bucket or something, you're in starvation mode. Right? And I know late eating could bring on things like acid reflux. All I know that, right? Acid reflux is like that kind of burning sensation on the chest, the acid coming up. So you want to eat on time. Choose healthy methods of cooking preparation. So we spoke about baking and steaming and grilling. You want to eat in moderation. Don't overeat and don't eat with your eyes. Right? Remember, the food's made up of nutrients and everything. You have to do it in moderation. Good meal planning, so you plan your meals properly. You don't want to put most of the plate with carbohydrates and you don't have any vegetables there. It wouldn't be balanced, right? Frequent consumption of home-cooked meals. You see, with the home-cooked meals, you have control of what you put in your food, right? With the outside meals, they might add things that are high in salt and, it could increase your blood pressure. So try to eat more of your home-cooked meals. You also want to limit added salt, fat, sugar in your diet. I know some people, when they flavor in the pot, they would add things like the MSG. That is true, right? To give the pot a little flavor, they need a little salt. But instead of using that, you use a natural seasoning. So things like your shadow benny, your chive, those are low in sodium. Those would be better options. Unhealthy food choices would be things like the processed foods and snacks, right? They are high in added sugars, salt, saturated fat, and trans fat. Fried foods too, high in fat. Refined carbohydrates will be more like the white flour or white rice. Sugar sweetened beverages, they will be high in sugars. So unhealthy eating habits would include things like skipping a breakfast. We don't want to do that. Irregular eating pattern where you must probably eating probably one meal or so, and no, that can't keep you up the energy levels. Irregular meal timing and spacing, so the hours far apart, or probably too close, eating too much in a short space of time is a problem too. Overeating, poor meal planning, unhealthy methods of cooking preparation as the frying, frequent consumption of fast food and convenience food, high intake of added salt, sugar, saturated fat, and trans fat. So, understanding nutrition facts panel on the food labels. How many of you, when you go to the supermarket, you read the food labels or the nutrition facts? By show of hand. Few. Nobody? Right. Well, it's important to learn to read the nutrition facts because they help you to choose, make healthy choices as well as to control your portions. Right? So, normally on the nutrition facts, you will see things like the number of servings, even the portion, the serving size, and I can't really see that, so I'm gonna seriously. But the things in yellow, right, like fat, sodium, things like yeah, those will be things you want to limit when you're choosing food. So it must be 5% or less per serving, right, for it to be a healthy option. Things in green, things like your fiber, your vitamins, your minerals. Those are things you want to be 20% or more per serving for it to be a good option. Now, if something serving size is like half a cup and the amount per servings there is 2, it means the whole amount will be taken will be 1 cup. So basically, all the nutrients there, like the sodium, the fat, even the vitamins, they will double. So if it double and it's 20% or more, especially in salt and these things, the meat product is very high in salt. All understand that? Right? So one thing that have more fiber, right? And vitamins and minerals. Right, so I don't, well, on the table they have the sugar drinks and the amount of sugars, right? So they just an example how to count it. So something like Minute Maid might have about 11.5 teaspoons of added sugar, right? How we checking the amount of sugar in a drink? For every 4 grams is equivalent to 1 teaspoon of added sugar, right? Coca-Cola might have about probably 13 or 16 teaspoons of sugar. That is a lot, right? And the actual recommended amount of added sugars for the day is 6 teaspoons for female and 9 teaspoons for men. So when you're really thinking about it, people drinking a lot of juice and things with added sugar or eating things sugary, they're taking in a lot of sugars. And especially if you're not exercising to kind of burn the calories, you know where you're going to lead to, right? So you'll be able to read the labels to make healthy choices. Something like water. I think water would have added sugar in there. No. So it'll be a safe option, ain't it? So you could drink any amount in the water. Right? But the juice with the added sugars, soft drinks, and things like Coca-Cola, those will be a little problem, right? You control the portions or avoid it and choose something healthy. So in choosing a drink, a better option might be a 100% fruit juice. And if you're diabetic, you choose something that is unsweetened, right? Or if you're trying to maintain your weight or lose weight, you go things with less added sugars. Make sense? Good. So in conclusion, the types of foods you choose impact your health, and poor nutrition and unhealthy eating habits increase the risk for obesity and other nutrition-related diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol, while good nutrition and healthy eating habits reduce the risk for obesity and other nutrition-related diseases, as well as improve your overall health. So choose healthy foods that can make you feel good about yourself and empower you to achieve your health, fitness, and weight management goals. Remember, you have one body to live in, and your health is your wealth. Take charge of it. Thank you. That's a nice picture. Well, I have any questions, but I have some questions to ask all, yeah. Well, who can just raise your hand and I go just stick it, right? Where can you get nutrient dense foods? Where? Where can you get nutrient dense foods? I don't know where.
From your main food groups, right?
Where call it food groups? You have a specific name.
Um, Specifically,
Yeah, you're on point. Specific.
we, we, the carbohydrates, the fat, the
Carbohydrates and fats, those are nutrients, but you said something with the food groups. What's the specific?
oh, the Caribbean food
Six
group.
Caribbean food
Six
groups.
Caribbean food
Yeah,
groups.
correct. Very good. Oh, oh,
Oh,
he
no,
was
I didn't know we was giving prizes. I was just
okay.
yeah, I could forego my prize.
Yeah, next question. What substance is responsible for giving fruits and vegetables their colors? Hmm? Oh, want a clue? It being with P. Yeah, you're on point, but if I get the full word, it'll be nice. Photo something, what is it? Nah, like, is he making any food? Photo something. Or I give up? Photo something. All you know. Yes, photochemicals. Correct. Ah, next question. List three benefits of good nutrition. Three benefits. Three benefits. Alright. When you eat healthy, what does it help with? Chronic diseases. That is one. Again, healthy weight, to maintain a healthy weight. Again, yeah, give me an next point. Eh? Longer life. Hmm. So if you're eating healthy, what could happen to you? If you're not eating healthy, prevent diseases. We get them. We get them, right? We give you. Right, all the work in there. We give you. Right? And you remember you maintain your energy level too. Right? And you boost your immune system. Right? So you maintain a good, yeah, easy one. So thank you for answering and listening to the presentation. I hope you put it into practice and you take good care of yourself.
Thank you very much. You did half of my presentations. It made things nice for me. Good day, everyone. Well, it's my first time being here, so thank you for the invitation extended to me. So the topic I have, Diabetes, hypertension, cholesterol. 3 roads to the grave. That is the topic. Triplet to the grave. Diabetes, hypertension, cholesterol. No, I'm not saying if you have it, you're going and dead now, eh? Not at all. So what are the common names of diabetes? What we just call it? Sugar. And if somebody have hypertension, we say they have pressure. And if they have cholesterol, we say everybody say cholesterol high, right? So we could use those. When you hear me use those terms, all of us should understand. So, you know what the thing is? When I say 3 roads, what I've noticed is that the risk factors for the 3 of them, most of them are the same. Age. As you get older, when you hit 80 and 85, your body has earned the right for some things not to work good, right? So just because you're getting older means that you're at higher risk for them things. Lord God has made us, everybody in different colors. But our color is at high risk for plenty diseases. And it's the same thing for sugar and pressure. Just being black. Right? Why? Maybe it's the lifestyle we eat, or maybe it's just because we are that way. The other races have different diseases that plague them. If you don't exercise, if you like to eat and sit down, we're not like the long time people who just go and walk the garden in the morning. We eat nice, we jump in the car, take a taxi from downtown to uptown and them kind of things. You increase your risk of both diabetes and hypertension, right? If you extremely blessed around the waist and hip areas, you increase your risk of hypertension and diabetes, yeah? And if you don't follow what the dietitian just told us, you increase your risk. If you smoke, if you use alcohol, all those things increase your risk of diabetes and hypertension. Now, before I go into the presentation, as I continue the presentation, I wanted to read some alarming facts about Trinidad and Tobago. You know we're high up in the world for murder and all. You know we're real bad when it comes to that. Well, it's not just that alone, you know. We are number 3 in the world for diabetes. We're number 3. Number 3. Though if we were eating more trees as vegetables, we would not be number 3. But instead we're killing out all the animals and trying to kill out everything. And that's why we are number 3. 30% of the people who have diabetes don't know they have it. So sometimes I end up in the health center, doc, I just ain't feeling myself, you know, I just in the bathroom well plenty. And when they check the sugar, it's 400 and something. So a lot of people, as we call, they are walking deads basically. You just don't know you're sick. And that is why they brought this lovely program to you guys today. So just in case you have it, we'll pick up on it. Yeah? They also mentioned, let me see if I can get this percentage perfect when I write. 14.8%, so rounding it off to 15%, up to 2021, of adults in Trinidad and Tobago had diabetes. That's a lot. 15% of us have diabetes. So if you see 6 or 7 people walking down the road, at least 1 person have diabetes. So when in that big maxi in Trinidad, roughly 3 people to 4 people have diabetes in that maxi. Right? Okay. Then they have noticed out of every 100,000 people, 69.6, there are 69.6 deaths for every 100,000 people in Trinidad, and it's because of diabetes. We spoke about the extra weight. Well, Trinidad and Tobago are number 1 in the Caribbean for weight. And actually, when you compare it to the percentage of weight in America, you know, we like to attack Americans, how they just really eat and how they big and fat. Do you know, when they counted, comparing the population size and everything, they were 11.1% in obesity, and we were 13. So I don't know if we need a little more hard life to eat less. I don't know what it is, but in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a big, massive problem with weight, and weight is directly linked to diabetes. But how somebody does get sugar in the first place? How we does get that? Right, so there are 2 types of sugar, what we call diabetes, right? Some children, either they get a virus attack them or some little thing, or the body start to fight against itself, that the pancreas just stop working. So the body stop producing insulin, which is a hormone that helps your body use sugar. And if they don't get the insulin, they will die. So those are the children that is called type 1 diabetes. So they have to get injections of insulin from the time they are diagnosed for the rest of their life. There is no known cure that we know of. There is no bush you could boil and give them because they will die. Right? The other one is type 2 diabetes. So what happens? It's either a body just not producing enough insulin, or it is producing it, but the cells for some reason can't use it properly. So when you understand that your body not producing enough insulin, what we try to do is assist your body to use the sugar that your body has in it. So how does somebody know they have diabetes? Apart from coming here and checking your blood sugar every year, minimum check should be once a year for the younger ones. After you have been blessed with 50 years and above, at least twice a year, at least. And health centers are open every day. So if you don't have the money to buy the machine, you can go in even if it's every 3 months. Okay, every 3 months when I get my NIS or my pension, I go in and check my blood sugar and my blood pressure. And I told people, if you don't have diabetes or hypertension, you can gift yourself for your birthday. By the week of your birthday, go into the health center and have a full blood work done. That's your gift to yourself, having your blood checked. But most people, by the time they come to us in the health center, they realize they're peeing plenty in the night. And long time people used to use what we call a posy, and they realize the ants drinking juice overnight. So that is how they knew they had sugar. Plenty ants used to go by the urine, and that's when I realized, yeah, a lot of them, that's how they knew they had sugar. So you're passing plenty urine in the night. You're drinking lots of water. You're thirsty for so. And no matter how much you eat, you're hungry. Those are the most common signs of diabetes. Sometimes some people realize that they went in the garden, a little thing dropped their foot, and then take it on because you didn't take it on, and then you realize the cut not healing. So you say, come in and say, no, see, this cut not healing up at all, 2 weeks now. No, so let me check your sugar at 300. And that's when I realized, I have diabetes and I just did not know. So those are the common things, but we don't want to see you guys when you have any symptoms. If you make the health center a friend, a lovely place to go and you check yourself often, then we'll pick up on it in the early phase. If we can catch you in the pre-diabetic phase, that is just before you become diabetic, and you start doing what the dietitian told you this morning, and exercise, we can actually pull you out of pre-diabetic to normal, and you avoid becoming diabetic. So, if you have diabetes, what should you do? You go to your 10 clinic. I was not trained in herbs, so I cannot recommend any herb. The berberine and all those things, I cannot recommend that. I have no training in that. Right? Some people choose to drink cucumber and all kind of things. I cannot see how it works. I can tell you about the tablets we give. Now, there's a common thing people say about metformin, that they read and the family are away, and America said they stopped using that long time, and it has mashed up your kidneys. And I said, yes, America stopped using it long time, and the things they're using, the government here is not buying it. So, yes, metformin could damage your kidneys. Yes, you know. Yes, it can damage your kidneys, but it will take about 25 years to do that. Whereas if you don't take anything and you leave the diabetes to run, you mash up your kidneys in 5. So what do you think make more sense? To take the metformin and? Yes, at least you have 25 years to live than 5. So your friends will message you and say, hey, this have side effect, this have side effect, that have side effect. It is true. Panadol has side effects. And we take it when we have to. Every medication, every herb, anything used out of turn will have side effects on your body. You just have to choose what you want to live with. Do you want to drink the bush and die in 5 years? You have that option. Or you can take the metformin and live 25. You have that option, right? So when your family members tell you that the metformin is not good and all those things, tell them, thank you for the information. Can you please assist by sending me the money to purchase the expensive ones that America has? And they will get very quiet because one of those tablets can cost 12 TT for one. And when they multiply by 30, the family members will get very quiet. You won't hear from them again. And we don't want that to happen. So you come to the health center, we do a full blood check, we give you medication, you keep checking your blood sugar in the mornings before you have breakfast. We like the reading to be less than 115, 115 every morning. And then you can check it 2 hours after any meal, right? If you don't do that, hear what the sugar does. The sugar likes, see the kidneys? The sugar like it. It like it bad, bad, bad. It will go there and you'll end up in dialysis. We don't have enough chairs for the amount of people who have kidneys going bad. So once you end up in dialysis, you increase your risk of your family visiting Belgrove and these real plenty. So we need everyone, if you are diagnosed with diabetes, please do what you need to do, control it as much as you can. The diabetes, like your eyes, you have vision problems. When you have the eyes are affected, the kidneys are affected, your blood pressure will be affected, thus increasing your risk of heart attacks and stroke. So diabetes is like, I described it to my granny. I said, Granny, imagine you have a cancer with a different name and the name is diabetes, but it's killing you slowly if it's not controlled. My granny, when she just had diabetes, she used to hide and eat the sugar so that I couldn't see. But you can't, the blood don't lie, so you will see the readings high. So it was a quarrel. We had to quarrel back and forth. You know, older people like their ways. But she died at 86 with all 10 toes and her 10 fingers and everything. So it is possible to have diabetes, control it, and live for a nice old age. See, if you have it, you don't have to walk to the grave quickly. All of us will end up in the grave, but you're trying your best to to have a long life and a good quality of life, right? Hypertension, I think everybody here knows what hypertension is. We like reading, what readings we like? 120 on top, 125, 129. When I hit 130, we start to watch the machine bad eye. Because 130 means, if I want to buy any extra KFC, it could go up to 135, and then we have problems with that. Stage 1 step in. The bottom number we like 70 and 75 and 80. 82. You see, when I hit 85, we start to watch bad eye. So those are the numbers you like, between 120 and 130 on top and 70 and 80 below. We're not passing 82. So from the time you realize your blood pressure is 135 or 85, you know you have to do some lifestyle changes. You adjust your diet. So you can't have 2-piece cassava, 2-piece plantain, 2-piece dasheen, 2-piece everything, and say, Doc, I don't eat rice, but you like your provision. That's too many carbohydrates in the one plate. Pigeon peas is very good, but for the diabetics, you can't use too much because it increases the sugar. Just have to say that. So Christmas time coming, so you know you can't overeat the pigeon peas or have a big bowl of pigeon peas soup. Right. So for the hypertension, the trick is, 1, you eat healthy and you exercise. You see, once you do those 2 things, it really helps with the blood pressure. In a lot of people, we don't know why their blood pressure is so high. Sometimes it's just due to age. It could be because your family members had it, and no matter what you do right, we live in a sinful world and we'll just get sick sometimes. But you have to do what you can do. So you try to prevent it, but if perchance it happens, then you have to take stock. I know a lot of people use garlic. I don't know how much the garlic will bring down the blood pressure by. I know what the medication we give, we have a better idea. So my advice is always this. If you're coming to the health center and your blood pressure is 200 over 120, the garlic water is not going to work to bring it down. What we recommend is that we give you medication, we bring it down, and then you start to hit the exercise. You start to eat right. And after a while, you realize, wait, I was taking 4 tablets, but now I could take 3 instead of 4, and then you can go down to 2. So you can reduce, you start your medication, you do the right things, and we start reducing the amount you take. And there are some persons we have been able to take off medication, see that they are now diabetic and hypertensive, controlled by diet and exercise. It is possible, but not for everyone. So if we are one of those persons that your body needs the extra assistance, don't look at it like a body, oh gosh, 20 tablets every day, doctor tired. No. Think of it like, my body is doing so well. But you know, it just needs a little top up with the tablets. It's that top up you're taking. Because we don't complain to eat food every day. I don't hear anybody say, oh gosh, doctor tired, eat food every day. We don't complain about that. So with the medication, I want you to not look at it like that. It's just a little top up. Now, the cholesterol is something that is very worrisome. There is a good level of cholesterol, and there is a bad level. We don't like anything over 200. So 200 and below, like 199 and below, we're happy about it. Why? If you have too much fats in your body, sometimes you might see it like on my belly and on some of us, right? But you know where else your cholesterol like to go? It loves to go in the arteries leading to your heart and leading to your brain. So if the arteries, like imagine you have a hose that water's supposed to come through, but you pace off some fat inside, that means the amount of water coming through the hose is less. And it's the same thing with your brain and your heart. Less blood will go, And what will happen when less blood go to the brain? You'll end up with a stroke, or you can end up with a heart attack. Or sometimes the pressure is so high that it bursts a vessel in the brain that gives you a different type of stroke. So those are the most common complications of hypertension: strokes, heart attacks. And just as diabetes affects all your fingers and your toes, the high blood pressure affects those things too. So sometimes people lose a toe and lose a limb. It's not just diabetic people lose it. Sometimes the hypertension, they get a little cut and they don't have enough blood going down to heal the cut and end up with what we call an ulcer. A long time people used to say sore foot. Right? So we want to avoid all these things. So the best thing for diabetes, hypertension, and cholesterol, to prevention is better than cure. Good diet, exercise, also get enough rest in the night. Everybody excited about their phones, but by 9 o'clock in the night, we should lock off Facebook, lock off Instagram and TikTok, and you must give yourself at least an hour without the phone before you sleep. So you turn off your phone, you rest, you pray, read the Bible, talk to God, you thank Him for the day, and you get some rest 10 o'clock till early in the morning. You avoid stress. If your wife or your husband is stressing you out, you pray about it. Don't stand up and argue down the house. Pray about it, go to your bed, and God will help you work it out. If your children stressing you out, pray about it. If your job stressing you out, I can't tell you leave the job, but you pray. Right? So you avoid stress. You cut down on the amount of alcohol. Cut down on the smoking. Not everything legal is good. Yeah? I know the government has allowed us to smoke tobacco ever since. I know they've added marijuana to it. And it's not helping, as I'm sure you all could see what happened since marijuana became legal and the young people. You all could see the decline in the country. So avoid the smoking totally. If you can avoid totally. If you're having problems with stopping, come to us. We can give you ideas on how you can stop. Okay? You have any little children? But she might not understand. Men. We know men don't value themselves with the brain God gives to them. They put their value on another member of the body. Your entire value is based. If that's not working, you all prefer to dead. Well, if you want that to work for a very long time, you have to make sure you avoid getting sugar and pressure. Because those things make the boy go to sleep long before you. That will die before you die. And we don't want that to happen. So please, men, please, I'm begging. I know you all don't like needles. You all don't like none of those things. However, it is better to get one needle stick and let us check your blood and make sure everything is going well than you want me to give you 10,000 needle sticks and 10,000 tablets to wake up something that is already there. You understand? So we want you all to come in because that is a big problem in Tobago. A lot of men in their 40s are coming in with that problem of impotence. Now, from the time you realize problems start there, I have to go and do another lecture on that somewhere else today. From the time you realize the problem starts, you're supposed to run like Usain Bolt to the health center. But what the men like to do is wait till everything fall along, and when you know, you have to come in quick, because when it's dead gone, you might as well just come like a snail and take your time, because there's nothing but doctor to do at that time. Because if I give you the Viagra at that time, and your pressure high, you go die, you go dead, as we like to say, you go dead. So if I have to choose, you will not get the Viagra. I prefer you alive and one part dead than the whole of you dead. So once you're having problems with this, so you start realizing that something is wrong, come in, let me check your pressure, your sugar, running like Usain Bolt can't win you to come to the health center. So the best thing, everyone, is prevention, prevention, prevention. Eat right, exercise, come and look for us, and let us check you out. Have a lovely day, and God bless everybody. Quiz questions? Oh, look, hands up in the air. Questions? I know this would happen, you know. I know plenty of questions would come.
Pleasant good day to each and everyone. I compliment the church, is it, right, for having this to educate each and everyone. I was just passing and I just dropped by to ask. Ma'am, can you tell me a little bit yourself, what field your background, or what, before I ask my question?
I work at Canaan Health Center as a doctor.
Medical doctor. Right, okay. Can you, I'm aware, I'm very conscious of what I eat, and it comes from my ancestors in generation. You know, we believe in home cooked food, a lot of provision that come off of the soil. A lot of, personally, I do eat chicken. For the latest, I heard a lot of medical people in the family that chicken giving you kidney failure. That, but they're not talking about it, and they're not alarming people because the chemical they put in chicken or in the water is damaging your kidney. And time maybe 25, 30 years, you're getting kidney. And these are people who never smoke or drink, right? So it's very alarming with the chicken, you know. But what I would like to ask really is to mention to these people what are the complex carbohydrate, you know, because even if you consume it, it don't turn to sugar, which I personally know, like is yam, dashing, and green fig. And you eat sweet potato, it is believed it prolong your life with moderation. So I just want to touch on that.
Thank you. But someone spent about half an hour just before you came and explaining that to us. So yesterday, they're versing and they win prize and all kind of thing because of it. Yes, yes. So they did it before. So then I don't have to go again. And you sure you know about it, right? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right. Yes. Thank you so much. We had it just before I spoke. Thank you. Yes, someone there, and then I'll come on the next side. Right. So the question is if you have low blood pressure. No, when I was in my late teens, early 20s, before I had children and put on this weight, my blood pressure used to be like 90/60. And I would be okay. No lightheadedness, no nothing. Slimmer people, a lot of slim people and younger tend to have 90/60 and they're good to go. The problem is, if you have those kind of readings and you're feeling sick with it, like you're feeling lightheaded, you're feeling dizzy of any of those things, then you have an issue. Because it could be something else. It could be anemic where your blood count is low, and that could be causing all those things. So if you know you have a low blood pressure, it is still okay to come and let me just check to make sure everything is good. Yeah, but if that is your norm, that is your norm. So if you are accustomed to 90/60, and all of a sudden they jump to 130, something is wrong. Yeah? And you have to figure out what is happening different. This side, questions? Yes, my dear, in the back.
Might be home. Say, let me go to the doctor for a check. Your pressure all right. But from the time we reach by the doctor, the pressure going up.
Yes. I remember my mommy, when she go to the old hospital, she said by the time the car start to go up, her pressure going up. It is called white coat hypertension. You know, long time doctors used to wear this white jacket. So they wear a white coat. Right, so we call it white coat hypertension. Some people, once they know, they have to see doctor the next day. From the day before, the pressure high. I don't know if they feel we good and buff and we won't quarrel, we won't buff, but they said they feel okay, but the blood pressure is high. That's why it's called white coat. When you go and see a doctor, you go into any health facility, the pressure is high. So how can we know it's good? You need to do a journal for us. So check your pressure at home and write it down. So when you come to the health center, if the pressure is reading high, you could say, Dr. Slanley, this is your fault. Because when I home, pull out your book and say, look, the evidence here. When I'm home, the blood pressure is very good. And I would say, okay, sir, okay, ma'am, I apologize because it's my fault. Let us finish off the consult quick and you'll get to go home. We wouldn't change your medication, but you have to make sure you're always honest. Don't write fake clothes because you don't want me to give you medication, because then you will die and I'll be going ahead good. So write it down carefully, bring it for me, the journal, and I will be okay with that.
With somebody else?
So,
With high hemoglobin, like if somebody who have a family have high hemoglobin, like 18 or 19, would that contribute to high
I've
potential?
heard that before, that if your blood count is real high, your blood pressure is very high. But for us, with somebody with high hemoglobin count, we are more worried about blood clotting. Because when you have too much red blood cells, it kind of clot together. So what they have to do is actually take out some blood, and then sometimes they inject saline. So what somebody with a high hemoglobin count should always do, we refer you to the clinic specifically for that, and just do your blood pressure checks. If you see it going up, then the hematologist and us will come together and figure out what is the best for you. Yeah? And you know, when it's that high, you could make sure you're in the donation line early o'clock. Yeah? Next. There's somebody in the back. Yes, my dear. I'm coming to you.
Okay, we're speaking about cholesterol, right? High cholesterol. I know we normally take medication for high cholesterol. Could you explain the damages from the tablet and would it affect your eyes and your liver as well?
Right. So all medications, as I previously said, have side effects, right? So there are some persons where they're using what we call simvastatin and Crestor that after a while it could affect their liver. Once that happens, we stop the medication and the liver enzymes normally come back to normal. We follow up. So if that happens to you or whoever it is, you know for sure that you can't get the help we have to offer. So it will depend on you to make sure, I must say, walking up and down wrong court in Canaan, walking, eating right, your vegetables, your fruit, KFC, and then place can't see you at all, it don't exist in your mind. Right? A lot of medication have side effects. But if you have no, okay, sometimes we are left with a choice. There are some persons whose cholesterol is 300. They're already hypertensive and they're already diabetic. And the cholesterol is now 300. So your risk of heart attacks is highly increased. So I would give you the medication and that should help to drop the reading. Most of the people in our clinic have no side effects. There are a very small amount of people that have side effects, and those people, we treat them separately. We work with them on diet and exercise. All medications have side effects. You just have to choose which one you could live with. Like what I explained with the metformin. Do I live 25 years or do I do without it and die younger? Some schools of thought say yes, but most people don't have the effect from that to the eyes. You might be one of the 1%, and then if they're one of the 1%, then the doctors will sit and have a discussion on what is the next step. Yes, nurse.
Sometimes doctor put you on cholesterol medication for a time. So you get that cholesterol to a manageable level, and then your diet and so on will take over. Diet and exercise will take over. So you don't have to be on it forever and ever and ever. It could be just for a time to bring it down to a lower risk. Thanks.
And Christmas is coming up, and you know we use our cake. And I tell people we have Christmas Day and we have Boxing Day, but every day can't be Christmas and every day can't be a birthday. We can't. In Tobago, we like to eat, and we eat plenty. So then you're forcing Dr. Han to put the medication on your medication chart, and then it have the side effects. So if we could prevent, that is what we're aiming at. And if you're already diagnosed, you try to be on your lowest amount of medication as possible. Yeah, you do what you have to do. If you have arthritis and you can't exercise, there are some things that they have now where you could lie down on your bed and do different things and just use the muscles. It's still better than not. Something is better than nothing. Yeah? We can't exercise. Some of us only exercise the teeth and the tongue to swallow, to eat. You have to exercise the other parts. And when I'm talking to you, well, I'm speaking to myself too, because doctor not perfect either. Right? Last question. I find the men quiet. I would take the men want to ask questions about the thing I mentioned. Everybody quiet. They don't want anybody to know it's them, so they don't want to pop their hand.
What are some of the bacteria in the body that can cause your red blood cells and your white blood cells to fluctuate? Could fight again. Go to the doctor and they say, okay, they see that either the white higher than the red and the red is lower than the white. What could cause it in the body?
Right. So, white blood cell, red blood cells. They are different. So the white blood cells are for fighting infection, and the red blood cells have hemoglobin, which gives your body, helps to transport oxygen. If you have an infection, like say you get a finger stick or you have a urine infection in your urine, what your body does is that it makes a call. Hey, white blood cells, all they need to be activated now. So all the white blood cells will come out like soldiers to kill that infection. So if I take your blood at that point, your blood will show me you have a high white blood cell count, because that means some infection is in the body, and the white blood cells who are the soldiers are there fighting it off. If I repeat the blood test maybe 2 weeks after the infection, the blood cell count will drop because now the infection is gone, so they're going back to sleep. They are resting now. There are some persons who, if it is very high, like really high, you have to watch them cook. You have to send them to a special clinic to see if it's cancer. Because when you have, there are certain types of cancers that present with a very high white blood cell count. And there are some people who have the white blood cell count that is too low and they are at high risk of infections, we have to send them to the hematology, that's a blood doctor, to figure out why that person white blood cell count is so low. Different things like HIV. No, not everybody blood count low. One time Dr. Solani says HIV they have. But they have different types of bacteria. I won't go into the, was a lot of lists, and viruses that could cause the white blood cell count to be low or high at any given day. If I check my blood today, the level might be 3. If I check it in 3 days, the level might be 5. And nothing is wrong with me because the levels fluctuate every day. But when you say a very high or a very low, then we see what is going on. Yeah? 2 questions. What is Trinidad and Tobago ranking in the world for diabetes? Somebody in the back. Yes, number 3. Nothing to be proud of, eh? The person in purple. I'm coming for that. List 3 complications of diabetes. 3 things that could go bad because you have diabetes. 3. Those who get gift, don't put up your hand again. No, certainly pick somebody. I seen plenty hands. No, not what will tank. That is what could cause it. Something when you already have it, what could go very bad if you have it? Things in your body that could change. Something that we have plenty in Tobago. Something that we also have plenty in Tobago. Plenty people having it, and some we could take that. I was thinking of amputation is a very yes, you get his amputation. Oh, very good, very good. Thank you all for listening. And men, I know you won't question me here, but I'm down there. You could come and check me down there. Right?
All right, we want to give away some hampers, and then we're going to break for lunch. Oh, you have more lectures to come. Oh, yes. Very important lecture. All right, so we're going to just pull on numbers. When you sign up, we give you a number. So I hope you still have your number. All right, and so if you throw away your number, well, you ain't getting. All right, so if you have number 7. Number 7, no number 7. All right. You sure? Number 15. What? You? All right. The green hampers are veggie hampers, so we promoting healthy eating. All right. Number 29. No. Number 8. Number 11. Yeah? All right. I move again. Number 18. AA. And the final one for this session, we'll do a next drawing after Number 4. Number 4. All right, and so we're going right into our next presentation. We have school supplies for the children. I trust you just give them, make sure you get the age, and so we could give you. All right. And are we set up for our next presentation?
Good morning, everyone.
Cancer, yeah.
So welcome everyone to this lecture. This is about cancer prevention. My name is Karen Frank. I work at the oncology unit at the Scarborough Hospital. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. So let me start by saying 30 to 50% of cancers are preventable. So no need to fear. 30 to 50% of cancers are preventable. The question is, how do we prevent them? And that's what we're here to find out. How we prevent cancers. So prevention starts with us identifying those risk factors that we can modify. We have risk factors, some are modifiable and some are not. So like aging, as you age, things go wrong and things happen in the cells. We can't stop that. We all want to grow old and enjoy the pension and have a good time. So aging is one of those factors that is a cancer-causing thing. We can't fix that. The things we can fix and the things we can mitigate against are stuff like our lifestyle, our environment. Now, our lifestyle factors would include stuff that was spoken about this morning. Lifestyle, diet, eating healthy, eating right, exercising, physical activity. We can't overemphasize diet and physical activity in any form of non-communicable disease that we're talking about, of which cancer is one. So they are ahead of me. They are going on to the protective measures. So, all right, so the slide with the images, that's where we are. So lifestyle, we're talking about, yes, you can lie in your bed, relax, have a good time, read a book, but you don't do this all the days of your life and for more than the time you spend in activity. And yes, it's the burger looking nice and the chicken looking good. Once in a while, like doctor said, every day is not Christmas, every day is not birthday. We could enjoy it. Not every day. Just not every day, please. You see how the man have the love in his eyes? If you have love in your eyes, that's okay. But if you have love in your eyes for one person, that is good. But if you have love in your eyes for more than one, that is where we come with the lifestyle practices that can lead to infections like HPV. That can also now lead to certain cancers like cervical, anal, penile. These are the things we don't want. So he's having a good time, probably stressed out from work, and he's trying to relieve stress in a very bad way, smoking his cigarette and having a drink. Nothing is wrong with relieving stress. The thing is how. Cigarettes and alcohol is not the how. Leave that out. So now that we see some of the things that we know and we see all about common, now we go on to how do we mitigate against the risk that these things will cause. So, physical activity. Get up and do something. You know, everything now is Alexa. Eh? Alexa, put on the light. Alexa, turn off the light. Alexa, just now is Alexa, cook the food. Robot in everything. Now, there is nothing bad in it. It's just how. Right? Alcohol consumption. They tell me Jesus turned water into wine. But when we were sipping, the wine was a little bit. So decreased consumption of alcohol is one of the things that we would like to see to prevent numerous amounts of cancers, including throat cancers, cancers of the mouth, tongue, and cancers of the colon. Healthy diet and activity. Who could continue saying that? Say it for me. Healthy diet and activity. Right. So these are the things that we know that we can use to prevent. The man with love in the eyes in the back there. Infections from having too much love in the eyes for too many different persons is called HPV. HPV damages a lot of organs in our bodies. HPV contributes to a lot of cancers. How can we prevent it? Have love in your eyes for one person. We're going on to the environmental factors. The environment, we like outside. Some of us like the outdoors. The sun nowadays is very hot. Between the hours and 10 to 4, we need to be careful, be mindful of the sun exposure, radiation exposure. Everything about us now is radiation. We go to sleep, we eat, we go out to have a good time with our friends, and we have the phone on the table. We have radiation from different things. Factories, we're not privileged to that in Tobago very much, but we have a lot of pollution from those things. Chemical exposure. You're in the garden, you're spraying weedicide and insecticide. And I like to say also spraying humanicide because it's killing you one time. Because we don't like to wear protective wear. Just like that, no protective wear. No glove, no mask, nothing. And then when we finish, we take a quick rinse of our hands and we tell ourselves that's it. We need to be careful of the things that we spray our fruits and vegetables, our gardens, our lawns, and everything with. We want to kill all the insects that the Lord put on the earth. So we use 7 powder, we use everything. But we have to be mindful of the exposure of these things and what they can cause in our bodies. Our liver is likely to be damaged by chemicals that we inhale. Our lungs also. 2 cancers that are very difficult to treat. So we need to be mindful of these things. So you have to avoid the excessive exposure to the sun. Broad rim hat, let it call you a tourist. Broad rim hat, long sleeve clothing, find shade when you can. Be mindful of the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. sunlight. Stay in the cool as often as you can. Wear something with sunscreen, buy creams and things. Remember to apply every 30 minutes because after a while it wears off. So you want a sunscreen with no less than sun protective factor of 30%. And the factors, the SPF goes up, the protection is better. But no less than 30% for now. Wear your protective clothing. Try wear light color clothing. We know we are exposed to sunlight more than anything else. Even though when the rain is falling, the UV light is still there. So you have to protect yourself. So as we move on, genetic factor. We all want to look like our parents. We want to identify. Mommy pretty, I want to look like mommy. But sometimes we inherit genetic stuff from our parents that are causative agents. We inherit genetic stuff all the time. That's why we look like our parents. But sometimes when we inherit something, that genes that we inherit would have mutation. The mutations are passed on. Now, we do not inherit a cancer. We inherit mutations in a gene that puts us at risk for the cancer. So don't tell me you inherit a cancer from your mother and your father. You didn't inherit that. You inherit the nice looks, the pretty eyes, the long hair, the smooth skin. But the risk in the genes that you may have inherited is what would put you at risk for the cancer that you may get. So you need to know genetic factors also puts us at risk for certain types of cancers. So in our country, the ministry has various policies to help us because, you know, sometimes they have to push us to help ourselves. We wouldn't get up and do it unless somebody pushed us. So we have a lot of policies in the ministry to mitigate against cancer. Health promotion policies, screening policies, health prevention policies. So I talk about HPV. We have a vaccine against HPV for boys and girls. It's preventative against cervical cancer, anal cancer, oral cancers, a good bit of cancers. So that's one of the things that the government put in place to help us. What we have to do now is accept, know our risk, and accept. So we have no smoking policies in buildings. We have the alcohol policy that says alcohol abuse. We're looking at selling alcohol to under 18. there are things put in place. The thing about it, we do not, some of us, employ the measures that we are supposed to. So you're not supposed to sell alcohol and cigarette to minors. That's one of the things in the policy. But I'm sure you can identify where we see children going to buy cigarettes and alcohol for their parents. So some of the factors is because we ourselves do not do what we're supposed to do. Additionally, the ministry has exercise policy, what we call the high fat, high sugar, high salt policy. So they try to tell us, decrease your salt, decrease your fat, decrease your sugars. They have the TT moves, that's one of the activity policy. They have the app on your phone, so you could put it on your phone and you could walk and see how much steps you make for the day. The app is free, like all the other apps that we download for games and things. These are the things that we need to focus on. So we have healthy eating, active living, said that before a million times. Monitor your fat, monitor your sugar. And then we have vaccination policy. We have mammograms to do for breast. So for 40, you need to do your mammogram. Another thing that is in place, the hospital has mammogram. The health center, you can go and get your breast examined. You could go to the health center and have your pap smears done also for cervical cancer. My thing is, if you don't know, walk into a health center. We have 17 functioning health facilities that you could walk into on a daily basis and ask a question. Do not sit at home and say you don't know. Go in and ask a question. If the person you're asking the question to there doesn't know, they will point you to who knows the answer. Don't let shame and embarrassment, because if I don't know, I put it up my hand, I don't know. Because that's the only way you could know. And knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. So this mnemonic here is to help us or to urge us to go to health when we see anything like this happening. So if you have a change in your bowel or your bladder pattern, and a change is not just that one day you have a diarrhea and you call it a change. That's not a change. Go and say something to the healthcare provider. Something is happening to me that I don't know. My stool coming out tin, tin, tin. When I pee, it dripping, dripping. It ain't coming as it should. Say something. Like the doctor said, if you have a sore that doesn't heal, it can mean so many things. It could mean diabetes. It could also mean cancer. Say something. Don't keep everything quiet to yourself. Unusual bleeding or discharge from anywhere. And when I say unusual, I mean unusual. Ladies, if you went into menopause and you start bleeding again, that is unusual. Don't come and tell me the period come back. It ain't coming back from nowhere. When it's done, it's done. It's like a banana tree. Flowers, it bear, it fall down, it don't bear again. Do not look at it and tell me the period come back and no, don't do that. After a certain age, you're not supposed to be buying sanitary napkins unless it's for your grandchildren. Discharge from the nipples. If you're not breastfeeding, you're not supposed to have a discharge from the nipples. Let me say that again. If you're not breastfeeding, you're not supposed to have a discharge from your nipples. Yes, some persons would know themselves and they know they have hormonal issues and they might see a little discharge now and then. If that is you, you're different. If that is not you, check it out. Thickening or lump anywhere. Breast lump, scrotal lump. Any lump anywhere should be checked out. We wasn't born with that lump, check it out. Indigestion or difficulty swallowing. Sometimes you hear people say, I eat a little bit of food and I only burping, and everything is MP station. I don't want to hear anything about gas. It may exist, yes, but come and check it and let the doctor tell you, well, this is not a problem. Your indigestion is really related to you can't digest your food properly, XYZ. Not because there's a tumor there and you can't eat enough food. So don't sit down home and diagnose yourself. Come out and let the health professionals say exactly what they may think and look for the cancer where it is. You just watch TV6 and this man they say in the news, after the news. If you have it or your doctor's looking for it, a PET scan is what. It's a silly advertisement that I don't like, but it makes me laugh and it makes me reflect that, yes, you're really supposed to check yourself to make sure that everything is okay. Any obvious change, anything that changed. I ain't talking about the money in the bank because that's only changing downwards. Not that kind of change. Anything that changed on your body or on your person, you need to check it out. Nagging cough, hoarseness. Don't tell me I was in the AC and then you go to the sun and you lose your voice. And this happening for 2 and 3 weeks. No. Check things that aren't the way they're supposed to be. Check it. This is about who? This is about who? This information is for what? It's about who? Yourself. You need to make sure that you check yourself so that you can live a prosperous life with your family members. So I don't give information that I make up from anywhere. Whenever I give information, it is from reputable sources, and those two you could keep and disseminate among yourselves, so you could go online and read, so that you would not just only leave here today with what you remember, but you have the information that you can use after today. Any questions? Well, I have questions. Any questions, anybody? No questions? Are cancers preventable? Yes? How many percent of cancers are preventable? Right, so yes, cancers are preventable. And the mere idea we have screening for something is because we're planning to prevent it. Always remember that. So we're screening for a cancer because we want to get it where we can prevent it. We want to get it when you can have a nice cure and live like you never had it. So if you come and we catch it early and we fix you up and you go on your way, you would never even remember you had a cancer. But if you're coming to us late, when it is too late, we can't help. We could treat you, yes, but we can't help. An ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. And when prevention may have failed, we have to detect early. So it's a balance, it's a scale. So we're preventing on one side, and when prevention didn't work for us, we must not forget trying to detect it early on the other side on the scale. So it's prevention and detection going hand in hand. Yes, sir?
If you come from a family that there is cancer, like a parent died from cancer, and so it's possible if it being hereditary into you, how early should the screening be for a son or daughter, as the case may be?
All right, so it depends on which cancer you're speaking about. Let me just go back and say you would have inherited a gene that puts you at risk for a cancer. You would not have inherited a cancer. So it depends. If your family history is your uncle, your great uncle, your brother, your father is prostate cancer, you should start to screen doing your PSA at age 35. If on the other hand is breast, your auntie, your great aunt, your mother, you should start your ultrasounds at age 20 and your mammograms at age 40. So that's why I say the information I'm giving you is to get you ready to walk into your health facility and ask questions when things are happening. There's no way I can stand here and give you all information, but what I'm giving you is to have you ready to go and ask your questions. Don't be afraid to ask your questions. Because we have people coming and saying, I had this lump for so long, and what happened? Every time I go, they look so busy. Yes, they will be busy because they're being paid to work, but they are being paid to serve you. Ask your questions. It's never a nice thing to suffer in silence. Any more questions? Go ahead. So breast cancer is for anybody who have breasts. Dog, cow, everybody getting breast cancer. Because the cancer originates in the tissue of the breast. So once you have the breast, whether it's small, it's extra small, it's large, it's extra large, you can have cancer. So the lump, the bump, the thickening, the discharge from the breast, same thing for men, check it out. I have men with breast cancer in my clinic. It's easier to treat them though, and it's nicer to have them. It's a nice experience to have them among the women. But don't wait until it's too late. Please. The men, we don't send them for mammograms, we send them for ultrasounds. Cervical cancer? Say it again, how does it? Like all cancers, cancers begin with the cells not obeying the normal shut off from growing signal. The cells in your body grow and your body would say, okay, you have done your part. Now it's time for you to die and the next cell to born. There's a video there, but I don't know what happened. So what happens when they don't obey that signal? They continue to grow and form what we call a tumor. And they don't, because they don't obey, nobody's guiding them. Just like the children of today, some children, you know, no guidance, and you see what they do, they reap havoc. The same thing happens with cancer cells. They start as small as they can. And they grow and grow until they disturb others nearby because they have not learned to obey the signals as to behave yourself here, shut off. And when they start disturbing others nearby, that is when we have the signs and symptoms that are obvious. So HPV is one of the things that we attribute to causing cervical cancer. Is not the only thing. And that's why I was saying with the guy with all the love in his eyes, if you have love in your eyes, have it for one person. Your risk increase when your love in your eyes is for more than one. And it can be transmitted through sexual intercourse, sexual activity. All right, so acid reflux is another thing. You can have a cancer that is causing you symptoms that looks or feels like acid reflux. So if you have a stomach cancer that is caused by another bacteria again, you may feel that is acid reflux, but come and check it out. Because you know acid reflux, you have the burning and you feel like something coming up in your stomach, and because the cancer is there filling up the space, you can't eat much, and the food not digesting properly, feels like acid reflux. That's why I'm saying when you have a sign or a symptom, go to the health facility and ask a question. Yes? No. If you have a bone cancer, it cannot be transported to the child through the birth canal. No. Cancers cannot be inherited. It puts you at risk when you have a gene that you got from a mother or father. But you can have a risk, and because you know my family's at risk for this, you treat yourself and exercise, diet, do all the health checks. You may delay developing that cancer, and you may die and never get it. So the main thing is your risk. The risk that you can modify is to modify that risk to give you a better chance. Tell me. Prostate cancer is in the men. Men only has prostate. So when you have a husband who is over the age of 40 without any family history or anything, this guy has attained the age of 40, you need to have him do PSA. Now, I know we don't like the digital rectal examination, so we don't even bother to ask them to do it because they wouldn't come. So you have him do a PSA once a year, and the doctor would monitor the PSA. It's not supposed to go over 4. So 0 to 4. It's not supposed to go over 4. Now, PSAs can generally go above 4 when a person has an infection. But you leave that to your doctor. Do it and let him or her tell you You need to do this as the next step, or you need to do that as the next step. Signs and symptoms from prostate cancer are varied. When you see they start telling you they have back pain and their legs weak, that's the last part. But when they complain of wanting to pee, and if they didn't reach the toilet on time, they already wet themselves. Or if they reach the toilet, they still have to wait now for the pee to come. Or the pee is coming and the stream is so weak that instead it goes into the toilet bowl, it falls short. So one of the nice things is if you go into your bathroom every time and you just wash this mat, and every time you go to the bathroom smelling a pee, check on him. He's missing the bowl and he's dribbling on the floor, and it's making your bathroom smell like that. That's one of the easiest ways, because they wouldn't say anything to you. 99% of the time, they don't say anything. Go ahead, sir. Once a year. Once a year, whether it's 0 or 0.05, once a year. You have to do it every year, sir. You have to go yearly and check your prostate. Please. Yearly. Yearly. Because you are, I'm guessing you are over 50. Yearly. Yeah. PSA can be done in every health facility.
All right, sorry. So a prostate test is $1,000. That's the cost of it. So we outsource in the Tobago Regional Health Authority.
The Blue Room.
Some areas are given undeniable access to prostate testing. We have Blue Room, which is
Oncology.
located at the
Old
old
hospital.
hospital. It's a men's health, and they cater strictly for men. Sometimes if you come with your wife, they may see the wife, but they try to have it strictly for men. So anybody could walk into Blue Room and get their prostate test without any hindrance. Sometimes in primary care, like the health centers, according to what you put on the
Present with,
history
yeah.
or what you present with, we could get away with doing a prostate test for you at any health center. But if the doctor don't put a reason from the regular health centers, they will just dump that sample and not do it. But if doctor write something that will cue in the technician that something is wrong, they will do it. But definitely, positively, Blue Room is your best bet to have a prostate test done. The Minister of Health announced there are some quick tests. We haven't got it as yet in Tobago. I was trying to get it for here, but it's not in Tobago as yet. But if we do get it, I can always bring when I come into church so that you all will have it. Thank you.
So what she's saying is the PSA, even though you walk into the health center, your doctor would have to use his judgment as to if he needs to do it at your health center or if he needs to send you to Blue Room. But you can make life easier for yourself if you want to go to Blue Room. Blue Room is only for men. And I know of recent, they had a lot of appointments, so we are seeing the men come in. Blue Room. Right, so that's why I'm saying we're not using that method anymore. Men were scared of that method. So all we're doing now is taking the blood from your hand. So when nurse get the kits, you are the first one. When nurse gets her kits, you'll be the first one. Because you should. If not for you, for your generation, for your grandchildren, your children. Yeah. Yeah, you need to. Why you need to is because you need to know to put something down for your family and your family history. My grandfather died and I was told he died from stoppage of water. Right, but nobody did any tests to make sure what he died from. They just tell us he died from stoppage of water. What is stoppage of water? Right, so that is it. They just used to say stoppage of water when men has issues with their prostate gland. It didn't have to be prostate cancer. There are benign prostatic hyperplasia. Another thing in the prostate gland could cause you to have problems with your urine. So when they say stoppage of water, what did the patient have? Prostate cancer or BPH, which is benign prostatic hyperplasia. So if you don't know that now, your generation don't know what they are at risk for or what has increased their risk. So you need to get one done.
Lupus considered a cancer, or that's something separate?
Lupus is not considered a cancer. It's an immune issue. And lupus affects every organ in the body. It's difficult to deal with. The management is multifaceted. You have to have every specialist on board.
Yeah, it seems to have a higher prevalence in our country. I know a lot of people who are now coming down with
Some
lupus.
people have it and it's there latent, it's not doing them anything, and some people it damages the kidneys, it damages the heart, the eyes. It's not a nice thing. I would not be able to directly tell you what causes that. It's sounding to me like a circulation issue, but I have no authority to say what's causing it. So that one you have to take a trot to the health center and explain other things to your doctor, and then they would be able to see. So we have a prevalence of cervical cancers. Question, what can a woman do to screen for cervical cancer? If everybody say something, I would not see who hand to identify, and therefore I would not know who to give the prize to. All right. She gets ready?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Well, you answer the question. All right. So I'm going to ask another question. What is the name of the test that the men don't like to do for prostate? Not PSC at all. Digital rectal examination. Digital rectal examination. Digital because it's a digit. Right, but we don't do it anymore. That's why I said the one that men don't like. Yeah, it's kind of uncomfortable, but then look at it. The woman doing a pap smear is much more uncomfortable than that. Ask a female question. A female question. So a female question will be based on breasts. How old should a woman start her mammograms? $35 is if your risk is very, very high, you need to go earlier. Just like the prostate, if your risk is very, very high, you need to go at 35 to start your PSC. 20 is ultrasounds. 20 is breast ultrasound. 40 is mammograms. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to give out 3 more hampers, and then we're going to break for lunch. To all our guests, we have lunch provided for you, and of course, all those who are helping as well. All right, so let's see. Let me get some numbers here. Get out your numbers. Make sure you have your numbers. Number 14. 1-4. No 14. 1-4. Going once, going twice. All right. The person probably gone already. Well, they miss out. Okay. You nearly miss out your turn, ma'am. You was outside. Right. All right, there's some folks still screening outside, right? Number 27. What? You now come and you get, they ain't have sit down a hour in the session. I ain't understand. Way. All right. Yeah, man. Man, now come in the session. Trouble is this? Like you were supposed to, All right. And we'll do the others after lunch. Number 22. All right, all right. All right, so we have some corn soup for everybody. And so we will make sure you get that to refresh you for a little bit. We're not going to have a long lunch, maybe about half an hour, and then we come back to do the rest of the sessions. We have a special session on mental health. You don't want to miss that this evening. Mental health is important because a lot of us dealing with bipolar, right? And we know when we're dealing with the devil, it's one day and the other day. So don't miss those sessions. So we're going to break for lunch, and we're going to provide lunch for guests and our helpers, and of course corn soup for you on the outside. Amen. Thank you for, all right, we join back in next half an hour to 45 minutes. He turned 27 today. He get number 27 and he win. I don't understand that. Today was really your day, boy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. All right, so the soup was on the outside, so come around by the table. We will serve the guests on the inside.
From the Caribbean, and I'm a Christian boy. Oh lad, oh lad. Nothing wrong with dancing. Part of our culture. No ways rotating, no. Don't let the devil tempt you. Christian from the Caribbean, and music is a part of our life. Yeah, we dance and raise flag, but we represent Jesus Christ. Can't promote no reveling, cause the Bible don't tell me them thing is sin. Used to do them thing before, but Jesus cleansed me from deep within. So no more partying, no. No more drinking, no. Cause Jesus saved me, but me dance when the gospel hit me. Caribbean Christian, and dancing in my blood. Caribbean Christian, and dancing in my blood, my blood. Caribbean Christian, and dancing in my blood. Caribbean Christian, and dancing in my blood, my blood. Don't hold me, let me dance. Don't hold me, let me dance. Oh yeah, let me dance to Jesus. Let me dance to Jesus. Oh yeah, dance to Jesus. Oh yeah, yeah. Young and old, come along. Everyone can do it. No worry about nothing. It ain't got no age limit. Cause this party is heavenly. Dance till the problem gone away. It's a new kind of dancing. Can lead you to your healing. So get up and dance. Dance your problem them away. I know you've been waiting long, but your breakthrough is today. Forget about every negative thing. Get up and dance into your blessing. It might look confusing, but it's Caribbean Christian living. Caribbean Christian, and dancing in my blood. Caribbean Christian, and dancing in my blood. dance. Don't hold me, let me dance, oh yeah. Let me dance with Jesus, let me dance with Jesus, oh yeah. Dance with Jesus, oh yeah,
All I want is a closer walk with you, with you, with you. Holy, holy, I declare every second of this day to be devoted to the praise of my Father. Praise of my Father, take this day, take it over completely. Lord, I offer it in praise to you, Father. Praise to you, Father. So we say, hallelujah. 24 hours of praise, and we do it again in the morning. Hallelujah. 24 hours of praise, and we do it. How can I take it higher for you today? Father, I'm listening. Father, I'm listening. How can I take it higher for you today? Father, I'm listening. Father, I'm listening. I wanna take it higher. You wanna leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You wanna leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You wanna leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You wanna leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. I declare that nobody and nothing gonna come in between me and my Father. Me and my Father, not today. Better listen when we say nothing coming between me and my Father. Me and my Father, so me say, hallelujah. 24 hours of praise, and we do it again in the morning. Hallelujah. 24 hours of praise, and we do it. How can I take it higher for you today? Father, I'm listening. Father, I'm listening. How can I take it higher for you today? Father, I'm listening. Father, I'm listening. I wanna take it higher. You wanna leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You wanna leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You wanna leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You wanna leader, I will. Follow the leader. Father, be praised. Be praised. Father, be praised. Be praised, be praised. Stay close to me. I stay close to you. I stay close to you. Stay close to me. I stay close to you. I stay close to you. Stay close to me. I stay close to you. I stay close to you. Stay close to me. I stay close to you. I stay close to you. Stay close to me. I stay close to you. I stay close to you. Stay close to me. I stay close to you. I stay close to you. Stay close to me. I stay close to you. I stay close to you. Stay close to me. I stay close to you. I stay close to you. Lord, you are the leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You are the leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You are the leader, I will. Follow the leader, you are. You are the leader, I will. Follow the leader. Father, be praised. Father, be praised, be praised. Father, be praised. Be praised. Father, be praised. Father, be praised, be praised. Father, be praised, be praised. Yeah. All I want is a closer walk with you, with you, with you. Holy, 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 holy. Over, amen. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me life. Jesus, take over me life. Jesus, take over me life. And they got me singing. Oh, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 eh, eh. Oh, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 oh. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me. That's why I when I'm in the water, now come up, a new creature. When I'm in the water, now come up, a new creature. Lord, I thank you for my life. Hold me through the day and night. Without you, there is no sight. Here's my life, oh Jesus. Take over me, Jesus. Take over me, Jesus. Take over me, Jesus. Take over me, Jesus. Jesus, take over me life. Jesus, take over me life. Jesus, take over me life. And we got me singing. Oh, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 eh, eh. Oh, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 Jesus. Take over me, Jesus, take over me, Jesus, take over me, Jesus, take over me. I fell down and tied up myself like some wire, but Christ he came like the fourth man up in the fire. Oh, he like to set me free on the cross he lead for me, so I can have life eternally. That's why I when I'm in the water, now come up, a new creature. When I'm in the water, now come up, a new creature. Lord, I thank you for my life. Hold me through the day and night. Without you, there is no sight. Here's my life, oh Jesus. Take over me, Jesus. Take over me, Jesus. Take over me, Jesus. Take over me, Jesus. Jesus, take over me life. Jesus, take over me life. Jesus, take over me life. And he got me singing. Oh, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 eh, eh. Oh, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 Jesus. Take over me, Jesus, take over me, Jesus, take over me, Jesus, take over me, Jesus. Oh, 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 eh, eh, eh. Lord, you turn my night into day. The winds shall blow and the sea shall rage. But you're on the boat with me, Lord. You're on the boat with me, Lord. Jesus, take over me, Jesus, take over me, Jesus, take over me, Jesus, take over me, Jesus. Jesus, take over me life. Jesus, take over me life. Jesus, take over me life. And he got me singing. Oh, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 eh, eh. Oh, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, take over me. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Yo, this is Emran Henry, and you're listening to Disciples DJ. Kaboom.
Hallelujah. Each and every time we lift up the name of Jesus. He shall win. Barbados, Trinidad. Here we go. He is the great God. 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 When the enemy comes against me, the Lord Sabaoth, he opposed me. He's my buckler, shield, high tower. There's none greater than Jehovah. He is the great God. He is the great God. He's great. He is the great God. He is the great God. Yeah, Bishop. For we wrestle principalities, every rank of evil of the enemy. We must stand strong. Hold on to your ground, for the battle is already won. He is the great God. He is the great God. He is the great God. He is the great God.
To the Most High God, I'm alive today, 'cause you died for me, 'cause you died for me. Back on Calvary, death, hell, and the grave. Lord, I'm just a sinner saved by grace. God loved me so that he took my place. He took my hand and pulled me out the fire. Didn't stop there, then he took me higher. God have blessed me. God have blessed me. My dreams. God have blessed me. Double. God have blessed me. In the city. God have blessed me. In the field. God have blessed me. Generously. My cup runneth over. I'm alive today, 'cause you died for me, 'cause you died for me. Back on Calvary, back on Calvary, death, hell, and the grave. Oh.
Feeling so down and distress on me. Heart it fall out of me chest on me. Crying me knees, beg me Father please. I can't make this thing get the best of me. So send all the player instrument come. Tambourine shake it and come down, 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 down. Say for you when we play the big drum. All the prisoners, are you ready to? Let we raise some. We praising. We raising. When we praising. Disciple DJ. Feeling so down and distress on me. Heart it fall out of me chest on me. Crying me knees, beg me Father please. I can't make this thing get the best of me. So send all the player instrument come. Tambourine shake it and come down, 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 down. Symphony when we play the big drum. All the prisoners, are you ready to? Let we raise some. We praising. We raising. When we praising. We gonna stamp on the enemy. Satan can't conquer me. I'm gonna praise my God tonight. I want you to come, let me fill the place with praise. And when the Holy Spirit pass, you will find way. 'Cause I got one life to live, and this is what I have to give. So I give in, I give in, I give in, I give in, I give in everything. One put 1,000 to fight, two put 10,000. Anywhere you shine your light, the darkness at the run. If ever you fall down, you better get up. 'Cause if you stay in the mud, you're going to get stuck. Hallelujah, going up, hands waving in the sky. Let them know that Jesus is the King of Kings, he's the Most High. Oh, Sheba, oh, yeah, yeah. I'm lifting up your name in the middle of a pain. You ready to go? So send all the player instrument come. Tambourine shake it and come down, 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 down. Symphony when we play the big drum. All the prisoners, are you ready to? Let we raise some. When we praising, we raising. When we praising, boy, we gonna stamp on the enemy. Satan can't conquer me. I'm gonna praise my God tonight. I want you.
If you walk with the Father and everything is blessed, and you seek in His kingdom and His righteousness, blessings are falling. If you put Him first, never in reverse, they ain't got no choice. So lift your hands and voice. Blessings are falling. Everybody, I can feel it. I can feel it coming down. I can feel it. I can feel it coming down. I can feel it. Blessings are falling. I can feel it. I can feel it coming down. I can feel it. I can feel it coming down. I can feel it. Blessings are falling. Dwell in our praises as we worship you. You are our Father. With you we'll never lose. Blessings are falling. Everyone in this place, no matter your race, color, class, or creed, just lift your voice with me. Blessings are falling. Everybody know, and in the air. I can feel it. I can feel it coming down. I can feel it. I can feel
life and turn it around. Plant my feet on solid ground. Give me a purpose mixed with a plan. Heaven is my final destination. Not holding back my praises. Just push your flag in the air and wave. Still wave your hands high up in the sky. Let love and unity survive. Still wave your hands high. Stay up in the sky. Let love and unity survive. So we're waking up the flag. Higher, 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 eh, eh, eh. So we're waking up the flag. Higher, 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 eh, eh, eh.
My ideas and concept must be a reality, so all my dreams can come to be a possibility. All success start with a decision just to try. Failing is inevitable if we do not fight. Knowing your purpose, meaningful life. Great execution bring confidence in your smile. If you believe, then you can fly. Don't waste no more time, you can go up to the sky. Say I'm a winner, greatness live inside of me. Nothing you can do to stop me from believing. Yeah, I know I can, I know I will, 'cause I'm a winner. Hey, I'm a winner, greatness live inside of me. Nothing you can do to stop me from believing. Yeah,
Disciple DJ.
I know I will, 'cause I'm a winner. Hey, so wake up every day to greet the morning sun, to ensure what I said I do was really done. Come in my plans to God, no procrastination. All weakness in my life I have to overcome. No time for doubt, no time for fear. Problems will come, but I will let them disappear. I cannot slow down, I have to run. I see the time and I must complete the mission, 'cause I'm a winner, greatness live inside of me. Nothing you can do to stop me from believing. I know I can, I know I will, 'cause I'm a winner.
Disciple DJ.
This DJ is on fire.
I am the John the Baptist of gospel music. I am the John the Baptist of gospel music. When we turn them, yo, turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your plan so big. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your praise Jesus Christ. I am the John the Baptist of gospel music. I am the John the Baptist of gospel music. When we turn them, yo, turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your plan so big. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your praise Jesus guys. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your plan so big. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your praise Jesus guys. Me do say God them a love me. They can't let no demon control me. No demon boy them can't stop me. Jesus alone can touch me. They see how the wicked man watch me, but the blood of Jesus it a wash me. Anytime you see me pass, every demon must fall, every demon must cry. We tell them, turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your flags up there, up there. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your great Jesus guys. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your flags up there, up there. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your great Jesus guys. Me do everything for the Father. Me do everything for the Savior. Me praise my God in any weather. From the time that me born me a praiser. Me come with a hype like razor. When you see me praise God, me no fake ya. Would I be by myself, me a praise ya. Let them know. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your flags up there, up there. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your great Jesus guys. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your flags up there, up there. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody let me see your great Jesus guys.
And to the city, himself will take what belong to you.
Praise him again.
But the enemy are trying to build some Jericho wall on your possession. But you see right now, we have a nation walls of Jericho. Jump to the walls of Jericho. We have a nation walls of Jericho. Jump to the walls of Jericho. try build some Jericho wall on your possession. But you see right now, we are gonna mash on the walls of Jericho. Trample the walls of Jericho. We are gonna mash on the walls of Jericho. Trample the walls of Jericho. We are gonna mash on the walls of Jericho. No matter how the roadblock keep manifesting, faith in God, just keep investing. You're disappointed, stop stressing, stop down God, stop guessing. God said the city belong to you. What we are gonna do? We are gonna mash on the walls of Jericho.
All right, so we're going to come back in less than 15 minutes to make sure and finish up your soup. And we'll be back in approximately 13 minutes.
So me look at me girl now, holding on to Jesus and I will never let go.
following you. Cause in your presence, that is where I'm strong. So hide me in your presence where the devil can come around. Cause I need to keep him further. So Jesus, just keep me closer. Just a little closer. Closer. That's where I wanna be. Just a little closer. Closer. That is where I wanna be. Cause I want to be right where you are.
My only competition is yesterday. I'm focused on the mission, no time to play. Cause my whole entire family depending on me to do my part, to pull my weight. I hear these voices calling, calling the money they, calling the valley they, calling me. Sometimes I feel I'm falling, falling, Father I'm falling. Cover me. Some wish I would turn back, some wish I would fade away, some wish I would give up on that. Let me tell them I'm a fighter, they can't take my crown. Tell them I'm a fighter. Disciple DJ. Never too late, not too late to come back stronger, not too late to make a way, not too late to turn this around. Trust me, tell them I'm a fighter, they can't take my crown. Tell them I'm a fighter, they can't break I down. Never too late, focus, focus, focus. Man of his stay focus, focus, focus. God bless me with purpose, purpose, purpose. God bless me with purpose, purpose. What me say? Never too late, not too late to squash that beef, not too late to end our war, not too late to go back to school, not too late to try some more, not too late to be the father I never knew. I know if I work harder, I must get through. I hear these voices calling, calling the money they, calling the folly they, calling me. Sometimes I feel I'm falling, falling, Father I'm falling. Cover me. Some wish I would turn back, some wish I would fade away, some wish I would give up on that. Let me tell them I'm a fighter, they can't take my crown. Tell them I'm a fighter, they can't take my crown. Never too late, not too late to pull back shoulder.
Fill my cup all over me, like a river over me. Once I use them, it can't go wrong. Oh, na na na, yes. I just can't get over you. Every single thing you do, yeah, shows that I'm on your mind. Now I feel some type of way, yeah. When I stop and check out how much you guide my days, yes. So me now, go down, if I know you, go down. Right now I'm feeling another song again. It's your favor over me. Got me feeling away. Guide me another day. It's your loving over me. Got me feeling away. Stay over me. It's your favor over the Stay over the Right now I could just fly. I feel I could fly. Running around for my 19 months, searching for the answer. But you're my problem solver. Solve all the problems I got here. So we smile inside the slums. You better keep the comments. You make me a winner. Now I feel some type of way, yeah. When I stop and check out how much you guide my days, yes. So me now, go down. If I know you, go down. Right now I'm feeling another song again. It's your favor over me. Got me feeling away. Guide me another day. It's your loving over me. Got me feeling away. Stay over me. It's your favor over me.
There is nothing else left to do more than to lift my hands and give thanks to you. See, I've been struggling in my life, but your grace brought me through the worst of times. Now I'm giving everything unto you, Lord, and I make up my mind to give you all and praise you more. Lord, you came in my life and reassured, and all I know it's you alone. It's you alone. When I was struggling, Lord, it's you alone. It's you alone. Jesus, it's you alone. When all my friends them gone, I know it's you alone. Na 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 na.
God is good.
For the rest of my life, it's you. Lord, touch my heart with the things you do. When I
God
was
is good.
thinking
God is good. God is good. All right, so those on the outside could join us on the inside. We getting set to go again. And of course, we'll be dealing it with essential tips for a healthy lifestyle. All right, to live long. And so we're going to ask Dini to come, and our district health visitor, right, to come and share on these essential tips for us. Amen. God bless you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have the pleasure of presenting after everybody eats. So you know what does happen after we eat? We have the itis. You ain't hear what I'm saying? You're now hearing me. Is the trouble man from outside that didn't have the prostate test done. Carl, all right, Mr. Carl. So this afternoon session is going to be very interactive because these tips that we present in here are stuff we already know. So we're here to reinforce the information and some of the information we heard before. So we will be having a conversation. Right? We agree? And if all you answer my question, I have something nice for you. Huh? I have something nice for you. So I am Dini Solomon, District Health Visitor. I have the privilege to be working under our lovely Tatiana Utley Greenwich. So let's give her a round of applause for organizing this. Yes. I also want you to give yourself a round of applause for being here. That means that you're interested in your health. I helping? Yes, that is what I'm here for. Right? So the other slide. The slide. Oh, you're not hearing me, the slide. Right. So I have 4 points here. And I want you to pay attention to them. As the saying goes, if you have your health, you have your wealth. That is something no money can buy that. We correct? So no matter how rich or poor, if you don't have your health, you don't have your wealth. And all of us ending up 6 feet under. Right? We hear something like that before, right? Right. Good physical and mental health impacts all areas or aspects of our life. True? Yeah, we stressed out. What happening? The pressure going, the sugar, and all the organs affected. Right? Your entire life does not have to be overwhelming to start a healthy lifestyle. It's the steps. Just starting. Sometimes we start small because you're not used to it, and then we would get there, right? But we just want to start. So we're going for the prostate test. Right? Right. You can make daily progress towards big goals without changing every single thing about your current daily routine or activity. We don't want this change to happen. Some people think, okay, they tell me I have high blood pressure. Oh God, boy, I dead. No. We had things for that. We have 17 health centers in Tobago and so many more in Trinidad. And the government providing free service. We're not paying for it. Right? So you have to come to us so that we can help you. You have to take care of you. If you don't come to us, we can't know that you're ill. So you're coming for the prostate test. And, Mr. Carl? Right. Next slide. Right, so these are the 8 tips. So the first one I have is healthy diet. That gone already, so I don't have to present that part. And, right, so the other, no, next slide. Right. Right. Simple. Adequate hydration. What we hydrating with? Water. How much glasses of water we supposed to have? Oh God, all your bright boy are going and sit down. Certainly, I think everybody here I go in and sit down. Right. So to maintain the balance of fluid in your body, it is required that you drink 6 to 8 glasses of water daily. And I ain't mean you're going and drink 2, 3, 4. You see they put 2 water here? No. During the day, throughout the day, we're supposed to be drinking the water so that it could do what it's supposed to do in your body. The AC on here. Drink 2 bottles of water straight. What happening to you? Going straight to the toilet, so it can't really do what it's supposed to do. So during the day, throughout the day, you're supposed to be having glasses of water. You're not gulping it. Right? Sometimes you see some of us walk around with this big, big bottle. We go to work, we go to church, or wherever we go with it, and when we going out back, guess what? It's still in the bottle. Right? No, we're supposed to be having our sips of water throughout the day. Right? Right. Other drinks do not count. The cran water, anything that have color or sweet in it, it is not considered to be water. So we having water, not flavored water, not sweetened water. Water. Right, Miss Allison? Right. Some of us may not like water and only drink water when we're thirsty. Oh God, no. Right? That water ain't doing nothing really for your body. Right? So you're supposed to be having your water throughout the day, especially if you have certain conditions. Right? Persons may be restricted or limited to a certain amount of water because of medical condition. Who could tell me which one of the medical conditions we limit fluid for? Let me hear now. Nice. Heart condition. Yes, some heart conditions, they limit the amount of water that you're supposed to take. So if you don't have that, you're supposed to be drinking how much? Good. Again, Mr. Do you have enough price for everybody? All right. Right. Water is important as it helps our body function. Example with the digestive system. It helps to push the fiber that we eat. We heard about fiber before. Down through the canal. So it ends up out through your anus. That is where you stool. Sometimes you're dehydrated and drink enough water. It's hard. You can't wait till you reach on the toilet to be going there with the glass of water or the bottle of water to now drink it. No, it has to go through the process. Right? It helps with your skin as well and other functions in the body. Right? The other one is going too fast or what? Yes, no, eh? Right, rest and sleep. How much of us here get 8 hours of sleep every night? Oh God, Mr. Carl, you rarely get through. Right? 8 hours of sleep. We don't. We either have somebody to take care of, or we either get up early to cook, or we getting up early to clean, or we getting up early to make sure we prepare before we go to church, drop the children off to school and all this, that, or go to the garden, take care of the animals and stuff like that, right? So the average adult needs 8 hours of good quality sleep. Good quality sleep. And we will get into that. It is important to create a comfortable, relaxing, sleeping environment. Oh God, I don't have my phone on me. We go into bed with the phone. And we're going through to see who texts and all this kind of different thing. That is a distraction. Sometimes when you finish with the phone and you watch the time, 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Isn't that right? The children in the bank, aren't we right when we're on the device? Eh? Right? So, when we say relaxing environment, maximizing comfort, minimizing distraction. That is what we mean, right? Develop pre-bedtime routine to unwind, right? And as some persons, the older they get, they have more difficulty sleeping. So you have to get rid of all the activities and stop at a certain time. If it makes 6 o'clock, you stop. The garden, everything had to, them plants taking care of with the dew and water, wetting them and all kind of thing out there. You have to stop, go in, bathe, go inside, and it's either you read your Bible a little, you listen to your soothing music or whatever, you're putting away your phone, you're taking off the TV, and you're lying there and get your body to a point where it would fall asleep. Right? Because sometimes we brain still active from so much things that happening around you, or so much things you may be thinking about for tomorrow. Right? So we have developed the pre-bedtime routine. So we say lower the lighting, dim, like in here. Right? Listening to soothing music, do gentle exercise sometimes. And we don't mean that to get up and be running or going on the treadmill, right? We have things that you could sit and do. You could YouTube it. You could stretches and stuff like that that you could do and get your body in that kind of relaxing mode for you to go to bed, for you to fall asleep, right? You can also set up a sleep schedule. Let me see how many persons go to bed the same time every night. We don't have that. We don't have that end because something, oh God, Christmas coming, you don't start to think what color curtain or mat you putting down. How much ham you have to buy? And we hear about that food thing. Drinks. Who coming from abroad? Not so? And we want the best. Yeah. You will say no, but it have other people like me. You're watching the what? Good afternoon, Miss Brassy. And welcome, right? So, you can set up your schedule. So how we doing that? Ensure we get up at the same time daily. Oh my God. That part we get screwed on. 5 o'clock every morning we getting up. But what time we going to bed? You understand? We getting up that time we supposed to, but when it's time to go to bed, we're not going to bed that time we supposed to because we have all kind of distractions, right? Stop hitting the snooze button. I am guilty of that. Very guilty. Right? That will happen to me. No, certainly, that is why I was a little late. Right? So, the clock setting, I have an alarm for 4, 5, 5:30, 6, 6:30, up to 7:10. That is when I'm supposed to leave the house. Sometimes you set that snooze button and say, right, I will take a little 9 minutes more. 9 minutes? Well, a whole hour gone. When you get up, you're rushing. Right? Why you're not supposed to do that? Every time you reset the alarm, your body no longer knows how to react to the brain signal to say get up. And that is why we will fall asleep and get up late. Tell me who here does go through that? I know that. Me too. Right? Physical activity. Oh. This lady tell me she walk from quite up in Milford Road and come down here. So we applaud you for that. That is what we're supposed to do. And nicely to walk. But the best time to do is now when the sun's so hot, eh? So next time walk with an umbrella. All right, good. So she getting her dose of exercise daily. Not everything to jump in a car we gone in the evening time. The sun going down. It's not so, or early in the morning, the sun not so hot. We going and take that morning walk or the evening walk. Or we going down by the beach and we taking a little swim. Down by Swallows, where as soon as you know the kind of swim where your hand down there and you paddle your foot, but you ain't swimming and go nowhere. We could do that. Right? A little exercise. We need that for our body. It doesn't mean I'm going for exercise and I'm on my phone and I'm walking like this. No. You're sweating. You're not sweating. You're not doing anything. Your body used to that already. Right? Right. So physical activity or exercise can be at least 30 minutes. Oh, God. We are 24 hours in the day. Half an hour, that is all we need a day, you know. Half an hour. You think we could do that? All who living close to, what's your name? Miss Andrews? Bruce, Miss Bruce. We're going and hook up with Miss Bruce and we're going and walk on our evening. Everybody in the area. And if you're not living in the area, we want to learn Bonaccord by Milford Court, 5:30 in the evening, and we're going for a walk. We could do that? Oh my God. Right? So half an hour of moderate exercise 3 to 5 times a week. We don't even want 7 days. 3 for the least, 5 times for the most, because your body needs to rest. Right? Half an hour every day. Right? It must increase your heart rate. So it's not no stroll on your phone. Mr. Carl, you coming and work with me? we gonna get you with PTSD. We will get you PTSD, the bus. We gonna get you with that. But that not near time to recover, and then we gonna think about walking up back. By then the bus should come. Right? And it must induce sweating. Remember we talked about that before. So your heart rate must increase and you must induce sweating. That is how you know you're doing something. We're burning the calories, right? Find workout styles you enjoy. You don't have to be in the gym. You don't have to go and pay. And YouTube have a lot of different styles that you could use, right? For all ages, right? Focus on mixed cardio, meaning going fast sometimes. Strength training, that is where you need the weights and stuff like that. Proper physical form. This is not exercising. You ain't doing nothing there. You're taking your time and you contract and relax your muscles. Right? You're taking your time and you're doing it. Sometimes you walk with your 2 bottles of water in your hand and you're going at a little pace so that the heart rate could go up and sweating could be induced. You understand that part, right? Right. You don't have to expense yourself at the gym. You can find workout routines online, as I said before. Woo. Right? Find an exercise partner. Sometimes it motivates you, especially if you're just starting. You'll be enthusiastic about, oh, I'm going to the gym, I'm going and start. After a week with that pain, gym and seeing you again, you're on the couch and you're going back eating that chicken, you're eating your popcorn, you're eating the snacks same way. And then you want to know, is what going on with me, boy? After 2 months pass, I guilty of that. Right? So you have to find a partner that could motivate you. Either a friend, child, a neighbor, a co-worker. Generally, we going walking, French Fort. Right? Right. Right, so we have the co-worker, the family member, significant other. They can help you stay committed and motivated to the exercising. True? Right. Daily self-care is the next slide. Woo. Daily self-care. We ladies know that all too well. We want the hair done, the clothes and shoes and bag and everything matching. The man just had to put on a shirt, a pants, his shoe. Just cut it here and he gone. He ain't had a cream down. Oh, yes, yeah. He ain't had a cream down and find special cream and special things to put on. We taking care of ourselves, right? And we taking care, we say, well, you answer me. Yes, we want to have the braid, the Brazilian and everything in the hair to look good to come to church. We feel good about ourselves. It lift your spirit. And yes, right? Your skin is the largest organ in your body if you didn't know. Therefore, we have to take care of its outer layer. The sun could damage your skin. Certain products you use could damage your skin. We have to take care of it because once that breaks, infection is introduced. Correct? Yeah. Right? Things we can do to care for our skin. Having a bath. Simple as that. We're starting with the bath. And it may be like having a bath. We know that, some of us. So we have to mention it again. Having a shower, right? Daily showers using a moisturizing soap or lotion, right? To help the skin not to be too dry, especially if you are diabetic, right? Because, or the elderly, I should say. Because your skin losing its elasticity, right? And it's thin, Losing moisture, easy, and it doesn't heal as fast as it used to when we were younger. True? And your seeds start to crinkle and quail. So don't think something wrong with you. It's just part of the aging process, right? So we have to keep it moist, right? Contrast showers. Who could tell me what is that? Contrasting showers, yeah. You know what is that, Mr. Carl? It's just about alternating hot and cold. Yes. So you're starting off with the cold or the hot, and then you change to the hot or the cold. Right? It helps to promote circulation. Right? Because the pores open, it close, and contrasting showers. So you put on your shower, you have your bucket if you don't have hot water in the pipe, you have your bucket there with your warm water, you put on the shower, you wet down your skin. You start to soak up your skin. Right? Then you use some of the warm water in the bucket and you're washing it off. You wash it off, you know some of we like to soap up 3 and 4 times after. Right? Then you go back under the shower again and let the normal water run on your skin, and then you finish it off with the warm water. Or vice versa. You can start with the warm, then the cold, then the warm, then the cold. Yeah? All right. Right? Right. Open. All right. All right. So we're doing it like that, right? So this is alternating hot and cold water while showering to help promote blood flow and circulation. Right? Hmm? Help to do what? Strengthen the liver? Okay, I'm not sure about that one. I'm really not sure about the cold water strengthening. I had to research that one. I really have to. Right? Good oral hygiene. I ain't going too much on that because we have dental here. So that is going into their topic. Right? So it's just simply about caring for your mouth, brushing your teeth, flossing, and all these type of different things. Right? Daily flossing, using a straw when having your beverage or your drink to prevent caries or decay of your teeth. So using a straw. So straw is not for women alone, Mr. Carl? Right. Opening your windows regularly to let in fresh air. You know, we love this AC. The place is too hot. So as soon as we reach home, from the car, AC, from work, AC into your car, AC, home AC. Or ever see they clean the AC? Or let's see what coming out of the AC? But that's what we're breathing in. The fan that you're using without the AC, how the fan does look? You close up the house and you wonder, how the fan gets so dirty? How the place so dirty? That is just to tell you. You open and close that door and the air coming in and going out. So sometimes we need to open the window and let the fresh air go in and out to take out what you have inside of the whole week that you had this house closed up. And the air keep circulating the same air. So we need to open up the house and let the air come in. Right? The decorative plant or the snake plant, that is the plant when you put it in the house and you're going straight up to the roof. They say it's calming and soothing and healthy to filter the air and stuff in your house. My mother have about 10 plants. If all you want some, I will gladly give all you. Because they just grow tall, and the pot small, so and I want to know if it's a forest in the house. And she just say, leave it. Don't touch my plants, please. We women, you know that the snake plants? Yes. They can have a little one in the house. Don't put so much. Right? Mr. Carl, I'm going to bring one for you. Right? Next slide. Woo, mental well-being. We have a speaker for that, so I will go into what I have here. Not too in-depth, right? It is important. We have a lot of people walking around that depressed, stressed out. That could lead
to other conditions that could be permanent, right? Other mental health issues. So we have to take care of ourselves. Finding time every day to do something you love helps to bring about a sense of happiness in your life. Something we love, that is our time. If it's reading the Bible, taking a little walk, going down by the beach, doing a little exercise, but that is your time to breathe, right? For you to think, to get yourself together, to continue functioning, right? Example, a hobby, playing with your pet, chatting with a dear friend, a good friend, right? Meditation is another thing that you could use, bringing you to a state of peaceful awareness, rejuvenating your mind and body, because we just need to recharge, just like the phone. The TV don't stay on all day, we just take it off. So they have time to rejuvenate. And we always have to put the phone charging. I hope he's not one of them who using the phone while he's charging. Right? So our body have to do the same thing. Right? Digital detox, what is that? That's right. You have to put down them devices. Right? This is setting your phone on silent, vibrate, or airplane mode during mealtime or family time. I wonder who on their phone in here while we're talking. Good, there's a good audience. Good audience. So we're paying attention. This is core because we're not on our phone. This is digital detox. We're paying attention to what is happening around us. Right? Positive thinking, showing gratitude. That's all the thank you for inviting me here today. That is gratitude. Thanking us for being here. Thanking the persons who helping you, who advising you, who there for you. Right? Taking at least 15 minutes time out with yourself with no distraction. Sometimes you work and somebody's stressing you out. You're going to the toilet and you take 15 minutes or you take a walk and come back. Sometimes even if you're doing something and it's stressing you out, you take a break 15 minutes and you come back and you're figuring it out, right? Yeah. You understand? Woo, blessings. Right. Clean up your mental diet by spending less time on social media and people that take up your energy negatively. Don't you have some people walk in the room and you could feel the energy and the vibes already? Right. So spend less time around those type of people because they could suck you. They could suck your energy. Right? Using deep breathing exercises when feeling stressed or overwhelmed. Take a break, deep breathe. You understand? Get back yourself to that place and then you go at it again. Right? Focus more on those who inspire and motivate you. Right? Next slide. How are we going so far? Right. Positive social circle. We in the right place, and right. Right. Develop meaningful connections and relationships. We ain't want nothing that's stressing me out. And even if you are my friend, I supposed to know and see your whole expression when something is wrong and you're not yourself, and I can ask you, how are you today? You okay? You want to talk about anything? We don't want to go in. I see she there. Girl, you see Sandra over there. You see how she looking. That ain't helping she. Eh? Right. So you have to know your circle then. Right? No, we're not doing that. We have to be kind. Surround yourself with positive, inspiring people and cut ties with those who bring negative energy in your life. Sometimes they weigh you down. Just listening to their story constantly all the time. You have to know when to stop and take time for yourself before you could go back to them, especially if it starts making you feel a certain way. You understand? Because you have to always remember yourself and your health is important. Right? Deepen relationship with your family. Their love and support can improve both your mental and physical health. Oh yes, Christmas time coming up. Everybody wants to get together. We eat, we sing, we dance, we line, we talk. It's not only Christmas time. We're doing that. We're doing that every day all year. Right? So I hope all invite me to whatever activity all they're having for Christmas. Right?
Right. Put down your phone when, right? So you have to put down your phone when interacting with family and friends and really just listen to them. That's the only way we can hear when we put on our phone. We can't be going for dinner and we're on the table and everybody on the phone. So, no, we lose that kind of connection when you're on your phone all the time. You can't hear, you can't even know when somebody going through something because they're heading the device. Real talk better than phone, trust me. The phone can make you laugh like when we inside here and we talking together. You understand? Then we will know what is happening with our brethren or sisters, right? And Mr. Carl? Right. Right? So be kind to everyone you meet because we don't know what they're going through. We don't know. Sometimes you see people smiling and they're depressed more than anything. They suicide more than anything. And sometimes your voice or just listening to them could help. Right? Don't be afraid to say no to invites you're not comfortable with. You know, sometimes somebody might come to you with something or they want you to do something for them, but you're not comfortable. That instinct telling you, nah, let me handle this. You must listen to that. Sometimes listen to your instinct. If you're not comfortable, don't do it. And? Oh, okay. Right? So you have to be comfortable because sometimes you go and do something you're not comfortable with and it ends up stressing you out. Right? And your well-being is not taken care of. Right. Oh, next slide. Here's the big man here. Financial planning. I know, but everybody quiet, so we good. We need to go in this, right? We need to go into it. Because we have some young heads inside here. And Mr. Carl, aren't we young? Hey, you're not answering me? Oh. Right. So this is making a plan until you know what you want to accomplish with your money. It helps you to pay your bills on time and save each month. Everybody here know that. I don't need to go into this, eh? Right, but we got still reinforce the information, right? Here are some components to financial planning for us young people who still working and have business and stuff like that. So we're paying attention. Financial goal. Timeline to achieving your goal. We must put that timeline to anything. Goals have to do with timeline and objectives, right? So you must put that time to when you want to achieve it. Budgeting. All who in here had the book, the small book, where every month you're going into and you're putting that week before we get paid. Like, is me alone doing that? You see mommy do it, granny do it. We have to do it, right? So budgeting is important. It helps you determine where your money is going, where you can cut back, and how much you want to save. Saving is important. Granny used to say, save for rainy days. COVID was the rainy days time. And? Yes. Right? So, debt management plan. We ain't going and take no loan unnecessary. Or you ain't coming by me to borrow no $500. I ain't giving all you. Well, let her come after M. N and O. So I'm telling all you no. Because if you do have $500, how you pay me back? I don't want it in 50s. Because if I gain 50s, they don't want it and they want the full 500. Yes, I don't want back my money, no piece. I want back all. Right? Everybody have some kind of financial plan that they need to work with. Right? Boosting your credit line is important. If all you know all the old digital, you can't go by cost to want to take out something on terms. They're going and pull it up. You can't go in the bank for a loan, they're pulling it up. We're in that era right now. Right? So we're not taking out anything unnecessary and we're not causing debt on ourselves where we don't have a good credit line. Right? Retirement plan is so important. Right? This retirement plan is helping us to continue to live a comfortable life after retirement. That means you're no longer working and having a monthly salary. You're having a pension. Sometimes the government pension not enough because of illnesses or you want to do some renovation in the house. So you must have a retirement plan. If you don't have it in work, we have all kind of insurance agency outside that we could do a little plan with. A little bit could go a long ways. Now that we are custom hearing. Yeah, so we must have the retirement plan. Meeting your future needs after passing the working age. That's all it means. Right? So we're planning for the future when we retire. Right? Emergency fund. COVID teach you that. When we home and they shut down them workplace. And Mr. Carl, and all them private people had to go home. The government had to assist. And so we must have an emergency fund. Some kind of thing happen over the weekend. You have a little change in the bank. You could go and buy whatever thing you need, especially if you have to go on the ward or you have to go somewhere. You have to fly out to Trinidad to go down to see somebody. We have that emergency fund. The rain fall, the roof blow off. You could go and buy a tarpaulin in the meantime until we could fix the roof. That is what the emergency fund is for, right? Right. Or somebody die and we had to buy a ticket to go abroad. Right? Insurance coverage, health benefit, life, disability, pension plan. We all covered. Amen. Okay. So, this is the end of my session. So let me hear all who was listening. Right. So I have a small little token. I want to ask a difficult question. So all the people who have bags, all they don't answer for me now, please. Mr. Carl, where your bag? Well, I'm bringing this question for you because I want you to go with a bag today. All of this is my boy right here. Right. So tell me, what I ask you, Mr. Carl? How much glass of water are we supposed to drink when the day comes? Oh, God! All give me back quick. You're going home with a little bag. You give him a round of applause. We have any more? Right. Let me see what difficult question we're supposed to ask. What is contrast showers? Oh, God. Oh. Anybody have a scissors? Because I feel I have to cut this one up. I'm cutting up this one here. I'm cutting it up. She going to make up her next one for you. First of all, you're good. Right? Let me ask her next question. All right. Right, I have one more, but I want you to tell me what insurance, give me at least 3 insurance coverage that you could have. I don't want to hear from you, Janelle. No, not today. Put up all your hand for this one here. Right, tell me 3 insurance coverage you could have. Family meaning what? No. Not family insurance. Life insurance. Ahead, give me 2 more. That is that. In terms of anything happen to them in terms of what? Because life is for death. Right, health insurance and another one. Somebody? Anybody? Yeah, pension too. All the pension have insurance, pension plan. Right? So we get it? Any questions? Oh, now they're making me feel like that thing was real good, boy. No way. They must ask me a question. Right, so the urine passing, that is after the body use what it have to use, and it's sending out the rest. So it depends on the temperature in the room too, because if the place too hot, you're retaining more water than if it's cold inside of here. If you drink a bottle of water inside of here in this coldness, you're letting out more, because you're not really sweating and burning much calories. When you're cold, you're less active, because what you want to do is sit down and cover up. And you always want to
But when the place hot, you can sit down and lie down and cover up. You're more active, so you're using more. You're sweating more too. Right? So you'll pass urine more in the cold area than. So it depends on your body and how much water it needs. So you take what it wants and send out the rest. Right? Most times when you drink water, anytime from 6 o'clock in the night, you're drinking the set of water. You ain't sleeping all night. Your body less active and you place cooler. Every minute you in a toilet. So that is why for the elderly, we say 5 o'clock. After 5, you ain't drinking no set of water so that you can get time to rest. When you're taking Lasix, they just tell you take it in the morning time, not in the night time, unless the doctor recommend that you do it. Or else, we hear about the posy before. You have to put a posy by the bed there. Or you have to put on a briefs. Because by the time you get up to sit down, is the pee coming down right there. Alright? This is not when you're sleeping and you're dreaming in the toilet all there. And then you Yes, you could drink a little water. Yes, because when you wake up 12, I know the first thing you're doing is going in the toilet. Because the first thing you don't want to do when you get up is to go in the toilet. Yeah. So you go in the toilet and then you go come and drink the water. Nothing is wrong with that. But we ain't drinking too much water in the nighttime, especially if you're elderly. Yes, you could do that. You could do that. It depending on the condition, if you have certain conditions too. It depending on if you know yourself too. So if you are accustomed doing that and it's working for you, it may not work for me. So some people, from the time you make 5 o'clock, the last cup of water and that is it. Right? Is that they be getting up every minute they're calling you, help me come off the bed. Especially persons who are not swift anymore to get up as fast as you and I. Right? So we good? We going home with something from today? And we going and exercise and be healthy, right? So when Nurse Utley tell we to come back here, Mr. Carl still in the room gave me talks. Miss Bruce still walking down from Milford Court to down here, and everybody else accompanying she. And? All right, thank you all so much. You have to think that you need to invite me by you. Right, so thank you all so much.
All right, so we're moving right along. Amen. And of course, we're always grateful that the information that is being taught to us, that we could learn from it. And of course, we are going forward. All right, so we have, are we going to do menopause, andropause? You do mental? Okay, so that's, okay, Dr. Pettis? Huh? We have it. Trust the process.
Nurse Utley, no. She knows how. Why am I somebody to hold this? All right, so good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Dominique Baptiste, and immediately I came up here, I hear somebody say, oh my gosh, pressure. Why is that? I can't even do anything. All right, so we're here to speak about dental health today. Well, not just dental, but oral health, right? So, first things first, I brought this out because I would like to start off with oral hygiene instructions. That's where I start, right? And typically we develop from there because people have questions and we expand on that. So that's why I don't have a PowerPoint. I like when you all take me in the direction that you all want to go, and that way the information that is given to you is information that I know that you want because you asked for it, okay?
Right. So I think I'm going to have to project my voice because I have to hold this. Right. So starting off with oral hygiene, okay? Let me go where everybody could see it, right? Right. Mr. Carl? Okay. All right. So you have the teeth, your toothbrush. First off, toothbrush has to be soft. No hard, no medium toothbrushes, right? Always soft, regardless of age, regardless of gender. Always a soft toothbrush.
What that soft thing removing all that plaque?
Right. So a soft toothbrush is better because plaque is soft. So an analogy I like to use is in your house, you have different brooms, right? So home by you. Inside you have the softest broom to sweep your nice smooth tiles, your porcelain tiles, whatever tile, wherever you have it smooth, right? Because the dust that you'll find in the house is usually finer, yeah? And then you have different levels of the outside broom. So you have the big outside broom, right? And then you have the one that not as large and it's not as hard, but you still don't want it inside the house, right? When you take these, yes, the coquille broom. When you take these brooms inside and you try to sweep the smooth ground inside, it doesn't do a good job, number one. If you are to actually see it doing something, you have to pass it over one area several times and you have to press down on it very hard. When you do that to the teeth with your hard and medium toothbrushes, you damage the enamel, so that's the covering of the teeth, and the gums. Yeah? So you would notice sometimes that some people actually brush away the enamel over time. You don't have any and you end up with tooth sensitivity. That way you cannot eat anything too hot, too cold, or even sweet. You feel pain. Yeah, some people can't even take air in through their mouth because it hurts. So when you remove the enamel, you end up with tooth sensitivity because the dentine, which is on the inside of the tooth, or should be on the inside of the tooth, is sensitive and it is exposed. The nerve ain't really outside yet, but it's close to being outside, right? So that's one reason. You also brush away the gums. So you would see some people with their gums pulling away from the teeth. That can happen due to poor oral hygiene, where they're not really brushing and flossing as they should. And that could also happen with your medium and hard toothbrushes. Yeah? So it also happens with the brushing away the gums with the technique of the brushing, right? So that's why I am here. You'd see me holding it like this because this is how I have to hold it to show you all what to do, right? So I would like for you to have an order in which you brush your teeth. That way you don't miss anyway. So what I like to tell people, top right to top left, yeah? So you clean in that direction, bottom right to bottom left. So then we're going out here. The easiest thing to do is do some small circles, right? Small circles. I think I had to go without this one because
online wouldn't hear.
So you have to put the toothbrush up an angle. Yeah? You see the angle? You don't want it flat like this. When you put it flat, you miss some areas. It passes over the spaces. Remember, the teeth themselves are not flat. They have curvatures and you want the bristles of the toothbrush, and that's also why you want a soft toothbrush, because the bristles are more flexible. Okay? So you want it at an angle to the gums where you also want the bristles to kind of go up under the gums. Okay? So you try to do some small circles and you try to pull it away from the tooth. It sounds complex, but with practice, you will get it done. Yeah? You are going to get it. Or get as close to this as possible. You see this back and forth scrubbing? It's going to damage the gums between the teeth. You're going to lose it. And that's what most of us do. Right? We like to scrub with teeth. It is a delicate process. Teeth are actually quite delicate. Yes, they are strong, but you do not want to damage the gums in between, right? So you're doing that all the way around. Yeah, of course, you're going to stay in one area longer. We don't have time for me to show you exactly how long. And I'm not going to tell you an exact time to take to brush your teeth. The goal is to get it clean.
Yeah, so however long it takes you to do that, you get the teeth clean, right? So you're going around, yeah, so this surface, the same thing, you do your little circles away. Yeah? Same thing all the way down to the back. Yeah? When you want to brush these last teeth in the back here, you want to close down a little bit. When you open very wide, you have some tissues that become very stiff in the corner here. And it's very difficult to get the toothbrush where you need it to go to move it the way you want it to move, okay? So you close down a little bit, brushing the back here. So we go in, it's just about the same technique everywhere. The only place you could do where you want really is when you're brushing the chewing surface. This is what we call the occlusal surface of the teeth, yeah? So you could just brush this anyhow, any direction you want. Don't really have any gums anywhere there. So of course you have to brush this surface, to brush in here. So a lot of people forget this surface on the inside, and sometimes we forget the chewing surface. So the same thing down to the bottom, yeah, on the outside facing the cheeks and the lips, same technique, your little circles, yeah, with your angle away from the gum. Every time it's away from the gums, okay? And you do that for the entire, remember you're starting here, around, and you're going inside facing the tongue. Even in the front. The front it might be a little difficult to do the technique, so you just do a little circle on you, away from the gums, okay? So in here, chewing surface, okay? Flossing technique. Alright, these teeth on this can't floss. I don't know if everybody's seeing these two bottles here. Everybody could see the two bottles on the table here? Everybody seen it? In the corner? Alright. So let's count all these teeth. I brought this bright yellow string to call it my floss, right? Because the actual floss is hard to see. So two bottles, two teeth, right? You're going down to the gum, so you're going between the teeth. Even if they're touching, they're not touching, you're going down. It doesn't matter, it's the same thing, right? You're pulling the floss up against the tooth, right down to the gums, and you're pulling it up, maintaining contact with that tooth. Same space to the gums, fold the floss around the tooth, up. What we tend to do when we floss is this. And we think that we flossed that area, right? We didn't. So this is how your teeth come into contact with each other. This is how adult teeth touch each other. They have point contacts. So you have the full length of the tooth, but they touch each other like this. So you have space on top and you have space below the teeth. So if you just push the floss down there, it just goes down and it does not contact the teeth, right? So you make sure that you clean these surfaces when you pull the floss up. Everywhere, even if you have a space there, you have to ensure that you floss it. So a lot of people with spaces between their teeth think that they don't need to floss. You still have to. The design of a toothbrush, it doesn't allow the bristles to really clean those surfaces, right? So we have to get that there. So more into the brushing. So I told you all we have to use a soft toothbrush. You have to always use fluoride toothpaste. You do not want to use toothpaste with baking soda, charcoal, or peroxide. You do not want to use any herbal or natural toothpaste. I know we like, yes, that's what we were taught, but these things also damage the teeth and the gums. They are too abrasive. They're too hard, they're too gritty. It's like sandpaper to your teeth and it does the same thing, okay? So at first, yes, it gets the teeth nice and clean and we like to say white. And eventually, it does that by removing a layer of your enamel. So if you continue to use it, you're going to remove all your enamel after a while. So I actually don't want you to do it because you don't want to remove your enamel, right? If you are using a toothpaste without fluoride, if you say you want to use herbal, it has turmeric, there's neem, some coconut oil thing people doing right now. If you're doing anything without fluoride, I'll just say you might as well brush your teeth with blue soap, peppermint oil, and bush, right? It's not doing anything for you. Anything you use in your mouth to take care of your teeth has to have fluoride in it. So even your mouthwash, we have to ensure that the mouthwash has fluoride in it. So you look, read labels. The easiest fluoride mouthwash to find in Tobago is purple Listerine. I don't particularly like it, but if that's what we have, that's what we use. right? So there is, what I actually recommend is Act mouthwash. I only see Act Kids in Tobago for children. Yeah? So Act, that is what I usually recommend. There is something new on the market called TheraBreath. There are these brightly colored bottles you would find in the oral hygiene section in the supermarket. There's a blue one, there's a green one, light blue, dark blue, and there's a pink one. The pink one is the only one with fluoride in it. The others do not. In terms of Listerine, the purple one is the only one with fluoride in it. Okay? The other colors of Listerine do not have fluoride in it. Yeah? Even the original one, it does not have fluoride in it. The only Listerine, the brand Listerine, purple. Yeah? Question? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The tea has fluoride, how much? What's a good amount? So is it the, so that's this thing. So toothpaste has, I really can't remember the amount, but it has a controlled amount of fluoride in it. In tea, at one time you may get a certain amount, another time you may not. Another thing tea does is stain your teeth. Yeah? So it stains your teeth, it leaves these dark stains, these orangish, brownish, sometimes reddish, sometimes black stains on your teeth. And we have that to deal with. So, before I move on, question? Mm-hmm. 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 I have heard people speak about it, but I have not come across any official studies stating that fluoride affects people with thyroid issues. I actually did look and I've seen people on the internet talking about things, but I haven't seen any official studies, nothing accredited that says that we have any scientific evidence that shows that this is an issue. So I'm not telling you no, I'm just saying that I have not seen the studies to back up this evidence. So I do recommend that everybody uses fluoride toothpaste, right? Yeah? Okay. Coming to you. Hydrogen peroxide. So your dentist may have told you to use that based on your specific needs. So there are some people where I will tell them to use it and it's for a set period of time. So I don't know if she would have given you a specific period of time to use it. So these are things where I wouldn't tell you to use it on a daily basis. So I'm speaking about using things on a daily basis, right? So there are special instances where your dentist may recommend that you use that for a set period of time. The hydrogen peroxide, using it every day, it is going to end up damaging your teeth. It's a very weak acid, but if you're using a weak acid every single day, it is going to break down the teeth, right? Yeah? Okay, so, right, so if your dentist said, usually they say for a set period of time, and they would tell you exactly how to use it, how to break it down, whatever concentration, they recommend everything. But it's not for you to take it up and say, I am going to just use this because I feel like that's what I need to do for my oral hygiene, right? Question in the back? So how bad it is would be that would be determined by how often you use it, the concentration you use it, yeah? How long you use it, yeah? So if you are using it every single day, regardless of the concentration really, it is going to cause some problems. I can't tell you, I don't know how you're using it. That's why I just tell people don't. If your dentist recommended it for a specific concern for a certain amount of time, sure, this is not for everyday use. You are going to damage your teeth, and to some extent, it's going to damage the gums too. Because if you put hydrogen peroxide on any tissue consistently, any tissue, even on your hand. Like if you chose a spot on your hand and say, you know what, I am going to put hydrogen peroxide on it every day for 30 seconds, you're going to see that that tissue is going to start breaking down. Okay? So that's why I'm saying it's not for everyday use, right? Yes. All right. I like that question. Whitening. I know we like to see bright, nice. We like to think white means better when it comes to teeth. Not necessarily, right? Whitening your teeth actually weakens your teeth. Yeah? The process by which you whiten your teeth is actually removing minerals from the enamel, making it weaker and more susceptible or more likely to develop decay, right? And what I like to add when people ask me about these things, anything that you do to your teeth for cosmetic purposes only, like if it's strictly for cosmetic purposes, it's damaging your teeth. It doesn't matter what it is. Braces, they damage teeth. There are some people who need it because the malalignment of the teeth would affect their daily function, affect the function of their jaw, their ability to chew, sometimes their ability to speak. And for those people, we say that they absolutely need it. But I'm not going to tell anybody not to get braces at all, right? It's just a matter of you understanding the risk that you're taking. So whitening, you weakening the teeth. So I actually don't really recommend whitening toothpaste because they have this stuff in it. If it's whitening your teeth, some of them claim they whiten and they don't actually do it. Some of them claim they do, but don't. But for the ones that actually do have stuff in it to whiten, they have stuff in it that is either very gritty, which is the same effect as the baking soda, or it breaks down the teeth chemically, like the peroxide. Yeah? So anything you are doing strictly for the appearance of your teeth, it is going to damage your teeth. So that, as I said, braces, yes, it damages the teeth. Veneers damage your teeth. Okay? Anything else before I continue? Okay. All right. So the soft toothbrush actually brushes your tongue. It just takes a little longer. And we don't want to take our time. So if you want to use a harder toothbrush strictly for brushing your tongue, I don't have a problem. Yeah? So you can do that. But when it comes to teeth and gums, let's stay soft. Somebody had a question here concerning something with the baking soda. It is too hard. It is too gritty. Yeah? So it kind of just files your teeth down. It's like sandpaper. So just like you would take sandpaper to any surface really, you realize it's just going to take off layers and layers slowly. That's what it does to the teeth. Salt? You want to brush your teeth with salt? That's going to damage your gums, It's going to damage the teeth and the gums. It's the same thing. Huh? Right, so you grew up with it because they didn't know better. They didn't know better, they didn't have better. It's the same effect. Actually, it's worse than the peroxide. It's an acid. It's an acid. So your teeth, in chemistry, you learn about acids and bases, right? And when you put acids and bases together, you have this reaction, and usually if your base is in solid form, it dissolves. Your teeth are bases. They're like the basic, and then you add an acid to it, it dissolves at a rate that you can't see, but on a chemical level, definitely. Right? So that's actually how you whiten your teeth. Yeah? So that's what I'm saying. You break it down, you weaken it. The process by which your teeth get whitened is a way you break down the enamel, you remove some minerals from the teeth. It's kind of like an acid-base reaction. And you demineralize the teeth to whiten them. Yeah? I'm not going to tell you not to do it, but if you're combining it with your regular oral hygiene, by all means. But if you're using it as a replacement, absolutely not. All right? We need to always have our fluoride toothpaste. We need to always have our toothbrush, we have to brush the teeth. We have to use fluoride. Your teeth need fluoride. Yeah? So, one moment, right? So let me just wrap this up. So when you brush your teeth with, your fluoride toothpaste, ideally you are not supposed to rinse your mouth. That is ideal, right? In our culture, we find that real nasty. So that is where the mouthwash comes in. Yeah? So we have to put back the fluoride. So that's why I'm saying, if you're using mouthwash, use a fluoride mouthwash. Because you don't want to just brush your teeth with fluoride toothpaste and then you wash all away. So if you're going to rinse your mouth with a fluoride mouthwash. You are also not supposed to eat anything within half hour after brushing your teeth. Yeah? In the nighttime, you are not supposed to eat anything, period, after brushing your teeth. Nighttime, routine floss, brush, mouthwash, bed. No eating or drinking after. Nothing goes into the mouth after taking care of the teeth at night, right? And in the morning, I know that this is difficult, but you're supposed to wait at least half hour after brushing. So you know a lot of people just brush before they eat. So you brush your teeth and you go straight to eat. Yeah? Shouldn't do that. So I would prefer if you eat first, and you're supposed to wait half hour after eating to brush your teeth. So I know in the morning that's difficult, so I usually tell people, like, if you can't manage in the morning, you don't wake up early enough, you had the children to get ready, you had to go, just get it done. Get it done. But you see, nighttime, we're not playing with the oral hygiene, we do not play, we're not eating or drinking anything after we're taking our time, we cannot skip flossing, right? So before I go on, question? You had a question, yeah. Okay. It's a good question. So, periodontal disease is gum disease. Yeah, actually was going into gum disease after, so excellent timing. Periodontal disease is gum disease, but it is advanced gum disease, right? Anybody could tell me what is the earliest sign of any gum disease? Who said it? Right? Bleeding in the gums. Any amount of bleeding from your gums. Healthy gums don't bleed under any circumstances unless you take something sharp, a knife, a blade, a needle, something, and actually your gums are not supposed to bleed. And even if you are using a hard toothbrush every day, it should not trigger your gums to bleed. Yeah? So healthy gums do not bleed. We have come to accept bleeding gums as a normal thing, as everybody has it, so it must be normal. It is common, it's not normal. It's not healthy, right? So gum disease, yeah, it starts off with the bleeding and we call that gingivitis. Okay? If your gums are bleeding during brushing or flossing, you have gingivitis. Yeah? In terms of somebody with periodontal disease, this applies to everybody. Everybody needs to go to the dentist on a regular basis. So for somebody with periodontal disease, it would be more than the 6 months that we would tell everybody, right? So your general population needs to see the dentist every 6 months. We'll get into that. Somebody with periodontal disease, a dentist wouldn't tell you that you should come more regularly. You may have to get your teeth cleaned more regularly. That way you have, with periodontal disease, you have separation of the gums from the teeth, and you get these pockets that are very difficult to clean. So when you go to the dentist regularly, the goal is to try to get these pockets to close up, and with regular cleaning, it can happen. Sometimes you end up losing your teeth as a result of this periodontal disease. Yeah, so to prevent that from happening, we try to tell people to go every 6 months. The dentist catches issues that you may not see at home. So a problem we face in this population is that we like to wait until something is wrong to go to the dentist. We notice a problem and then we go. No, going to the dentist, much like the rest of your body, the rest of your health, it's about maintenance. So you have to go to the dentist, whether you think something is wrong or not, every 6 months. Yeah? Every 6 months, you go for your checkups, you go for your cleanings. When you go for your checkup, yes, we are looking for any decay, any cavities. So people think that to have a cavity, you have to have this big gaping hole or a big black hole in your teeth that you can see. Cavities start off small, they don't just start off that way. Sometimes people come and tell us you're eating something, you're eating nuts, you're eating cereal, sometimes even bread, my teeth just break just so. You had a cavity. You did not know. Yeah? So they start off very small, they go in these very small holes, pinpoint holes, and they blow up on the inside where your tooth is left like an eggshell. It's very fragile. You make one wrong bite, and it breaks. And then you come and say, my teeth just break just so. It didn't break just so. It had a cavity. And when you ask them when is the last time you see the dentist, I don't know. Really, sometimes they tell you they never saw the dentist, right? So that's why it's important so that we can find these things early or even prevent them from happening, okay? So go every 6 months. Another thing we look for every 6 months, we spoke before about cancer. People can't have cancer in their mouth, oral cancer. So when you go to the dentist every 6 months, we look for signs of oral cancer. We do have a short screening. Every time you come, you might not know it because it happens so quickly, like we just pull back the tongue, we tell you stick out the tongue, we look for oral cancer, right? Signs of oral cancer. So I'm going to tell you all at home how to not necessarily look for it, but when you need to go and seek your doctor, if you have a cut, an ulcer, any bruise, anything in your mouth for more than 2 weeks, go to the doctor, go to the dentist. Yeah? Your mouth is a place that heals very quickly. You get a little cut, you get an ulcer, it heals very quickly. To aid in the healing process, you rinse with warm salt water 3 times a day. It's like magic. If you have a cut, an ulcer, a sore in your mouth for more than 2 weeks, go to the dentist. It doesn't have to be oral cancer, but it is very suspicious. Okay? So that's something that people are not aware of that we look for in your mouth. You tell yourself, well, my teeth good, and I don't need to go. Okay, your teeth good, and when you come to me, I have seen it. I work in the public sector. I've seen people come to me about a tooth. I have this tooth, and it's giving me this problem. This tooth is hurting me. And I look in another part of your mouth, and I see you have an ulcer there. How long you have this? I don't know. A couple months? Immediately, I refer you to the oral surgeon. They are going to biopsies and they're going to check and see if it's cancer. And I've had a couple people come back positive for oral cancer. There are some cancers in your mouth that have a 5% 5-year survival rate. Meaning, only 5% of people survive 5 years after diagnosis. That means 95% of the people who you find these kinds of cancer in, or these stages of cancer in the mouth, die within 5 years, right? And this is not to scare you, but this is just for you to understand how important it is that you go to the dentist for us to see these things, and we get on it early, because, well, I came in the middle of the talk about cancer, but early detection helps with your survival rate. If we catch it early enough, we can remove it, we can treat it, and you go on with your life like nothing ever happened. The longer you wait to go, the worse your prognosis. Okay? So we have this way, we are afraid to go, like, not just to the dentist, but just to seek our help, something wrong, and we know something is wrong, but we are afraid to go and find out the truth. We are afraid to go and find out what it is, because we're scared that it's something that we don't want to hear. But the earlier you hear that thing that you don't want to hear, the better for you. You're actually giving us a chance to do something about it, to help you. If you sit on it and you wait until water more than flour, by that time, we might not be able to do much. So as soon as something happens, something bothers you, something concerns you, you have a question. We are in the public sector, Roxborough Health Center, Scarborough, Moriah, and Canaan Health Centers. Right? We are there for your help. We are there to help the public. If something is bothering you, please come to us. That's why we're there. That's what we're getting paid to do, to help. Yeah? So don't be afraid to come and talk to us, to ask us a question. Yeah? Anything that concerns you, just ask us. We are here to help. The government pays us to help. Yes, Mr. We? Yes, yes, for not all of us, but some. Some of our staff members do start as early as 7. Yeah? So we're there to help. Do not be afraid of the dentist. So as I started, oh gosh, dental. We like to think that every time you think about dental, it's pain, because we like to wait until something wrong to go to the dentist. And you associate the dentist with pain, because every time you see the dentist, it's causing you in pain. Yeah? And we pass that on to our children. We don't want that to happen. Get your children into the habit of coming to the dentist on a regular basis. Even if nothing is wrong, you go, you get your checkup, get your teeth clean. You have to get your teeth cleaned professionally. There are things that build up on your teeth that you absolutely cannot clean at home. And it causes problems. It causes you to have gum disease. And one day you get up, after telling yourself all your life, you get up at maybe, some people is as early as 30, some people in their 20s. All of a sudden, my mouth just falling apart. Do you go to the dentist regularly? No. Because there are things happening that you cannot treat at home. You can't treat it with the best toothbrushing. You can't treat it with the best flossing, the best toothpaste, the best mouthwash. You can't. Please come to the dentist every 6 months, okay? I don't know, am I over my time? Because Right, so Nurse Audley reminded me about toothpaste amount. You are supposed to use a pea-sized amount of toothpaste. Pea-size. We like to fill up the whole, your toothbrush not this big, but whatever toothbrush you have, you want to fill up the whole bristle with toothpaste, right? Pea-sized. Yeah? About the size of a pigeon piece. Right? So that is where the amounts of fluoride come in. So we know how much fluoride is in this amount, and as I said, you're not supposed to rinse. So if you follow the recommendation with the amount of toothpaste that you use in the first place, we know how much fluoride is left in your mouth to take care of the teeth. Anytime you fill up the whole bristle, so you are plenty fluoride in your mouth left when you brush your teeth. So for children, I want to say for toddlers, you're using a smear. It's not even forming a whole pea. It's a little smudge. You just smudge it on. And you're not smudging it on the whole length of the bristles, right? Just a little smudge. Yeah? And people often want to know how early you start brushing children's teeth. As soon as they have teeth. Born with teeth, and she kept them, they didn't fall out or anything. Why are you supposed to brush it? Yeah. Remember, amount of toothpaste. So since the child only would have 1 or 2 teeth, yeah? So now self, you ain't filling up the whole thing. It's just 1 or 2 teeth, right? I smear the size of the tooth. So you could use the glycerin when they don't have teeth. Yeah? You can do that. That's fine. The moment teeth come into the picture, we get children's toothpaste. Yeah? Children's toothpaste has a lower amount of fluoride than adult toothpaste. And you get a smear. Yeah? So if they only have 1 tooth, I smear the size of that tooth because you're only brushing that 1 tooth with the toothbrush, right? And the toothpaste. So another thing, as we're speaking about children, we tend to see a lot of children with their front teeth rotting. They have the stumps, the dark stumps. Yeah? That tends to happen when we have them sleeping on the bottle, on the breast. Yeah? And I know they tell us to breastfeed as long as you can, or up to 2 years. Dentists tell you don't do that. Right? There isn't, yes, breast milk is best, but after a certain age, after the child reaches 6, 7 months, yes, it is good for them, but it's not necessarily better than the formula. Before that time, definitely. Yeah, and I understand that some women don't produce milk, and if you have to go to the formula, we do that. But after a certain period of time, there is very little benefit to the actual breast milk from the mother versus the formula. Yeah? If you want to continue, please know that you may be setting your child up, because we have this tendency, the child gets into the habit of, in the middle of the night, I sleeping with mommy, I start to cry, mommy just, and you breastfeed, and when the child had enough, or when you fed up, you put it back and you leave the child with the milk in the mouth. That is going to cause their teeth to decay. Okay? So we don't want that to happen to them. And when you have decaying baby teeth, they affect the developing adult teeth. The adult teeth are within the bone developing. So when you have the decay on the baby teeth, they usually get infected. The child gets abscesses in the mouth, and these abscesses affect the development of the permanent teeth below. So when the permanent tooth has to come up now, you realize that it's shaped funny, the color funny, it looking weird, you don't like it. How that happen? Oftentimes, something happened to the baby teeth. Sometimes it's the child fall on and bounce them out. And I mean, we can't stop that. Children, they play, they fall, they hit it. And when these things happen, you go to the dentist immediately. Don't sit down and say, well, they're good. No. You take them to the dentist. Something happens, please take them to the dentist. Yes, ma'am? The breast milk? Mm-hmm. 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 They just don't want to do it. So, I know. So it's like, I'm not saying absolutely not to do it, but again, we get comfortable. So if you want to still breastfeed, yeah, you would have to get up from your bed. You have to clean the mouth after. Yeah, so half hour after. So imagine that you just pull out the breast, you feed the baby, and then you have to stop, and you have to wait about half hour. And now you have to go and clean the baby mouth. Now you have to wake up said baby. That probably will bawl for the rest of the night because you wake them up. So it's hard, which is why I would just say, because you are causing problems otherwise. I know in medicine, we tend to, I would say in the medical field, we tend to ignore dental and everything above dental, like if the mouth not a part of the body. Yeah? So it's like the advice is given, they're saying that it's good for the baby, you should give it to the babies. And I'm not saying it's not good or not, it's not good for the teeth. And teeth not just about appearances. The infections that they get, something people don't know, dental infections can kill you like any other infection in your body. They can kill you. I have seen people die from dental infection. Imagine you come in this world, and you live your whole life, yeah, and a tooth take you out. No, a tooth. Yeah? So somehow a lot of people don't see this area as part of the body, but everything is connected. If you have an infection here, you get a fever. Yeah? Because everything is connected. Another thing, we just had World Diabetes Awareness Day. There is a very close relationship between periodontal disease and diabetes. Diabetes makes periodontal disease worse, or persons with diabetes are more likely to have periodontal disease. And persons with periodontal disease tend to have more severe diabetes. So they both feed each other. And something that I have been trying to do is link with the lifestyle clinics with diabetics who are having a hard time controlling their blood sugar to assess their mouths. Because this is something that I have personally seen in my work, where I've had diabetic patients coming to me telling me my blood sugar is always high. They come and they read in numbers 300 and something, consistently, and it's always high. And they're taking their medication, and the doctors just keep telling them to take it, and they're taking it, and they don't know what to do. When they sit down in my chair, they have severe, uncontrolled periodontal disease. Yeah? And I had a patient, I worked with her. At first, she wasn't very compliant. She wasn't listening to the things that I was telling her to go do at home. Working with her, trying to clean up. And we still were not getting control of the periodontal disease or the diabetes. And one day I put her to sit down and I said, I know you're not doing what you're supposed to do at home. Because if anything, things would look different in your mouth. I would see it. I'd be able to see that you are taking care of your teeth. And it will help you with the diabetes. After that conversation, she actually started and I was actually able to see the difference in her mouth. You know what changed over time? Her blood sugar was normal. Normal. And it didn't take very long. It was about 2 to 3 months. And this was her suffering with this consistent high blood sugar for years. 2 to 3 months of good oral hygiene, coming to see the dentist, keeping everything in order, keeping everything clean, following the instructions. All of a sudden, the blood sugar was under control. She was on a series of medications for the blood sugar. They finally took her down to metformin only. Yeah? That was somebody that I was seeing in Trinidad. I have not seen that lady in so many years, but I hope that she continued, because I passed her on to another dentist. I hope that she continued and she continues to have success in the management of the periodontal disease and the diabetes. But again, that's just another way to show you that your mouth is part of your body. Things that happen in here affects things that happen in affects, right? So if today was about health, if we want to say that we're taking care of our bodies, we have to take care of our mouths too. Okay? We have to do it. So another way for me to point out, there are certain cancers, not just oral cancer, but there are certain cancers of the body. So I would say some types of leukemia, we can see it in the mouth. I haven't had a situation where I was able to see it in person, but I have heard about them they actually were guided in the direction of getting their leukemia diagnosis based on the presentation in the mouth. You went to the dentist because their gums is a very specific look. We call it strawberry gums. I don't know how else. It looks like a strawberry. Like when you look at it, like a rotting strawberry in a way. That's how your gums look. It's a scary thing to see. But imagine you just go to the dentist because you say this thing happening to your gums for however long, you don't know why the dentist sees that and they immediately refer you to oncology. Find out that you have cancer, right? Something else that shows signs in the mouth, HIV. But not necessarily HIV. The HIV virus, yes. But when somebody goes into having AIDS, it shows in the mouth. There are patients who have come to me with full-blown AIDS. They don't know that they have full-blown AIDS. And I would tell them, something is wrong in your body, and I need you to go and see a doctor. I'm not going to tell them, I think you have full-blown AIDS, but there's something wrong, because sometimes diabetes and full-blown AIDS, so uncontrolled diabetes and full-blown AIDS would present the same way in the mouth, or similar ways. So I would just say, you go to the doctor, and sometimes they may come back and tell me, yes, this may have been the case. Yeah? So again, important to go to the dentist. We're not just here for your smile to look pretty. It's also a part of your body. It is also a part of healthcare. Pregnancy, I have been able to tell quite a few people that they might be pregnant, and I've been right a couple times well. Where I see certain things in the mouth, I'd say you might be pregnant. I've had people who knew and were trying to hide it. I had people who didn't know. And I told them, and they went and get tested, and they say, you know, yeah, I'm pregnant for true. So that's just to show the link with body, mouth, everything is connected. It's a part of it. Anybody has any other questions? I saw the hand first. toothbrushes, they have their uses. I don't like them because I feel like people get lazy when they get them. So it's supposed to do a better job, and if you use it the way it's supposed to, people think that once they get that, they don't have to put in any effort. You have to put the toothbrush where it needs to go for it to do what it's supposed to do. So people just put it in their mouth and they just, you're not brushing your teeth properly. And that's what tends to happen majority of the times when people get these electronic toothbrushes. So I would actually prefer you get your manual and take your time. That way you know, your brain registers that you have to put in some kind of effort. In terms of persons with disabilities, the electronic ones are more helpful, where they are able to achieve some level of independence, and it's better than this for persons with disabilities. But for the rest of us who don't have any disability, I'd prefer if you use your toothbrush, where you know to yourself that you have to put in the work. If you don't put in the work, nothing is getting done. You would do it. When you have these spinning toothbrushes, people get very lazy. I have seen patients go from having pretty decent oral hygiene to when they buy the electronic toothbrush, it's gone. Yeah? They don't care anymore. Cause my toothbrush brushing for me. Yeah? You still have to do the work. So if you want to get it, I'm not opposed to that. Just please understand that you have to do the work. We'll get to that. So you had a question? Once enamel is gone forever. So that's why it's so important that we adopt the right habits, use the right tools. Because enamel, you do not get it back. I don't care what TikTok say. TikTok said that you could get it back. I saw it myself. It's a lie. You do not, you do not get back enamel. Once it's gone forever. If you lost the gum, you're not getting it back. And the thing is, I said gum loss. If you're losing gum, you're losing bone. Yeah? Because the gums, as the gums recede, you're supposed to have a certain amount of space between the oral cavity, the open space in your mouth, and the bone. So if you're losing gum, you're reducing that space, and your body tries to recreate it. So as you lose gum, you lose bone. And you are not getting back the gum, and you are not getting back the bone. So that's why it's important to have the right habits. I would say that majority of our population, as I said, I work in public health care. Majority of our population, at least the ones that come to me, do not have the correct oral habits or correct oral hygiene. They don't have the right oral hygiene or habits. Majority of us do not. And I'm not saying it to be insulting. That's why we here ask the questions, we educate, we try to tell people. I just get cussed in clinic all the time because how dare you tell me not to use baking soda when my grandmother said to use it. Who are you? I'm telling you, I face it all the time. I just get cursed out. Yeah? Just for telling people what should be done. Or pointing out you have XYZ issues. Who is you to tell me da, 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 da. I'm just like, well, I'm a dentist and you're here for my help. I'm trying to help you. So, please don't curse us. I'm not the only one who gets cursed. We are trying to help. Do not get offended. I know that it's difficult to hear that you may not have the best oral habits, so you may not have the best oral hygiene, but who better to tell you than a dentist? So it's like, you want to go out in the road and let somebody tell you? Like, it's my job. If I see that you have a lot of plaque building up somewhere, it's my job to tell you so that we can correct that. There are people who get offended and they curse us. Yeah? Something that we have issues with too, with people, they complain that when you come to the dentist, you feel pain. We put people in pain. Dental cleanings hurt. A lot of people say these things. Your dental cleaning hurts when you are not taking care of your teeth at home. Right? If you are taking care of your teeth at home, you're doing what you're supposed to do, you are flossing, you are brushing as you should, following all the instructions, You come to the dentist and get your cleaning, it's pain-free. At most, you may feel some discomfort because some of our instruments, especially the one that makes the high-pitched noise that might vibrate on the teeth a bit, that might give you some discomfort, but not pain to say that you need something to take it away. Like it might be uncomfortable just because of what it does. It vibrates away the hard buildup on the teeth. So you might not like that sensation, right? So when you go to the dentist, if your cleaning hurting, it's not the dentist hurting up your mouth. That is something others get cost for too, because I'm hurting up your mouth. I am not the one hurting your mouth. Your gums are hurting because you have gingivitis. Yeah, gingivitis hurts. It doesn't only cause the gums to bleed, it causes them to hurt. So your gums are red, they are often swollen, they bleed, they hurt, and if we have to clean you when you have gingivitis, it's going to hurt, right? If you want a painless or pain-free dental cleaning or something that is not as uncomfortable, take care of your teeth home. I know you cannot take care of your teeth for the 2 days before your appointment. That's another thing that I see all the time. We can't tell when you do that. Your gums does sell you out. Healthy gums are healthy gums. You have to stay consistent with your oral hygiene for you to have healthy gums. You cannot decide that you want to start with your oral hygiene even a week before you come to me, or 2 weeks, and feel like I will be fooled into thinking you consistently do what you're supposed to do. We know all the time. So I spoke about water flossers. I do not like them. If you want to use them with the string, sure. If you want to get rid of the string, no. Yeah, the water flossers, I know, again, the internet has promoted them as the new best thing, and it's more comfortable than flossing. It doesn't hurt as much. It doesn't cause the gums to bleed. That's because it's not cleaning anything. Yeah, it's not doing much. So if you want to use it with the string floss, sure. If you want to stop using string floss, you might as well not floss. Right? So I don't like them. Yes, ma'am? Mm-hmm. Okay, so she asked what causes halitosis. Halitosis is the fancy word for bad breath, right? So in terms of teeth, if we're dealing strictly with the teeth, plaque. Yeah? So when we are not taking care of the teeth the way we should, it can cause bad breath. Periodontal disease. Again, periodontal disease is caused by not caring the teeth the way you should. So if we're talking strictly about teeth, it's always on the oral hygiene. Yeah? Other reasons that can cause high breath, you can have, halitosis, or what we call the bad breath, is stomach issues. It comes up, somebody with stomach acid reflux, yeah, can cause bad breath, right? Sinus issues can cause bad breath. And remember, everything is connected. The mouth is not just the mouth by itself, yeah? Stomach issues, sinus issues, other health issues, diabetes can cause bad breath, or poorly controlled diabetes, bad breath, yeah? So we have multiple reasons, but if we're strictly dealing with the mouth and the source that comes from the mouth, it's in the oral hygiene or poor oral hygiene that would cause that issue, right? So that's it for the questions, right? I'd have questions for you all now too, because I have 2 prizes to give away. Yeah? So my questions would be pretty easy. Another word for gum disease. We have a word here. Let me see, maybe I should make something a little harder. Let's read this. All right, we didn't discuss this, but let me see if anybody would get it. This one kind of hard. At what age do children first get their teeth? the mummies might be able to tell us. Huh? The first tooth, the very first tooth that they get. So, so yeah, children get their first teeth around 6 months. Huh? Say again? You all had two, so those were outside of the norm. Yeah, but average is about 6 months. Yeah, you get your first, you see the two down to the bottom? Those are the random spare question. What's the last tooth you get? What age on average? Them nowadays children getting it real early, so. So that one kind of complicated. So the literature says that you get wisdom teeth. They say 17 to 21. Yeah. That's what the literature says. But I had a gentleman come to me, he was 58 years old, now getting his wisdom teeth. And I am seeing a lot of 13-year-olds now getting their wisdom teeth. She probably doesn't have them. So there are some people, God's favorites in my opinion, that just don't have wisdom teeth yet. They're not there, they don't come up. So that's the thought. Yeah? So everyone, thank you.
Okay, and so we're going to menopause and andropause, and I didn't even know that man used to get pause too. I thought that was only womanopause. Amen. Over to.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm watching the time, so we see how quickly we could go. We'll do menopause first, and we'll do andropause after, because prostate comes after as well. So I am Katian Greenwich Otley. I'm the primary care nurse manager for the TRHA. I manage the nurses, the clerks, and the allied staff in the health centers. We have 17 health centers, 5 outreach, 3 specialties. Specialties is Pink Room in Delaford, mobile screening. Both of them offer women's services, and Blue Room. Sorry, we have THPC, which is the HIV treatment site on the island. HIV will see everybody. Ready? HIV will see everybody, because we don't want people to know who have HIV. So my mother-in-law goes to that clinic. My brother-in-law goes there, my husband goes there, so nobody knows who have it or not, and it's specially designed like that. Right, menopause. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with a quote. A strong woman knows she has strength enough for the journey, but a woman of strength knows that is in the journey that she would become strong. Next slide. Right. I found 2 scriptures in the Bible, one directly and one indirectly with menopause. One was with Abraham and Sarah, when Sarah said, shall I of a surety be a child, which I'm old? So she was saying that it's long after the manner of women, you know, and she was thinking, how could she become pregnant? And the second one was with Elizabeth. And the Bible said that Elizabeth was barren, and they were both now stricken in age. And who Elizabeth had? Nicely. Next slide, please. Right, definition. Menopause is a natural biological process for a woman. It is a time that marks the end of your menstrual cycle. It usually occurs in the 40s and 50s age group. Now we're seeing it earlier, all up to 35, probably because of the food that we eat. It causes a decline in the circulating estrogen levels. And it is only diagnosed after 12 months without a menstrual period. We see some women taking chances, sometimes the period 6 months, 7 months, you say, well, you're in menopause, you take a chance. Those are the persons that end up with a menopause baby, right? So you don't take chances unless you had 12 full months, right? Next slide. What is estrogen? Estrogen is one of 2 sex hormones that plays a key role in the reproductive health and the development of your secondary sex characteristics in women. It gives you the breasts, the hips, menstruation, pregnancy, and menopause. That's the hormone responsible. It's a chemical messenger and tells your body when to start and stop the process. It affects your sexual health, reproductive health, and is important for the different changes and stages in your life. Next slide. Right, where you get estrogen? Your ovaries, right? These are the main source of estrogen. You get it in your adrenal glands, which are the glands above the kidneys, your adipose tissue, body fat, especially women who are overweight. You find that they tend to have problems with the period, fertility, and so on, because the adipose tissue produces more estrogen. And the placenta during pregnancy, and it secretes estrogen during the pregnancy to help maintain and carry about the whole pregnancy. It has 2 functions. You have the reproductive, which starts with puberty. It controls your menstrual cycle, pregnancy, fertility, and menopause. And the non-reproductive, as Dr. Batiste said, everything interconnected. So if you're having problems with your estrogen levels, too much or too little, it is going to cause problems with cholesterol. It's going to cause problems with your blood sugar, your bone and your muscle mass, your circulation, blood flow, collagen production and moisture in the skin, brain function, including your ability to focus, right? It's so important. The causes of menopause, naturally, your estrogen levels decline from about age 30. The body produces less estrogen and progesterone, and that is why persons older tend to have problems with fertility, and menopause will step in. You have primary ovarian insufficiency. This is usually caused by genetics or some autoimmune disease. Often they can't find what is the cause. I read like 60% of the times they can't find what causes ovarian insufficiency. The ovaries just not producing enough estrogen, right? And that is where the doctors will give you the replacement therapy. Next slide. Other causes, surgery. Some persons have to have hysterectomy, and sometimes they take out the ovaries, sometimes they don't. When they have to take out the ovaries, it causes you to go into immediate menopause, right? So those persons may have replacement therapy, chemotherapy and radiation. This may not be permanent. Once you stop the chemo and radiation, it would return, and sometimes it's just genetics. We can't explain it. Next slide. Right, breastfeeding. For persons who breastfeed for 1 month or less, or persons who never breastfeed, you tend to go through menopause earlier. For persons who have the period starting younger, I think I saw 7 years. For persons starting younger, menopause will start younger. Autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, thyroid diseases, those persons go through menopause earlier too. Chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, chronic kidney failure, and epilepsy may be medication related. Lifestyle factors affecting menopause. You have occupation, education, and income. Persons in high stress jobs tend to go through menopause earlier. If you have poor eating habits, persons in the lower income bracket who not eating properly, you just don't have the money to purchase healthier foods, they tend to go through menopause earlier. Smoking, major cause for early menopause. Alcohol, obesity, and a sedentary lifestyle. Next slide. Right, signs and symptoms. How you know? Irregular period. That is one of the first signs you know. Sleep disturbances. I remember, now as a nurse, I worked permanent nights like 20 years. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights, I just don't sleep. When I started to go into menopause, I thought it was just that. But when I realized Monday I can't sleep, Tuesday I can't sleep, Wednesday I can't sleep, I said, nah. But you know nurses when you know doctors. So I went to the head of mental health. I said, Doc, I'm not sleeping. I'm working hard in the day. I'm not sleeping. I can't concentrate. I want something for it. And he said to me, he said, you know, the medication that you're asking for is very habit forming. So there are other things to do. I think Dini touched on some of them for the sleep disturbances, like calming in the night, the no phone, the lights, and so on. But sleep disturbances are major, major issue. Hot flashes, oh my God, that was something else, you know? So 1 minute you're hot, 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 next minute you're cold. Sometimes you ain't even realize it's menopause, you know, that's stepping in. You know, when you're experiencing that, you're talking about the AC and working good. Pastor, you fix the AC good. Pastor, you know, sometimes I get up, I sit down here, I tell my husband, we say no, so today, because I want more breeze. But hot flashes, my God. Increasing heart rate and palpitations. I had a staff tell me once, like in the night about 12 o'clock, she said her heart just racing. She said many times she pack her bag and she tell the son, come carry me hospital, I feel like I'm going on dead. You know, I had another staff who is echo, ECG, is, what is the one that has put 20, Holter. Everything you're trying to do, because you're not thinking, you ain't thinking is that, you know, sometimes we're in denial, right? The mood swings. Long after my husband tell me, girl, I didn't even realize was that sometimes you're miserable, you know, but that mood swings, that does do a number on us as well, the night sweats, yeah? That make me put in AC in my room immediately. Anxiety and irritability, everything getting your vex easy. Difficulty concentrating, memory loss. Don't talk about that one. You want to say a word, you can't remember what word it is. You're thinking, what word? Sometimes you walk in a room to get something, you forget where you go back out, you come back in, you still can't remember, right? Menopause. Slow metabolism, so it's easier for you to put on weight. Weight gain, vaginal dryness, and reduced libido. Yes, that happens, and I hope the men hearing and all you understand, right? Thinning hair. This is another thing that we can't cope with. Cholesterol causes that too, you know, but menopause causes it as well. So leave us when we want to pay we money and buy we hair. Leave us alone. Dry skin. Yes, loss of breast fullness. Most of you all would notice that with menopause, you had to change your bra size and go down a bit. That is if you didn't put on weight. Painful and stiff joints. That happens as well. You're easily fatigued and exhausted. Next slide. Right, short attention span. You find that you can't listen for long again. That's why I like this church. We come 5:30, and by 7:30 we go on. I can't take the 5 hours again. Decreased ability to learn complex tasks. Yeah, so tell me that again. Explain, all right, tell me in steps. You know, the loss in vocabulary and the language, can we talk about that? Loss of older memories, yes. It takes longer to complete task, and the weakened bones, right? The estrogen causes that. You realize long time you could have cooked 10 pots in 2 hours. Now it's 1 pot in the same 2 hours. You ain't had the energy to multitask all them pots again and wash and clean at the same time, right? Menopause, that's the culprit. So some complications, you have cardiovascular disease. The withdrawal of the estrogen affects the lining of the blood vessels, making them less flexible. And because of that, you could have a little raise in your blood pressure. Estrogen helps regulate the metabolism of lipids in the liver, and it could increase your bad cholesterol, right? So sometimes it's not the barbecue pork as Pastor say, is estrogen. You have osteoporosis, it's caused reduce bone density, and your bone could become brittle and weaken, leading to increase in fractures. We're going to talk about how we could help all of these after, right? Urinary incontinence, there's the next thing again. Due to the lining becoming less elastic, some women develop like a stress incontinence. So if you cough or you laugh, it have things for that. Ask me after and I'll tell you, right, what to do. And because of that, it could have increase in urinary infections in women, decrease in sexual function. We talk about that one, and we talk about weight gain, and your metabolism slows as well. Next slide. Right. Lifestyle changes. Improving sleep. We talk about that, right? Dini spoke about it. But what I have found is soursop leaf, passion fruit leaf, some teas, the chamomile tea, some of those work. They help you to relax and sleep. And if you're not getting help, then you probably need to go to some over-the-counter, or you probably need to go to your doctor, because some persons have it really, really bad. The hot flashes or night sweats, you dress in cooler clothing and you put things close by your bed if you need to get something more like a tick or something, so that you don't go looking for it to wake you up, right? Like when I go to the bathroom, I close my eyes, I know where the bathroom is, and I know how to come back. I don't open, the minute I open my eye or I hold a conversation, I can't go back and sleep. So you do whatever you need to do. AC the place, increase your water intake. That would help with the hot flashes as well. Reduce your stress and plan your day. You have to plan your day so that nothing don't have you running crazy like violence to make you more miserable. Relaxation techniques, Dini talk about this, the deep breathing exercises, the massages. Pay for yourself to get a nice massage. Reading in the night. I know a real good thing to fall asleep is reading your Bible. The minute you pick it up, the sleep coming immediately, right? Paintings, writing. And a lot of persons pick up writing in an early age journaling. You could do that as well, and music. Strengthen your pelvic floor muscles with the Kegel exercises. Having a balanced diet, we talk about that. Exercise, we talk about that. And for women, for the dryness, the over-the-counter KY, you have KY Intense and other silicone or water-based lubricants, right? We can use that. Right. Other treatments, adding plant estrogen base to your diet, like soya beans, lentil, chickpeas, legumes, flaxseed, whole grains, all of that help. Hormone replacement for who needed, vitamin D and calcium supplements to help strengthen your bones. You could go to the pharmacy, talk to the pharmacist, tell her, I'm going through menopause, or I'm X age and I need a supplement. It has vitamin D and calcium together. And there's another thing as well. Ask them and take something. Melatonin, this didn't work for me, but you could try it. Some persons, yes? Yes. Oh. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Take it at night. Okay, so magnesium, zinc, calcium, we're taking them at night. I didn't even realize that. I take it in the morning to go to work. All right, thank you. Melatonin helps some people, not all. Change your body lotion to one that would retain moisture. So you can't go in the $10 store and buy the little cheap thing, be spending money on yourself. The Jergens things with the intense something that would help you get water, the Dove, the whatever. You need to change your lotion too, right, to get a better skin. Yogurt and probiotics to prevent the infection. St. John worts. I heard some persons say that does decrease hot flashes. I've never used it, but I've read a lot of literature that says it helps. Black cohosh. This is the most extensively researched herb for hot flash. Yeah? And look, Dawn saying yes. Right, so red clover, that may help with it. Evening primrose, Donqua, Korean ginseng, all these things they say may help. And it may help with the insomnia, the mood swings, and your libido. Yes. Girl, I don't know, I just know St. John, I see the product. But girl, I see it selling in the, I'm not sure. Yeah, you could use that as well. See if it works for you. Wherever float your boat. Yes. Next slide, please. Right, other treatments. Low GI foods, blueberries, strawberries, spinach, broccoli, cabbage. We spoke about that, right? Magnesium, doc talk about that. There are some YouTube videos by A. Vogel on menopause, right? I have a colleague who developed, what do you call that? The fear of being enclosed. Like if you don't want to be in an enclosed space. Claustrophobia. And it's long after we realized menopause was the culprit, right? And is listening to A. Vogel on YouTube. And when she was discussing the signs and symptoms and so on, that is when we realized all the set of madness that descends as you get older. Menopause is the culprit for a lot of them, that decrease in estrogen. Vitamin B's, lemon balm to improve your memory and promote calmness. This Shatavi, I read, used to increase your libido. I've only seen this on Amazon, never seen it here. Wild yam creams, and note, all the alternative therapies have side effects, right? So use it with precaution, read about it, ask questions before you go into it. Thank you. Any questions about menopause? Yes? Yes. Yes, and to tell you the truth, I can't remember now what is the level, but at different stages in your life, it will be at different levels. So puberty, the adolescent, the woman who looking to get pregnant, and then menopause, all of them have different values, but I can't remember what it is now. It does, it does, it does. So if your hormones not in sync, it's going to cause problems with fertility, right? Any other question? Girl, I can't say. Everybody is just different, right? I have a friend, she is 60, and the period normal as ever at 60. But her whole family line are like that. So it depends. You have to look at your family, your mother, your sisters, your siblings, and see, you know. So I can't say for everybody. Mine lasted probably like 2 to 3 years, but I didn't realize was that. Yeah. Next one. Right. So this is the one here. Next slide. So I'll start with a quote. A healthy man wants 1,000 things, but a sick man only wants one. Only remember Steve Jobs? Right. Good. What it is? This period is not as defined as in females. It is better known as androgen or testosterone decline as male ages or with disease, diabetes, hypertension. You see why we pong in those two diseases, right? They're causing problems. The decline is not as rapid in males as in females. And the testes could continue to produce testosterone and sperm all into the 80s or later. So when you see the African man at 90 having children and be saying he getting help, that may not be so. It may very well be his children, right? The process can be slowed or reversed in some cases, and it is not experienced by all men. All men don't go through this, right? Or don't have to go through this. Yeah. Right, so what it is? So testosterone is a hormone, just like how the female. Now, male have estrogen, and male and female have both of them, right? Women have more estrogen, men have more testosterone. So it's a hormone produced by the testes. It's responsible for the changes. In the same thing, puberty, it helps with the formation of red blood cells, and it fuels men's mental and physical energy is what gives them the strength. It maintains their muscle mass and their body fat. So you notice when men younger, the fat here, the fat, you know, right. And when the estrogen, when the testosterone start to withdraw, that is when the fat here and the fat coming on the legs and so on, right? So it regulates the fight and flight response. That is what make them, when something happens, my man pound the door, they get up and they're ready. Testosterone causes that. And it's responsible for the sex drive and sperm production. Now, thank God this does decline as we get older, right? Yeah. So estrogen could kind of help balance them out. A small amount is converted to estrogen in men. And some studies suggest that testosterone decreases 1% per year after age 30. Where is it produced? It's produced in the gonads by the Leydig cells in the testes in men, by the adrenal glands, similar to the woman. It is an androgen, meaning that it stimulates the development of the male characteristics. That is what gave the men the voice box, the strength. You know, men have a certain build different to women, testosterone. Estrogen in men is important to help with bone density, with weight gain where it should be, sperm production, and maintains a good balance in libido. Thank God. Next slide. Signs and symptoms that the testosterone low. Easy and constant fatigue, easy weight gain, weakness, loss or decrease in libido. That is what has drive them to come to seek help. All the rest they bother with, they could cope with that, but not that one. Sometimes they lose their self-confidence. They become anxious. The loss in the morning accomplishments, right? We know, is that right? Yes? So, you know, every man in his young days, he have his accomplishments in the morning. So as they get older and they lose testosterone, first it's 7 days, it go down to 5 days and becomes less. Nice. The hair thinning and the hair loss, and you have decrease in your lean body mass and your body tone. Next slide. Loss in bone density, I think we said that already. Decreased testosterone increases your risk for diabetes and cardiac disease. It decreases your cognitive function and it affects memory and concentration as well. It affects infertility, gynecomastia, that is the increase in breast size. So you notice that some men, as they get older, they develop breasts or boobs. Yeah. Right, you have decrease in the testes size, the loss in body hair and the grain here, decreased motivation, reduced sperm production. Next. You have lack of focus, mood swings, depression. Could you imagine 2 people in a house going through this? My goodness. Night sweats, headache, insomnia, and anemia to some extent. Sometimes testosterone is the culprit when you can't find nothing else. Right. Remedies to consider. Improve your sleep. University of Chicago studies found that a lack of sleep affects testosterone level. So they said that persons who work night, men who work night, their testosterone tend to be a little lower. Bus drivers, truck drivers that have the engine right under the bum, yeah, they have that problems too. Weight loss, as obesity. Just now, what point was that? Weight loss as obesity decrease. Oh, supposed to be weight gain. Yeah, it should have been weight gain. Weight loss as obesity decreases testosterone. Yes, that is it. Yes, it's correct. Remedies to consider. I was thinking the other way around. Yes, so lose weight because obesity decreases the testosterone. Yes. Exercise, especially strength training. So walking alone for you would not help. You need to build muscle mass. Stress reduction activities, improve your nutrition, and DHEA foods, which is your dark green leafy, your nuts, your olive oil, your seed, your green pumpkin seed, they say really, really good. Seafoods like your salmon and your tuna, egg, garlic, ginger, mushroom, dark chocolate, and nettle tea. I was When I saw the nettle tea, I saw it on a number of different studies. I didn't realize that this thing on nettle that we know, I didn't even realize that was so important. I thought that was just to terrorize children when we're growing up. Pomegranate. I've read in a number of different articles how pomegranate was good, right? It boosts testosterone. It's an antioxidant. It reduces the free radicals. The free radicals is what destroy your cells and so on, and anti-aging properties that lowers your BP and help increase your red blood cells. Next slide. Right, the DHEA also helps erectile dysfunction by converting your testosterone and converting it to testosterone and helping with your muscle mass and helping to reduce obesity and so on. Coconut oil, avocado oil, fish oil, turkey eggs, all of that help. Vitamins and supplements, remember we're taking it in the night now, right? Specifically, calcium, zinc, calcium, magnesium, zinc in the night. With the D, in the night. But not the bees, the bees have to take before midday, otherwise you can't sleep. Right, intermittent fasting. I know the dietitian said don't skip no meal, but intermittent fasting has its place and it can help. So probably not every day. Or let the dietitian not listen to me, right? You add probiotics, as we discussed earlier. You adjust your clothing, as we talk about, and try to remove the triggers. It has something that just get you angry quick. Try to remove it and AC the home, please. Next slide. Right. Discuss medications with your doctor. Anything that you feel might be giving you trouble, the statins and so on, discuss it with your doctor. Avoid drug and alcohol. Ginseng, they say, help to reduce blood sugar and improve erectile dysfunction. Tonkatali, you know, the last time I get this talk, this guy come and ask me if I could buy that for him. So I said, sir, this is the site on Amazon. Go and buy it for yourself, right? They say that this increases testosterone level. Ashwagandha reduces stress, increases energy levels, and sperm quality. Avena sativa, they said this also increases testosterone, and Cotiba, Mira Puma. These are things, I've read about 10 different articles on these here that says that they help, right? It includes blood flow to the organ. I know we have children here, right? But we know when we say organ what we mean, right? This is how society does see men and women in andropause and menopause. You see the man, he go for a bicycle, it's soup up. He motorbike, it's soup up. Right? And we say he having midlife crisis, right? When it's andropause. But the woman now, we see we with the tongue, they say we miserable and we just give trouble. So that's how they see us. And thank you. Any questions? We good? All right. Thank you all very much. Pastor, thank you for having us. And I hope you enjoy the other speakers. Thank you.
Okay, yes, so we're going right into men. This is your session. We're dealing with men. We're talking about prostate cancer. This is one of those things that, you know, they tell us when you hit 40, you have to check yourself. And this is very important. So I'm going to invite our speaker to come as we go right into prostate cancer. And then thank you so much for sharing of your time, and it's a privilege to have you, sir. Very needed information.
Thank you, Pastor. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm Dr. Thompson. I work up at the oncology unit of the TRHA. So, of course, prostate cancer is sort of what I see most days, every day, for the last how many years. Right. So, if we could get the next slide, please. So before I get started, I want to thank Nurse Otley for her presentation, because her discussion of testosterone will make my presentation a lot easier to understand. Now, normally in a crowd, in any function like this, especially something health related, you see more women than men. So while the message might be more relevant to the men, women have husbands and brothers, and you'll make sure that the men go to the doctor, so everybody will use the information. So what we're going to do, we'll first start by looking at what exactly a prostate is. Then we'll look at two problems that occur in most men as they age in their prostate. We'll dig into BPH a little bit more. Then we'll get into the prostate cancer part of the presentation. All right, so next slide, please. Okay, so your prostate, the diagram on the left shows your urinary tract, right? So your prostate is not per se part of your urinary tract or your urinary system. That, classically speaking, is your kidneys, your ureters, your bladder, and your urethra. But because if you notice where the prostate is located, right there at the base of the bladder, wrapped around the urethra, problems in your prostate affect your urinary system and the function of your urinary system. If we look at the diagram on the right, that is a diagram more focused on your reproductive tract as a man. So your prostate, if you, do we have a pointer? No? All right. Let me just move. Right. So if you, sorry about this, guys. Right. So this right here, this is your bladder, and this is the prostate here. And this is the urethra coming through the bladder to go to the organ, as Nurse Otley said. Right. Thanks for that as well, Nurse Otley, because I didn't know what to say in church. So I was a little concerned. So we use an organ, right? So what the prostate does actually, as part of your reproductive tract, is it produces a lot of the liquid part of your ejaculate, right? So next, sorry, just now before we go back again, sorry, right? Again, if you look at this picture on the right, it's a person cut down the middle. So you're watching them from the side. And important to note, this is your rectum here, the last part of your bowel, right? And this would be your anus. So a lot of men are fearful of the rectal exam. But the reason that it exists to examine your prostate is because it's the only way that it is accessible clinically. Okay? So let's next slide, please. Right. So two problems in the prostate. So as a man ages, and I could go out on a limb and play prophet, if you live long enough as a man, it is very likely, you're more likely to than not, develop benign prostatic hyperplasia, as well as potentially prostate cancer. To give you a statistic, and I remember reading it the first day in my textbook, I was shocked. If you do, or what the study did was they took men who had died from any cause above age 80, and they examined their prostates histologically. And they found about 80% of the samples had areas of cancer in the prostate, right? But these were men who died from something else. They didn't die from prostate cancer, right? So the first thing that will happen in your prostate as you get older is it will get larger, right? The cells will multiply. It's not a cancerous growth, it's just getting bigger. So long time, what they used to call stoppage of water, right? That is what BPH is, benign prostatic hyperplasia. And if you look at on this picture on the side here, this would be the normal prostate. This is your bladder with urine, and the tube coming through here that goes to your organ to release the urine. As you get BPH, you notice the prostate starts to get enlarged, and it is now narrowing this tube here. So it's basically your bladder now has this extra obstruction to force the urine past. And that's what accounts for the symptoms. In contrast, picture on the right demonstrates what happens in prostate cancer. So you can't see it from distance, but in the first one there, it's an early stage prostate cancer. Second one, a little more advanced. But if you notice, you could have a fairly advanced prostate cancer that even though it has increased the size of your prostate, it hasn't affected the urethra, right? So you're still passing urine as normal until much later on. Okay, next slide, please. Right, so the symptoms of BPH arise due to obstruction to urine flow. And that includes hesitancy, meaning you go to pass water and you have to wait for it. Poor stream when it comes out is not, before you could have stand here and hit the wall, now you're dropping on your shoe. Urgency, when you have to go, right? Frequency, and the frequency is interesting and related to the nocturia, which is passing urine at night. So basically your bladder holds urine that your kidneys form, and when it gets stretched and full, it sends a signal to your brain you need to pass water. So you go and you pass water, and it's supposed to, the bladder muscle contracts and forces the urine out. But if you have an obstruction, it can't maintain enough pressure to get all the urine out. So what you end up with is, instead of going from here full to empty, you stop urinating about here. So of course now you're still kind of half full. So you fill back up even faster. So the time between when you feel to urine and when you just pass urine gets shorter and shorter and shorter. So at night, this translates into you getting up in the night to pass water 3, 4, 5 times. Complications, sorry, I'm dribbling because you haven't emptied completely. So the complications of BPH include frequent infections. When the urine sits in your bladder for a while, it's a good area for bacteria to multiply. Bladder stones, sometimes urine sits there and calcium precipitates or crystallizes out of the urine. If the ureters, the tubes leading to the kidneys, also have back pressure affecting them, then it affects how the kidneys function. And then finally, sometimes you have blood in the urine. And the treatment for BPH could either be medication initially, so sometimes they give you tablets which help reduce the size of the prostate. Sometimes they give you tablets which relax the muscles here to open it up a little bit and relieve the obstruction, right? And then surgically. So surgically, it could mean something called sorry, back to the previous one, apologies. Yeah, so, right. So they basically pass an instrument up the urethra and they shell out the inner part of the prostate and free up that space for the urine to pass. Yeah. Or one step beyond that, surgically, you could remove the prostate entirely. So that's BPH. And like I said, every man in this room, every man that you know, if he lives long enough, will have some element of BPH. Unfortunately, every man you know, or most men that you know, if they live long enough, will also develop areas of cancer in their prostate. And it's the cancer in your prostate that is potentially dangerous. So next slide, please. So if you look at the natural history of prostate cancer, and by that I mean, what would happen if you just leave it alone? Let's say you have a gentleman who's developed one of these areas of cancer in his prostate, and he's going to live until the natural conclusion, and you just don't treat it, you're just watching it. So initially, you'll start with a small spot in the prostate here. Nothing will detect this clinically. On examination, the gland will feel perfectly normal, there's nothing to find. As the tumor grows a little bit, now you'll have deposits of the cancer on both sides of the prostate. Yeah? And you may actually now start, if you do a rectal exam, to feel something abnormal. It would feel like a little stone or a nodule, as they call it. Later on, the cancer will start to grow out into surrounding tissues. It will start to invade the surrounding tissues. It could invade up into the bladder, could invade into something called the seminal vesicles, and you could, this thing wrapping the prostate here called the capsule, it could breach that capsule and get access to surrounding tissues. And then finally, when you get to stage 4 disease, this prostate cancer is now able to spread to lymph nodes or glands, as we call them in the pelvis, as well as to other organs. And the organs most commonly involved will be your bones, your lungs, or your liver. Occasionally, you may see an unfortunate soul who's had prostate cancer spread to his brain. But generally, bones would be your #1 spot for metastases. Right. So, here in Tobago, prostate cancer matters even more. Now, I don't know, the older gentlemen in the room would remember Dr. Alan Patrick and the Tobago prostate survey. It was up Dutch Fort, and men were encouraged to come in and do a blood test and to do a rectal exam. So this was part of a survey that was done, that was Dr. Patrick in conjunction with certain doctors from the University of Pittsburgh. So what they were trying to find out, the genesis of it, they had noted that in America, in the US, African American males had higher rates of prostate cancer and prostate cancer death than Caucasian males. So they were trying to find out if it was something unique to African Americans or if Afro-Caribbean populations would show a similar phenomenon. So they chose Tobago and they conducted a study in Tobago. Right? So this is the reference for the article that was published. Next, please. Right. So what they did is they enrolled men from age 40 to 79 between September 1997 to June 2001. They took about 4,000 men, which is a pretty good coverage of that age group in the population. Next. And what they found, just to break it down, was to simplify it. Out of 100 men that were tested, 31 men had abnormal test results, meaning that the blood test they did on them or the examination showed that something was potentially wrong. That's 3 guys in 10. So if we have about 10 guys in this room, right, 3 of us would have abnormal results, right? Out of the 100 men, 31 have abnormal screening results, and they will then send them on for biopsy. 12 of them were found to have prostate cancer in the prostate. So 12 out of 100. And of those 12, 4 of them had what we would call at least intermediate risk prostate cancer. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a bit. And 1 of them was found to have high risk prostate cancer, meaning that if you didn't identify that guy, chances are he would present with stage 4 disease and die from prostate cancer. Right? So how is prostate cancer diagnosed? Well, based on what we were talking about with the natural history, symptoms aren't terribly helpful. And when I say that, symptoms will occur late in the course of the illness. And the symptoms due to enlargement of the prostate are very identical to the symptoms of BPH, right? So if you're waiting on symptoms to find out that something is wrong, chances are if something is wrong, it is very wrong. Digital rectal exam, putting a finger into the back passage, right, to examine the surface of the prostate. PSA testing. PSA stands for prostate-specific antigen, and it is a chemical or a protein that only prostate epithelial cells, the cells that line the prostate, only those cells produce it. So when it goes up, it suggests something might be wrong in the prostate. Again, you cannot confirm cancer without a biopsy, right? And then, of course, you'd have what we call staging investigations. And the purpose of staging is basically to say, when we looked at the natural history, how far on that pathway is the patient? How far has the cancer progressed? Yeah. So we'll look at them in a little more detail now. Next slide. So the diagram here on the left. So what you have is a halfway section slicing through the middle of a guy lying on his side with the doctor's finger in his back passage. This is his bladder here, and this is his prostate. Anybody notice anything strange? All of this is the prostate. But when I put my finger into the back passage, all I could feel is here. And if you have fairly short fingers as a doctor, you can't even get to the top of it. All that to make the point that rectal exam is not the most effective way to identify a problem in the prostate. A DRE could tell you that the prostate is large, but it could only account for one surface of the gland. Thankfully, most prostate cancers will arise somewhere in that zone that you could feel, thankfully. However, it is possible to have prostate cancer developing in other parts of the gland that you can't feel. So you could have a normal rectal exam, DRE, and still have prostate cancer. So the picture on the right is just demonstrating what a prostate would feel like. So imagine me putting my finger here. So a normal prostate, this is a small one, is kind of walnut sized, and it's firm and has a smooth surface. An abnormal prostate would feel hard and almost like a stone and irregular surface. Yeah. All right, next slide, please. Right, so PSA testing. If DRE or rectal exam isn't the best way to go about looking for prostate cancer, what is the best way? The PSA test. It's a blood test, very simple to do. It's a lot more sensitive than the DRE for finding early prostate cancer. The normal value depends on the man's age. As you get older, your PSA on average will tend to be higher. So you have to correct for that. But typically, we use a cutoff point of 4 or less as being normal. Other processes could raise your PSA. Basically, anything affecting your prostate could raise your PSA. So if you have an enlarged prostate from BPH, right, which most men with prostate cancer also have an element of, you will have a higher PSA value. If you have infection in your prostate, you will also have a higher PSA value. Yeah. Next slide, please. So the next step after that, you find that you have patient has a high PSA, you may recommend for them to do a biopsy. So what this diagram is depicting, an ultrasound probe is introduced into the rectum, and you could see a needle extending here. And that needle is used to basically take samples from the prostate gland under the ultrasound guidance. Typically, you want 12 cores in a biopsy for it to be an adequate sampling. Now, remember, sampling of a prostate is kind of like fishing. You could fish and not catch anything, not because there's no fish in the sea, but because you drop your line in the wrong place. And the fish you just didn't get the fish, right? But when you use 12 cores, the chances of you missing an active cancer is a lot lower. Now, picture on the right, when they take it to the lab and the pathologist looks at it, what are they looking for? So we use something called the Gleason score, right? And up to the top of the picture, all the circles are neatly arranged into glands, and it looks like normal prostate tissue. By the time you get to the bottom of the picture, it's all scattered and not forming glands at all down here, right? So the Gleason scoring system scores prostate cancers on histology from 1 to 5. The uglier it looks, the more dangerous it is. So the higher the Gleason score, the higher the risk of the prostate cancer. Yeah. Next slide, please. Right. If you've confirmed the diagnosis, you want to find out, well, how far has this thing extended? So the picture on the left is an MRI section from an MRI scan. You're cutting the person this way, transversely. And this here is the prostate, and this dark area here is the cancer. So what they're looking for is to see if the tumor has penetrated to the outside of the prostate. Because if it got to the outside of the prostate, then it has a chance to go further. The scan, the image on the right, is taken from what they call a radionuclide bone scan. Now, earlier we had said that the most likely place for prostate cancer to spread to is your bones. So how a radionuclide scan goes, anywhere there's a tumor deposit in your bone will have a faster metabolic rate than the normal bone. So they give you this radioactive labeled compound that is taken up by your bones, and those parts of the bones that are affected by the cancer take up more of it and give off more radiation after. So you could see all these intense spots on the ribs, skull, here by the lower rib there. Of course, down here would be the bladder because you excrete the same compound in your urine. So the bladder would show up, right? But based on those spots, they then know that, okay, the cancer has spread to the bone, or it is likely that it has spread. Yeah? Okay, next. Thank you. Okay, so treatment options for prostate cancer. Now, one thing that I didn't mention when we were talking about natural history, what do you all understand is driving the prostate cancer? What's making it do what it does? Not quite? No? All right, so it wasn't covered in, Nurse Otley spoke about it at length, but she didn't talk about it with reference to prostate cancer. It's actually a male hormone, testosterone. The same thing that she was talking about is what is, because prostate cancer cells are derived from prostate cells, they still are responsive to testosterone, and that makes them grow and multiply. So a lot of the treatment options, the chemical treatment options, have to do with blocking testosterone. So we'll talk about that in a bit. So what are the treatment options for prostate cancer? The first one is active surveillance. Second one would be surgery. You could cut it out, do what they call a radical prostatectomy. Third option would be what we call radiation therapy, and that could be done in two basic ways, brachytherapy or external beam. Then you have systemic therapies, one being androgen deprivation therapy, meaning that we block any testosterone, and the next one being chemotherapy, right? But notice, even though it's cancer we're talking about, the chemotherapy is the last on the list. It is way down. It is not upfront treatment for prostate cancer. And we only use it if the cancer has progressed, has spread, and is no longer responsive to testosterone. It's just doing what it wants, so the only thing that might help it is some chemo. So what is active surveillance? So to explain the idea behind active surveillance, go back to what we initially said about the 80% of men over 80 being found to have being found to have areas of cancer in their prostate, but they didn't die from prostate cancer. And that is maybe the most complicated thing about prostate cancer. Even though when we hear the word cancer, we always think bad news. And every prostate cancer, if left alone, will go through the stages that we showed. The reality is that the more aggressive ones will go through very quickly. The less aggressive ones, or the Gleason 1s, or the Gleason 2s, they will go through it so slowly that you will have chance to live to be a ripe old age and die from something else before that prostate cancer ever cause a problem. So the challenge is that when we do PSA screening, it's a very sensitive test, and we find the 12 guys in the 100 who have prostate cancer, not all 12 would die from the prostate cancer. So technically, if we go and treat some of those who wouldn't have died, they will have all the side effects of treatment, but no real benefit. And that is the challenge in figuring out. So what active surveillance means is that a person has been identified with a prostate cancer. They have assessed the cancer, and it doesn't seem to be an aggressive one. So they offer the patient the option, we will just monitor it. And if at some point it seems like it is progressing, then we will treat. right? Not everybody is comfortable with the idea. Some people, once you tell them, hey, you have a cancer in your prostate, they want to do something and they want to do it now. But in reality, one of the bigger concerns with prostate cancer in other countries is the question of overtreatment, basically treating men who would have been okay if you didn't even meet them. So active surveillance involves actively monitoring the course of the disease with the expectation to intervene with curative intent if the cancer progresses. It's based on an assessment of the patient's life expectancy and the risk posed by the cancer. So to give you two extremes to make it clear, if you have a high-risk prostate cancer in a 50-year-old man who's in good health otherwise, no pressure, no sugar, no heart problem, nothing, he good, and he has a high-risk disease, and you didn't treat him, his prostate cancer will kill him, right? On the other end of the spectrum, you have the 82-year-old gentleman who had 2 heart attacks and a stroke last year, and he has low-risk prostate cancer, which you just happen to find because he did a PSA, right? Treating that guy probably not going to make him live a day longer than he would have lived anyway. Failure to treat the first guy is killing him. And that's the spectrum that prostate cancer thing. Everybody else in between, you have to figure it out case by case. Yeah. So active surveillance is for people with what we call very low risk disease, meaning that PSA less than 10, only 3 of the biopsy fragments out of the 12 or fewer had areas of cancer in the prostate. The PSA is less than 10 and is also, when they divide it by the volume of the gland, is a density less than 0.5 or low risk disease. And the patient's life expectancy is estimated to be more than 10 years. How do they estimate life expectancy? Same way the insurance people do it. They use what they call life tables, and based on how far you got, they estimate how far you're going to go still. So the average age or life expectancy at birth for a male in Trinidad and Tobago is something like 76 point something years. When you get to 70 something years, you're healthy enough to beat all the other causes of death. So they estimate how much further you will go. But based on that, if your expectancy is greater than 10 years, then but you have low risk or very low risk disease, then you qualify to be a candidate for active surveillance. And we must do confirmatory testing. Remember we said that when you biopsy is like fishing. So a gentleman might have aggressive cancer in his prostate, but you went with your needle in the wrong place and picked up his less aggressive cancer in his prostate and made a decision based on that. So what you do is you follow up with MRI of the prostate or even a rebiopsy of the prostate at a period later to see if you're sure that this guy is for active surveillance. Yeah. Next. Okay, radical prostatectomy. So the most natural way to manage a cancer that's confined to an organ, if your right hand offends you, cut it off. Surgery, right? What a radical prostatectomy is they're going to take the entire prostate gland with the capsule. They're going to take some of the tissue around the gland, including the seminal vesicles, and they're going to take the pelvic lymph nodes, and they're going to test all of these in the lab. The goal is to remove all the cancer cells while minimizing the side effects from the surgery. Potential complications of the surgery include bleeding, urinary tract infection, urinary incontinence, because you might damage the base of the bladder, erectile dysfunction, because the nerves that supply the organ might be damaged during the procedure as well, and narrowing of the urethra or the bladder neck by scar tissue, making it hard for you to pass urine, giving you similar symptoms to the BPH, right? But note erectile dysfunction. Next. You could also do radiation therapy. And radiation therapy is basically directing high energy at cancer cells that will destroy the cancer cells' DNA and induce them to die. You could do it in 2 ways. One is called brachytherapy, where you're basically putting radioactive seeds that give off this energy into the prostate, right? The advantage of that is that you get to give a high dose of radiation directly to the prostate without having to give a dose to the surrounding tissue. Basically, everything that we do in oncology has an effect on normal tissues as well. It is effective for cancer that hasn't spread to other areas, and it is used for very low, and intermediate risk prostate cancer. Potential complications, urinary problems, such as all the symptoms of BPH, basically. Bowel problems, fatigue, and guess what? Erectile dysfunction. Next slide, please. So we don't see a lot of brachytherapy because generally we have a lot of, we don't have as much very low risk disease. And if it is very low risk, you'd more likely be on active surveillance than actually go in for brachy. But it is available locally. The other way to do the radiation is to direct a beam from outside of the body. But of course, as you direct this beam, if I want to treat that bag in the corner, let's say that's my prostate, the beam has to pass through all the bags on the way. So all the surrounding normal tissues around the gland also get a dose. So if you think back to the picture that we were looking at, the rectum is right behind the prostate, the bladder is right on top. So, plus it has to pass through skin as well. The way they manage not to get too high a dose to the normal tissue while treating the target is, if you notice in the picture, the head of the machine could actually move. So they don't just shoot from one direction. They shoot from here, then they shoot from here, then they shoot from here. So all the beams end up giving the highest dose to the target, but sparing the normal tissue in its path. Complications or side effects, urinary problems, including bleeding. Sometimes the bladder gets so irritated from the radiation that you bleed in your urine. Bowel problems, including diarrhea, just from irritation as well as bleeding. Erectile dysfunction and fatigue. Right. Next slide. So, beyond localized treatment like radiation and surgery, which will deal with the cancer directly in the gland, you also have what we call androgen deprivation therapy, meaning basically that you're blocking the testosterone that was stimulating the cancer cells. And you do that, you could take out the testes where the testosterone is made. You can give an injection to shut off the testes, right? So you'll know some patients that might be coming for an injection every 3 months or every month as the case. Or you could take tablets to block the activity of the testosterone. Sometimes they do a combination of the injection or the surgery and the tablets to give what we call combined blockade. Basically, the more you block, the better the response in the patient and the better your chance of controlling the cancer. It's also used, or is even more useful, when the cancer has spread beyond the prostate to other organs. So when the cancer spread to the bones, you can't go and cut out bone and you can't radiate every spot of bone. So something systemic that lowers the testosterone and basically starves the cancer cells is better. But it will not kill the cancer cells, it will just stop them from growing. Complications, sorry. Right. Fatigue, sexual problems, shrinking of the testes, basically all the symptoms of andropause that Nurse Otley described earlier, breast swelling and tenderness, etc. Of concern, of course, is the higher risk of diabetes, high cholesterol, and heart disease. So now that you've seen the treatments, or the major treatments, and the potential complications, now active surveillance makes a little bit more sense in context. Because would you want me to expose you to all these complications for something that wouldn't have killed you in the first place? And that's the justification for active surveillance. Yeah, but of course, selected patients with low risk disease, right? And when you have somebody whose testosterone has been effectively blocked, but they have these cancer cells subdued but not dying, what happens over time is that cancers continue to evolve. So at some point, one or two of these cells in this tumor figure out how to grow without testosterone. And they survive and start to multiply. And the person has what we call castration-resistant disease. When we get to that point, next slide, please, that's where the chemotherapy comes in. But again, at this point, it is not being done to cure the person. It is just to control the disease for a time. After that, you reach a point where you can do no further treatment and nature takes its course. Okay, so complications of chemo, just the common ones: low blood count, infection. This particular drug has numbness in your hands and feet and allergy. But at that point, it is better than the alternatives. Yeah. Okay, so next. What should I do? Yeah, so we've heard a lot about prostate and BPH and prostate cancer and all the treatment and the side effects and this kind of thing. End of the day, there's no point giving a talk and not giving an instruction. What you're supposed to do as a man growing up, because like I said, this could happen to, it is likely to happen to the majority of us as we get older. So the first step, participate in prostate cancer screening by checking your PSA, the blood test, every year after age 50. Some people will start at 45. If you've had a relative diagnosed young, you should start 5 years before the age at which he was diagnosed. Now, participate in prostate cancer screening by PSA testing. A lot of times men will not go to check their prostate if it is a rectal exam because of concerns about the rectal exam. The blood test is more accurate, it is more acceptable to people, and will basically do a better job. So we could all go and do a PSA. If the PSA is greater than 4, then review with your doctor to determine if a biopsy is necessary. Close relative of mine, monitoring his PSA every year. Cross 4, cross 5, cross 6. It was only when it reached about 7.5 and it had gone up kind of quickly, right, that the urologist and myself discussed it and we said, okay, go ahead and biopsy. And sure enough, he had areas of cancer in his prostate. End of the story, he did brachytherapy, where they implanted the radioactive seeds. And I don't think he's had a good night's sleep since then. So I use this story to illustrate just because it's over 4 doesn't necessarily mean we have to go and biopsy it now. Because the years that we were waiting when it was 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, all those years, 3, 4, 5 years, this gentleman was sleeping well, eating well, going about his life, no sexual dysfunction, everything was everything. And his quality of life was very good. When it was finally biopsied, it was a low-risk cancer, right? The Gleason score, the cells weren't that ugly. So chances are if we had gone on another 2, 3 years without biopsying him or even attempting treatment, he would have probably been, he wouldn't have come to any harm from it. But that is the intricacy of the decision that you have to make, and it has to be made in conjunction with the patient and his most times, well, if married, his wife. If the biopsy confirms prostate cancer, ask yourself, or we need to ask, has the cancer spread or is it localized to the prostate? So now we have, you're familiar with what we call the blue room? Yeah. Now we have the blue room up by the old hospital. It is essentially a men's health service. And so men are coming to get PSAs, right, as part of their screening. And I'm talking about PSA greater than 4, do something. There are men coming forward for the first time and the PSA over 100 and change. Yeah? Normal. And it's not an unusual occurrence either. But these guys have been living with their issues. They probably have big prostates with lots of urinary symptoms from BPH, and they have these high PSAs. So has the cancer spread or is it localized to the prostate? If it's localized, what category does it fall into? If it's a low risk or very low risk disease, are you a candidate for active surveillance, right? Or do you need to do treatment now? If the decision is that you need to do treatment now, do it now. And I'll explain what I mean. Remember we said that if you leave it, right, some of the cancers learn to grow in a low testosterone environment. So historically, when we had the prostate survey, a lot of men didn't go through to get surgery, right? What they did was we gave them some of the androgen deprivation therapy, right? And these guys lived for years and years and years. Turns out they were very lucky. They lived to be 80 plus. And then the PSA started to go up again in spite of the injections. So what has happened, they now have castration-resistant disease, but what you wouldn't do at 70, you're definitely not going to do at 85. So if at 70 you thought, I'm not good enough to do, I'm not fit enough to do a surgery, I can't make, or I'm not fit enough to do the radiation, I can't make. Your prospects don't get better as you get older, they get worse. So now you have fewer options. And maybe the one thing that might be an option for you at this point is the chemotherapy, which is not a picnic either. So if they're in a situation and there's high-risk disease and there's a need to do treatment with curative intent, do it. Do not say, well, I'm taking the tablet or I'm taking the injection and I will see how things go. Because a lot of times you might be anticipating, yeah, I'm going to die next year, man, don't worry. And you end up living way past that expectation. Last thing, after treatment, keep following up. So just as maybe I could use this as a question, if I get to give out prizes too, nice, man, right? So we said that PSA is made by your prostate, right? So after a man has a radical prostatectomy, what should his PSA be? Well done, Pastor. 0, right? That's what it's supposed to be. You could clap for that, man. The point being, though, that after you finish your surgery, you have to still check up. If you came back maybe 3 years after the surgery and the PSA is no longer 0, the PSA is 2. Where did the PSA come from? Because we take out everything. What it suggests is that you may had cancer spread and now that is starting to form PSA. Or you may have a recurrence in the pelvis itself. But if you do not follow up with your PSA after treatment, you wouldn't know until it is in your bones and your back hurting. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So that's it for the presentation, and I'll take questions now. Yes? Okay, good. That's a very good question. So what happens, it spreads to the bones in the spine, right? And one or two things happens. When you have cancer in a bone, it weakens the bone and very minimal force will break the bone. So it's either that it spread to his bone and he suffered what we call a pathological fracture, right? And that pressed on the spinal cord. Or he had a deposit in one of the bones there that grew to the point that it compressed the spinal cord. The treatment for that, textbook treatment, would be the neurosurgeons have to take off part of that vertebral body, right? Do a delaminating procedure, take that off to free it up, and then you do radiation to the area as well. Practically speaking, what we end up doing is palliative radiation to the thing. And if you if you start it in time, the person will recover use of their legs. He didn't do anything of that. Unfortunately, it happens because, and I say unfortunate because a PSA blood test is even privately is about $100. Yeah. Correct. And ultimately, it didn't have to be that way, and he was playing bad odds, so to speak. How old was he, if I may ask? Yeah. Was yeah. Well, I have a patient now, confirmed diagnosis, but never wanted to do any treatment. Never think. So he comes in. You all met Nurse Frank earlier? Right. So he comes in to the unit and he has evidence of spread to the bones and all this kind of thing. And we counseling him, and his response is, well, I walk in now, right? Couple weeks later, his wife comes to the clinic. It's like this stupidness with him not doing any treatment, it's stopping today. So she basically had to lay down the law for him and say, look, you have to take something. But of course, now it is even too late to salvage his walking. And this was a gentleman who maybe 4 months ago was still working and teaching and thing. But that's why I make the point that finding it through symptoms is maybe the worst thing you could do. Yeah. That's a lot of oncology practice. Not just in Tobago, but in Trinidad as well. Yeah. Ms. Otley? Okay. Question. Yeah. Yes, ma'am, please. Sure. Okay, so you remember I was saying that you will have two things going on in a man's prostate as he gets older. You'll have prostate cancer and you will have BPH. So it's the BPH that your dad probably had benign prostatic hyperplasia that got so bad that when the blockage of the bladder was there, no urine could come out, right? But not only was it so bad that no urine could come out, they couldn't advance a tube into the bladder through the usual pathway. So to get around that, the only thing they can do is put a tube directly into the bladder through the abdominal wall. But it normally happens when you have very advanced BPH. One comment for the wives. I'm saying it here so that you don't have to run up to the clinic. If your husband is on treatment for prostate cancer and he is not interested, it's not his fault, and he's not interested elsewhere, it is a result of the treatment. Yeah. A lot of times the wives show up in clinic and they're very concerned because they assume that the reason that he's not interested in me again is because something untoward is happening, and it's nothing to do with that. It's just we block the androgen, we block the testosterone, your sex drive goes down, and you're just not interested. Yeah. Any further questions? Good question. There are some genetic abnormalities that are found more often in prostate cancers. Some of them actually are inherited and have to do with give you a higher risk, and in families you see not just prostate cancer, but you also see breast cancer and other cancers as well. Additionally, some of the risk, or the thinking is some of the risk is dietary as well. So a lot of diets high in animal fats tend to predispose you to prostate cancer. Understood. I hope you're the 20% who don't have it. Yeah, I agree with you, right? That I know, but you don't want it, and nobody wants it. But like I always tell people, so I work up in the oncology unit. If you have to meet me, right? When would you prefer to meet me? If you have to meet me, not socially, medically. You're not going to meet me at all. All right. Amen to that, sir. Still do your PSA, though. You're not coming at all. All right. All right. Well, I can't force you. All right. Agreed. Agreed. Oh. Well, and this is the so I'm not saying when, I'm saying if, right? If, what's your name, sir? Carlson. All right, so let's suppose, Mr. Carlson, let us suppose if he has an area of cancer in his prostate, right? We have not discovered it at all. He is 81. You're a good 81, sir, or you're a sickly 81? Strong 81, right? He lives to 90, right? And nothing ever happens. He dies in his bed sleeping. That prostate cancer is one that we didn't need to know about, right? And to have found it and gone interfere with him would have actually taken a good 81 and make it a bad 81. Yeah. And that is why so what I would say, the only point I would argue with you, I would do the PSA, but if the PSA comes back high, it does not necessarily mean to proceed to treatment. So you could do a PSA and know what your number is and monitor that number, but not rush ahead to do biopsy and that kind of thing. And you discuss it and figure out what is best for you in the situation. Because in some parts of the world, they don't do PSA screening at all. They've actually recommended against it because of the problem of over-treatment. Yeah? I got you. Well, I think Mr. Carlson should get the last prize then. You're going, I wouldn't bet against you, sir. Yes? He have one already? Okay. He have one already too. Yeah, that's a good question. Anybody answer that deserve a prize? Yeah. What the B is for? Nah. Benign. Right? Benign. But he's sitting next to a man who have a prize already. So yeah. Prostate. Right? So it's just the H. Hyper, good. Oh. You still get a prize. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you everyone for having me. And
All right, come on, put your hands together for Dr. Thompson. Awesome job again. All right, so we have our final session in mental health, and then we're going to give out all the prizes that we're going to have left, the hampers and everything. So we're going right into mental health. This is such an important aspect of our lives. All of us struggling in one form or the other. And, we are grateful that we have some professionals who could encourage us, right? So Mr. Abraham is here, Mr. Marlon Abraham, Mr. Pitt. All right, so Mr. Pitt, please come and, amen. Come on. So we need it. Some of us are a little bipolar, no polar, all kind of polar.
okay, good afternoon. That was a heavy one, right? Okay, so my name is Kirk Pitt. Actually, I found out recently that Kirk means church. Yeah. Imagine that. My mother must say was mad. Anyway, right. So, right. So I work at the mental health unit sometimes, and I also work in my private practice, and I was a replacement for Mr. Abraham. Yeah. And while coming up here, I was seeing a client, and he said, Doc, why you running away on me? So why you running on me? I said, partner, I'm going to church. The Doc, the catch you. It's interesting all the time to come in forums like this, because mental health is like the bastard child of everything. However, whatever the profession, whatever happening to you or not happening to you, mental health is part of it. So we just had a whole thing there on what was the topic? Right, so you remember. And it's important for us, sometimes we get a brain overload. There's so many things, one after the next. And it's important for us to pay attention to it and pay attention. I especially like how Doc skillfully dealt with the gentleman there. That was really good. In terms of discussing treatment options and how it applies and everything else. Anyhow, we want to change the atmosphere and change the mood now. Are we aware that mental health and Caribbean mental health, we want to focus on mental health in the family. Now, we could look at mental health on many levels, right? Micro, meaning the family,
meso, meaning the community, or macro, we're talking about government policies and this and that and what have you. And every time we talk about governmental policies and issues like that, people feel overwhelmed, they feel disenfranchised and everything else. So I want to keep it at the micro level for today. Maybe another time we could talk about mental health overall, but I want to keep it at the micro level because that's where we feel that we could do something. That's how we could feel we could effect change and we can manipulate and we can do something differently within our homes. Now, are we aware that Trinidad and Tobago is number 3 in terms of the Caribbean where the incidence of mental illness? Anybody aware of that? Yeah. We bronze medaling. You understand? And we close to silver. Okay? So, it's really interesting. And worldwide, we have an increase in the incidence of mental illness. Worldwide. It's really interesting when we think about it. Anybody here, let's change up how we operate. Okay? So everybody has smartphones here and all of that, right? Nobody has a smartphone? Well, you have one like mine. Okay? So anybody here could tell me what is mental health? So instead of I telling you all this, what is mental health? When we hear mental health, what we think about? That's mental illness. When you're mad, that's mental illness. Your state of being, what does that mean? Interestingly, I'm not going to, you all have anything to write with? Anybody have any pens, pencils? No? Do you have any pens, pencils available? All right. Coming here, I said, I didn't know how to approach this. I really didn't know. Because I had about 2 or 3 days to prepare. And I thought about this after I saw a young man. I saw a young man 2 days ago. He was born from a 15-year-old mother who was ill and just came out of hospital. After giving birth to him, she was hospitalized again. Subsequent to that, she had 3 other children. So by the time she was 24, she had 4 children. This young man was kept by different family members. He kept bouncing around. By the age of 13, there was truancy at school. By the age of 15, he was expelled. By the age of 17, he was in prison. You all hearing me well, right? So he's now 21 years old, and I'm seeing him. And he has been to prison 4 times. Interesting, right? Each time he would be sent to the mental hospital. That's the only time he gets treatment. Now, after going through some, I was thinking about it. How do I intervene here? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And after going back into some cases, I realized that this young man is not just one that just pop out the hat. We have several young men like that. Interesting. What is also interesting, and I hope I don't step on any corns here, we're talking science, right? Everybody? Right. What is also interesting is that, especially among the Afro-Trinbagonian population, let's say we have an average of 4 children, we would have at least 3 different fathers. Interesting, huh? It's a phenomenon that's creeping in. And it's given rise to something called the reconstituted family. Anybody ever heard that word? Okay, the step-parent families. And all the dynamics that goes with that. So many of us, we are judgmental and we think about this and that and the other. Let's do a simple experiment. Just take a piece of paper and pass the rest. Let's do a little experiment. And I want us to think, remember we're talking about mental health and the family, right? You're looking perplexed, my lady. Right. We're doing a little experiment. I borrowed all the expenses, I borrowed my son's some pencils from him. I wonder what to do. Okay. So I might be able to only go as far as the pencils can reach, right? So there's borrowed stuff, so you all go sparingly. Thank you. Yes, give my back, thank you. So you could borrow all now. Right. So here's what I'd like us to do. Other than God, oxygen, and water, I would like you to write 4 things, all right? So listen to the instructions carefully. Everybody carefully, right? Okay. I would like you to tear the paper into 5 pieces. Listen to the words, huh? Rip the paper into 5 pieces. Everybody? Rip the paper into 5 pieces. And other than God, oxygen, and water, other than that, I would like you to write 4 things that you think you absolutely cannot live without. Everybody got the instructions? You're ripping the paper into 5 pieces. Ripping the paper into 5 pieces. Other than God, oxygen, and water, so we're not putting that in. You want more paper? We have more paper, man. Who didn't get paper? Right. So I'm not sure if the pens would reach, but of course, thank you. Right? Other than God, oxygen, and water, I would like you to write 4 things. So you're ripping the paper into how many pieces? 5. So other than God, oxygen, and water, I want you to write 4 things that you think you absolutely cannot live without. Then rate those 4 things from 1 to 4, with 1 being the thing that is most important to you, and 4 being that which is of least importance. Everybody get the instruction? I'm saying it one more time. One more time. We are rating the 4 things you would have written on the 4 pieces of paper. Remember, the 5th one remains blank. Write 4 things that you think you absolutely cannot live without. 1 item per paper. The thing that is most important to you going to be number 1. And the thing of least importance is going to be number 4. Right. And we on speed dial, so you don't have much time. Remember, you're always telling people what's important to you and what's important to you. You're supposed to know it now. So you have a chance to write it down. So we have 1 minute to do that. Now I need a scribe. I need somebody to take notes to me. Now the 5th piece of paper, you're going to put a big B on it. And B is for blank. So, okay, so, okay, thank you. Okay, so here's what now. Fold each piece of paper individually so that you don't know what's on the inside of it. So each piece of paper, you fold it individually so that you do not know what's on the inside of it. Okay, so 30 seconds again. After 30 seconds, everybody fold up all the papers individually, whether you're finished or not. Fold it up individually, including the blank. So you should have 5 pieces of paper folded up, including the blank. Mark a B on the blank. Okay, now mix it up. Mix it up. Don't put your names on these papers, huh? Okay, mix it up. Everybody? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop writing. Just fold up your paper. Just fold up the paper wherever you reach, fold it up. Right, so everybody have 5 pieces? All right. And at least say we're practicing for Carnival Wave. Anyhow, we in church. All right. Okay. Now mix it up. Now turn to anybody you choose and let them take 2 away from you and put it aside. You don't give them 2, huh? Don't give them 2. Let them take 2 from you. Anybody, just turn to anybody and let them take 2 from you. All right. No, let them take anybody if they want to, and it doesn't matter. You should remain with 3. It doesn't matter who you take it from or who takes from you. Right. Now turn to somebody else with your 3 and let them take another 2. Anybody? Right. So everybody should have 1 original remaining. 1 original. Okay, everybody have their 1 original? Raise your 1 in the air. 1 original. Right, everybody have their 1? Come people. You should have 1 original. Right. If you have 3, whatever you have, stop right there. It's important. Everything is important in this exercise. So wherever you are, stop. Okay. So now, everybody with me? Settle. Open your one. Your one original, open your one. If you end up with 5, 4, 3, we'll deal with that after. But those persons who have one, open your one. Okay, where's my scribe? Good. All those who got their number 1, raise your hand. So we have what? You got your number 1 on your list. 1, 2, 3. Whatever your number 1 was. Right, we have 4 persons getting the number 1. You also got 1? You're 1? Okay, 5. Okay, so everybody stay with me. Stay with me. Isn't that how life is? Think about it. Think about how many persons are here. And out of all of you all, what you wanted in life, you got it. The number 1 thing you wanted. Think about it. Stop. You'll think about it. You go to the taxi stand, there's 1 car left with 1 seat, and you got that 1 seat. Hold on. We'll deal with that just now. Hold on. We'll deal with that just now. You go to the taxi stand, 1 seat left. Yeah? You know, sometimes we say people born with a gold spoon. It seemed like something always happening right for them. Isn't that interesting? Did they do anything to deserve that? It just happened, right? It just so happened that they got their number 1 life line up for them. Interesting. Now, all who got their number 2 on the list, number 2, raise your hands. 1 person. Isn't that interesting? Right? 1 person got their number 2 on the list. Isn't that fascinating? So life wasn't so bad for you. You didn't get exactly what you wanted in life, but you got the second best thing, and you could live with that. Agreed? Isn't that interesting? But did you do anything to deserve it? It just kind of happened for you. Now, all those who got their number 3 in life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 persons getting their number 2. And in life, we have some people who, they didn't get the number 1, they didn't get the number 2, but they got the 3rd thing in life. You ever meet some people, they're working in some jobs and every year they're leaving? Yeah? Interesting, huh? Every year they're complaining, every year things bad, and every year they're leaving, but they can't go home yet. They're still there. And they're unhappy. And that's like how life worked out for them. So all who got their number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We had 4 persons getting their number 4, which is also interesting. Try what you may. We have some people that are just holding on. They're just holding on. So whatever life serves to them, they're just holding on. And here's where it gets interesting. All who drew blank, wave to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And all who end up with 3, 4 in their hands. 10, 11. Who else? 3, 4 in their hands. 12, 13, 14. So we have 14 persons ending up with 3, 4, and blank. So let's make sense of it now. So we just assuming you are a blank, right? Okay. Nah. So Missy here drew blank in life. So she's a nobody. So we're just tolerating you because here will look empty. And you who drew blank across there, what are you doing here? We really don't want you here. Who are you? What purpose are you serving in this life? You drew blank. What's your purpose? And for those who had 3, 4 in the hands, and they did nothing with it, they also became blank. Everybody with me? So you wasted your opportunities. You wasted your opportunities. So even though you were not born with a blank in your hand, you wasted the opportunities that was afforded to you. So, but guess what? We are all still on the same stage. And somebody is going to be judging you by their standards and how they see the world. And people are going to make statements like, everybody was afforded free education. Is that really true? Is education the same for the rich and the poor? Totally different. The experiences are different. So we come from different places and we have different social experiences. And I want to superimpose that now on our lives. What we're experiencing today. We experience financial difficulties. We experience medical difficulties. And the phenomenon of this century, broken families. You see, the family is the microcosm of society. It's the smallest unit. It's the basis of the society. And something is happening in our society, our Caribbean experience. Long time, we had a lot of extended families. Everybody with me? So we had granny, grandpa, uncle, auntie, whoever. So even if daddy was a fool, somebody may have stepped in. Even though mommy failed, somebody may have stepped in. And much of that also reflected the Indo-Trinidadian experience, where they have 2 or 3 generations in the same household. Now, we have a different kind of experience, including my own household I came from. I have 8 siblings. And we have 3 fathers. Now, that puts pressure. Every time you have a change, you have a different culture coming into the home. Tell me if you're with me, if you're getting lost. So every time you have a change, you have a different culture coming into the home. You have a different attitude coming into the home. You have a different energy coming into the home. Yes? The statistics show that most mental health issues start in individuals around age 13, 14. Isn't that interesting? Children don't control the environment. Adults do. I worked for a while in places like YTC and the prison system, restorative systems and what have you. And I remember I got permission and I had to write about 10 letters to get permission to give a young man a birthday cake. This serious talk, eh? And I presented him a little cake for his 16th birthday. And he held on to me and he cried and he cried and he cried and he cried. And I was confused. He said, Doc, I just always see people getting cake in movies and things. I never thought that would happen for me, you know. Think about it. Think about his experiences. Yeah? A cake. And by me presenting him with a cake, going forward, today this young man has his own shelter set up and he accepts young men from prison. That a cake turned him around. A cake. Think about it. The Bible that you all read, well, forgive me. The Bible that you read, right? Is major concerns about what? The mind. Think about it, renewing of the mind. Think about it. Why is God so concerned about the mind and what goes into the mind and how the mind works and how it operates? So when we reject and we think mental health is something foreign, go to the Bible. Think about it. A lot of I guess I'm in a church, so most people here would believe in Jesus, right? Who was his disciples? Who was Matthew? Matthew was a what? Huh? A tax collector. So he was an accountant. Who was Mark? Let me call all the pastor for all your what? Is I the one who's supposed to not know nothing? Eh? Who was Luke? Luke was a what? So how come Jesus didn't surround himself with carpenter alone? How come? How come God in his wisdom didn't say, I am the father of Jesus, so he don't need another earthly father? All you know that Joseph was the first recognized stepfather, right? How come? How come even in that book that we read, and let me make another slip, right? That it was so important, the family. Not just by function, but also by what? Structure. What was Jesus' life from 0 to 12? What happened with him? How he grew? How he grew? Then wasn't he an apprentice? Wasn't he sitting down and learning under the guidance of his earthly father? I'll call for collection just now, right? I want you all to think about it. And think about the role that parenting plays in children's lives. Because he had to sit under the guidance of parents. But it wasn't just any parents. You see, these parents were so guided, and they shaped and they fashioned him, because you see, in mental health, the environment is critical. The home environment. You ever driving down the road and you're wondering, why all these men, all of them have house, how come all of them crowd up under a bar? Why they don't want to go home? What's happening here? So you see, many of us have houses, but not homes. And I want us to start to think about it. You see, we cannot change the past, but we can influence the future. And I want us to start to think about it and think about mental health in a different kind of way. So I'm not talk about no raving madman running down the road and all this and that. I want to think about things that we experience every day and we have some control over, and that's your home. You see, my daughter had a visitor, and he said, Uncle, bring out the good stuff now. I said, well, there's no good stuff here other than coconut water, you know. We don't use alcohol in this house. What are your standards? What are we teaching our children vicariously? And what are their experiences? Because you are the first teacher to your children. And I understand also, if you have a jug with blue water and you point it into smaller glasses, what goes into the smaller glasses? Same blue water. So it means then that we have to find some reservoirs to refill. We have to change what and pour something else into us so that we could pour out into them. You see, many of us waiting for Miss Camilla or Miss, and let me say Mr. Manning, Dr. Rowley, right? Many of us waiting for them to fix it. We could bring 1 million policemen in the country. They can't fix crime. How can we fix crime? We talk about mental health. Don't forget, it's mental health we're talking about. Your mental health. Because most of us don't understand the criminals live with us. Which means we are the criminals. You see, my job today is to open the family. Not walk around it. Open the family. Like the previous speaker said, we mainly have women in the environment. And maybe through the women we can get to the men. Maybe through the woman we can get to the children. You see, most of us looking at externally for the external enemies. I want us this evening to examine the enemy, not the enemies. The enemy. And I want us to be able to find that new equilibrium point, that new positioning, that new sense of peace and direction that is involved in shaping and forming good mental health. For example, like getting up and saying good morning. I know you all waiting for some big thing, right? Like saying good morning, like saying good afternoon, like saying thank you. I don't want you all to be radical like me. Huh? My son got up the other morning and he made breakfast for himself. I threw all in the dustbin. I said, so nobody else say had to eat? You couldn't ask anybody else if they're hungry, if they wanted something to eat. It's all about you. Now don't be like me. Eh? I want us to understand that when we see them running down the road with a gun in their hands, we put it there. We have to understand what we're producing. Yeah? Once every week, my son they say, Daddy, when is customs? That's what you mean. Search and rescue. I said, what are you talking about? I said, you see that? Bring your bag one time. You all with me here? Many years ago, we didn't understand the cultural practices. Why when you brought a man or a woman home, your parents used to ask, who is he? Where he come from? Who is the family? What have you, what have you, what have you? It's not just to find out if that is your long-lost brother, because most times it used to be. But here is what? They needed to know something about that person, about the family dynamics, about where they come from, who they are, who they not, and whether or not they can gain entry into this household. So you see, many things we don't understand. There's a reason why they tell you about La Jobless and Dwayne and all these other things. They don't exist. We know that. But it was about social control. It was about you coming home at a particular time and behaving in a particular way. You all remember that? So if you go in the house and midnight get you outside, what happened? And they had to tell you everything and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Think about it. You go in the cemetery, there was a certain ritual when you come back. Everything. Now the cemetery is where we go and conceive children. Think about it. I want us to think about mental health in a different way, in a user-friendly way, by recreating the atmosphere that you have control over, which is your home. You see, you can't change the neighbor, but you could change who you are and how you approach the neighbor. we could never get it perfect, yeah? So there's nothing like perfect. And I want you all to remember also, everything in life don't have to make sense. We try to make sense of it so that we could digest it. But sometimes people are who they are. We have to learn to accept that also. You know, my daughter, I have a portion living in Houston, Texas. And one of my daughter's husband called me and he said to me, I don't know what happening here, you know. This girl doing so. I said, Lord, Father. I said, push you on the phone. I said, I'm coming up next week. 10 minutes later, she called me. Said, Daddy, don't bother to come. We're fixing it. I want you all to understand what we want to produce. A lot of us feel stressed financially because we're trying to build wealth in one go. Real wealth don't happen in one go. It happens over generations, generational wealth. So this generation might want to buy the land. The next generation might want to build the homes or the businesses. The next generation going to take it further. But if you're going to be so stressed that you want, how much bed you could sleep on at one time? so when you kill, you know Christmas is coming, right? And all you know Christmas coming since Christmas gone? But every January, February, you're broken. How come? And you're stressed. We stress. Think about it. I want us to think about the practical little things that affect our mental health. Forget the big things. Think about the practical little things that we have some control over. I gave my girls a challenge. I have 5 girls. Yeah, 5 of them. Yeah, one mommy. Yeah. Answer that for you. Right. Right. But I have 2 boys. Let me hear your question now. Different mommy. Right. So, so what I'm telling you all here is not because I read it in a book. I've lived a lot of it. And I understand the errors of my ways. Now, I'm not repenting, huh? All right. I'll see you watching me. I want you all to understand we have to have an idea in our heads what we're trying to create, what we're trying to build, what we're trying to do, how we want to function, how do we get to yes. Getting to yes is a process. And if every morning you wake up, you know, I was trying to get my mother to slow down on the amount of meat she's eating. She said, lad, you want to kill me. I got dead. But you ever look to see how much of your budget things like meat this day? Think about it. We want to eat and drink the same way every day, and then we complaining about financial stress. We want the children to go to the best schools and the best this and the best that. And I'm fine with it, but it has to be part of a plan. Dr. Rowley didn't send you there. You decided to have them children. unless you were raped. Don't tell me that any was accident. You don't slip and fall into one of them things. You didn't expect to have a pregnancy. But we have to understand, how do we manage it now? So it's not the absence of difficulties, it's the ability to manage those difficulties. Because we all have difficulties. None of us have a perfect home or a perfect situation. The question now is, how do we manage it? It is here. The baby here. I told my daughter that, my last daughter, it's our one that's always challenge her. Yeah. And my last daughter is a challenge to me. And my mother loved her dearly because she said, "Thank you, Lord, he gained it back." So, and in the midst of being in university, and this is University of Houston, and she doing mechanical engineering, she was doing, specializing in robotics. She chose the most expensive program. Right. The end of second year, she come with her graduation gift, a baby. See? I said, "Well, girlfriend, what are we doing?" Say, "Well, that, yeah, so sorry, this, that." Okay, she mother, she's sorry. She repent before God. I said, "Okay, beautiful." I said, "But here's what. You still have to mind the baby." How do we plan ahead for that now? And that is what I'm talking about. And that's where family comes in. And that's where the unit comes in. And that's where we have to be able not just to sidestep issues, but to embrace them as they happen and to move forward with them. Every family has a challenge. The other thing that's affecting the family is substance use and abuse. And now we decriminalize marijuana, and everybody feels it's okay. And we're not understanding the impact of marijuana. You all know that there are 17 different strains of marijuana? Yeah. And they spray some of them with embalming fluids, so they enhance the hallucinogenic effect. And it bringing out all kind of mental health issues. Because you see, marijuana is a beautiful plant, but it ain't make for everybody. It ain't make for people like me in particular. Just like how alcohol ain't make for me. And a lot of us feel that it's okay to do certain things. And it isn't. We're talking about mental health still, right? Don't forget the topic. Because all these things impact on our mental health. So we dealt with attitude towards the family, we dealt with finances, we dealt with substance use and abuse. We want to deal with something else that happens in the family also. When you didn't do anything to cause anything, it just happens. So we also have what? A genetic predisposition. So we see a rise in things like depression and all of that. And mental health issues are normally a biopsychosocial phenomenon. It's biological, it's psychological, and it's social. And we also have to have an appreciation for that. Because you're depressed, it doesn't mean you're weak. It's not a sign of weakness. It's a chemical imbalance. It might have been triggered by a social event, a psychological trauma. But most importantly, it's treatable. And a swift kick in the butt, not going to help. And that's where you need to take the person to get assessed. So, get up and go is not going to help everybody. A swift kick in the butt not going to help everybody. And it's not demons. You know, I sometimes make a joke in non-religious circles. I tell people, I say, any demon you don't want, send it for me. All that sort of foolishness about demon and you've seen people whittling away and dying and thinking it's demon possession. One of the most common demons we know is sleep paralysis. You all ever heard about that? Talking about the family, right? That's when somebody, they go to bed. Anybody ever had the experience? You go to bed and you're trying to wake up and you can't wake up. And you're between sleep and wake and you're trying to move and you can't move. And you're trying to, and you're feeling something holding you down. Right. Right. That's how them pastors make their money. Right. It's a phenomenon called sleep paralysis. Go read it up when you go home. It's not a demon. And it happens between sleep and wake. No, I never tell people who does believe in it. I never tell people demons don't exist. So you'll never hear me say that. What all you hear me say is that I don't believe in them. So all you know are going anywhere, anytime. So all these things that we take and we don't get treatment for, we need to take seriously. We need to think about it again. We need to operate differently again. Rule out all the physical things before you decide is that. Because it could be something very simple to fix. The last thing I want to raise is education. Not just educating about mental health illness, but educating as in schools. We have a situation that is affecting school bullying. We need to take it seriously. We need to have conversations with the young ones, find out what their experiences are. Everybody, you know, it took me some time to even understand cyberbullying. Because when my son talking about somebody bullying him and this and that, I said, well, turn the thing off. We mean they're bullying you. Just switch it off. It have an off button, you know. But you see, it's a big thing for them. This is a new generation. And we need to understand that their experiences are different to what we would have experienced. How many of us even think about what happened during COVID? To us, is like, it's 2 years missing. And it's still impacting on learning and happened in their development and everything else. For 2 years, they were locked down. So even how they learned change. School-based learning was out, was home with the tablet, with the computer, with the whatnot. And now, when they get used to that, somebody wants to send them where? Back to school. And it may mean nothing to you, but a big adjustment to them. Last but not least, I want us to think, really think. When you're frustrated, and you could walk out of the house, you could go by the beach, you could do all kinds of stuff, right? When the child is frustrated, what happens? They have to sit down right there and take that. So when they start acting out, they're talking to us. And I need us to start to listen. Remedies for the family. My suggestion, I'm not telling nobody how to live. You all hearing me well, right? Right. The other day, Dr. Rowley made a statement, careful who you carry home. That is my mantra, careful who you carry home. That's important. If I is a fool and you is a fool, what are we going to make, boy? You see, we don't think about these little things. I tell my sons, and you all may not like this, I tell my sons, especially my sons, I said, I'm going to tell you something. Your criteria for liking her can't be how good she looking in her short pants, you know. So if she wastes all she time in school and everything else, and she even learn to bake a cake, nothing at all, and she feel that you, not you, but my money had to rescue her because it's my money invested in him. That ain't happening. Not under my watch. We have to invest in our kids. And investment is not just money, it's time also. It's patience, it's kindness, it's everything else. We have to invest in them. We have to create the atmosphere that they want to come to us. And we want to go to them. And you know, a lot of us feel that, I hear a lot of people talk about, I treat all my children equally. That's a lie. Every one of your children have a different personality. And some of them easier to love than others. Trust me. Yeah? I had one day I tell she, I said, if it only had jacuzzi in jail, I'll make a jail for you. She ain't easy. You understand? However, there's a difference. You must treat them fairly. So do not set it up where you have 5 apples and you're giving 3 to 2 and you're dividing up the next 2 for the others. Because we're generating discord among them. Okay, so move ahead quickly. Exercise. Important for every home. Nutrition. Every home. Visit to your medical practitioner. Every home. Not your bush doctor. No, I never say rule out the bush. I grew up on bush. But visit your medical facilities. You don't have to agree with them. Just visit them. Saving for the future. You can't eat everything today. Okay, so I think I gave my signal to wrap up. Any questions? Now remember, we dealt with mental health, but from the micro perspective. Because if we go to the meso, we talk about community structures, this, that. If we go to the macro, we talk about governmental policies, this, that. What I attempted to do is to talk to you all about things that you have control over, that you could make a difference with, that you could want to get up every morning. Okay, any questions? So I could get collection now.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Kurt. Come on, put your hands together for our mental health facilitator. We're so grateful. I just want to take this opportunity to give a vote of thanks to the folks who have been part of this, because we've come to the end of our sessions. We're going to give out some hampers, and we want to especially thank, the chief cook and bottle washer, for this event. She's the one who orchestrated everything, put it all together for us. And so I'm going to ask her to stand, put your hands together for Nurse Kathy Ann Greenwich-Otley. Amen. And I know she will be with us to do the right thing. Some of us harden. Amen. And so we're grateful for that. It was a privilege to also listen to Prostate Health on Dr. Anthony Thompson. It was such a, I had a guy who asked a question online. He wasn't able to get in from Trinidad, and he's saying he has a prostate of 7 and he's 64 years old. Is that 64 years? It's just surveillance, right? Just, oh, so you could see someone. So he's young in the prostate, all right? So I assume he's seeing somebody. Amen. But yes. Nurse Karen Frank for cancer, put your hands together for her. Excellent job. Amen. Of course, Nurse Kathy and Greenwich-Otley did menopause and andropause. I didn't know men had a pause, but I now know that we just pause too. Right. So when I cranky, you know, so it had to go both ways, eh? Because let's say we just had to understand when all here. So when we cranky, all you have to understand too, both ways. Let me thank as well Dr. Dominique Batiste for dental health. Amen. Thank you so much for, you know, enlightening. The reason why we're afraid our dentists, yes, because we don't go according to the time frame. But hearing that whizzing thing in your ears, right? And, you know, and she just said, it just be a little bit of pressure. Pressure is real pressure. And when they start to drill, so you understand, that is real pressure. But God is good, amen? And so we're grateful for the knowledge. Of course, DHV, District Visitor Dini Solomon, Healthy Living, thank you for helping us with that. We had Dr. Kenchu Alvarez Garcia for diabetes. Amen, put your hands together for her. And Dr. Joan Cruikshank was nutrition, right? Josanne? Yeah, it was Josanne, yeah. Okay, my apologies. We had a change. All right, and to God be the glory. Now, I want to give away some quick hampers to folks, and just call in your name, and you come, and you be blessed. So, Sister Antoinette, come. Amen. Let me get some of the men to help me. Amen. I know some of the men have to go and catch back the boat. Sister Antoinette, on behalf of Kingdom Community, you drop it for her. We are grateful. All right. Thank you for remaining with us. Amen. And of course, we're so grateful for that fact. All right. Now, we have 2 schools, 8 and, what's the age? 2 school bags. Right. All right. So we're going to give out some school supplies. Kai Regis and Kaden Regis. 2 school bag, 8 and 11. So use the bigger ones. So Kai and Kaden, and of course, yeah, we already got a hamper, right? You got a hamper? Yes. All right. And yeah, just give it to it. All right, let me just do that real quick. Anisha Mohammed, if you're here, please come. Age 18. Amen. So just want to be a blessing to you. Amaya Providence, 5 years old, so we're going to get that to you. Come. And, of course, Elijah Lashley, who is 13 years old. Amen. You can get that. All right. So now, now if you get already, you can't get, right? So we're giving out the rest of hampers by raffle, right? All right, so we're just going to do it real quick. And then what we're going to do, after we dismiss this part, if anyone wants prayer, we will be here to pray with you, or we have a couple of ministers who are here with you, and then we're going to offer up a baby. Someone asked for their baby to be offered up, so we're going to do that, but we're going to dismiss before, so the folks who want to go can go. But we're going to just do it. It's still church. Amen? All right, so let me move real quick. We have about a few hampers to give out. We're going to give out about 5 more. And then number 9, if you have number 9. No, number 9. All right, either you have or you don't have. Amen. If you could find your number. Number 27. We called 27 already. Yes. How we add them back numbers way? We have number 26. All right, come and get your hamper. Number 26. Number 32. All right, come and get your hamper. Number 6. Number 6? Who's number 6? No number 6. Number 1. Oh. All right. Number 35. No 35. 35? All right. Congratulations. Number 30. No 30. Number 20. One more to do. Number 17. All right, so you get that ready. Number 51. All right. One more hamper to give. Number 3. Yeah. 31? No. I think, yes? I thought I called 31 already. All right, let's stand to be dismissed from this part. Thank you so much. How many of you enjoyed our community health fair? Amen, amen. We are Kingdom Community Fellowship Foundation. We meet here every Saturday at 5:30. And we are so grateful that we could have shared in this event, and this is such an amazing thing. We are so grateful for what God is doing in this part of the vineyard. Thank you for those of you who are here for the very first time. Thank you that you know, for being part of this. And I can truly say on behalf of the folks at Kingdom Community that we have had a tremendous, very well, very, very educational health fair. And we want to do it again sometime next year. Amen. And so that we can get more people involved. So let's pray. Almighty and Heavenly Father, we're grateful for every presenter, everyone who gave up their time and their effort, God, knowing fully well that the information that they give to us benefits us. They give up their time, give up their effort, and God, we are declaring the blessing to go back to them. Full measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over. We declare doors to open and favor to come, because what they give is what you're going to replenish, God. You are no man's debtor, and so they give to the Lord, and so the blessing will come back to them. So bless their homes and their family, bless their children, their wives and husbands, and we are so grateful, oh God, that they took the time off to be with us. Bless each and every person who came here, and we are so grateful that, you know, we were able to share and to receive and to ask the questions that need to be asked. Folks who are online as well, who are streaming with us, God, you know, we are so grateful that they could have received of the information. So bless this time, this evening. Bless us as we go, journey in mercy, safety as we travel. Bring us again next Saturday for another time at 5:30 for our service, as we honor you and we praise you, and we give you all the glory We're so grateful for the folks at the Tobago Regional Health Authority, all the public health workers and public, of course, the public servants who are doing such a marvelous job, nurses, health visitors, and the various doctors and the various professionals who have blessed us. We're praying even in the midst of it, God, because we have so many negotiations that are happening, that God, you will favor them because they're doing an essential service. And in the midst of it all, God, we don't want, everything to be lost because, of industrial disputes. So we pray for them even in that in that environment. And so we ask for favor. And Lord, we give you thanks and praise. And all God's people say, amen. God bless you. You are dismissed. Amen. If you need prayer, just come to the front. We will pray with you. Amen. In Jesus' name.
Limo Blaze.